Hello there, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternature or here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Good morning.
Aloha!
No, she's not on vacation today.
No, but my daughter was.
All right.
And yes, she was in Hawaii.
Good for her. I've never been.
No, me either.
Hey, Flash
Good
fan.
morning, Flash fan.
Saw your video. I haven't seen all of it yet, but I have seen part of it.
Ooh!
And good job. So
Someone got creative last night. I noticed you disappeared.
I need to finish the video, but interesting. And you did a very good job. Thank you for the shout out for both of us.
I'll check it out after the stream. Thank you. Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning. All right. Gabby, I would say good morning to you, but you didn't put
Gabby.
There she is. Good morning, Gabby.
You
did
recovered?
shout out too.
You well rested? I know you would have been knackered last night. You poor bugger.
I think 5 p.m. hit here, and she was like, okay.
Yeah.
Give me my Pepsi.
I was watching her in Baker's chat, and I just went, ooh. Yeah. Thanks, Flash fan.
Yes, you did. And thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Morning, Dill.
Morning. How's Super Baby?
She's grown like a weed. She met all of my dad goes to the YMCA 3 days a week and walks and works out.
With the village people?
Yes. I can't say he goes to the Y because then people are going to make a bad joke about it. So there's one of the people that works there. His name is Bruce, and he sets up a lunch like once a month for all the people that he knows that he's met that go walk there or work out there or whatever. So I always go with my dad. I always tell everybody my friends are like 80 plus. I don't have any young friends.
My friends are all on here.
So Bree was over yesterday, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go, Target and Sam's, and while y'all are gone." And my dad goes, "No, you are going with us to lunch. Everybody is waiting to meet the baby. You're coming with us." And I laughed. I was like, "Haha, Grandpa just told you what to do."
He put his foot down. Yeah.
And she was kind of like not paying attention. I was like, "I don't think she heard you." He's like, she goes, "What?" And he's like, "You are coming with us." And
young lady.
I enjoyed it. So anyway, Super Baby met everybody at lunch, and all the older ladies.
Oh, they would have just been in their element, were they?
They were. So they loved it. But anyway, in case you were here yesterday, and I was not on screen yesterday when you all popped in.
Around.
I was around in chat, so I am alternate juror. I'm AJ. I think I got to put it that way.
That one.
That is Jody. That's the defense rest. We are 2 separate people. Just to clear that up. I met my dad's on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I'm not on camera after a little bit because I'm with him, and I'm not giving up that time with him. So I was trying to chat when Jody was talking to maybe clear up that we weren't the same person, but I think some of
The
y'all thought
chat was
she
going
is
too fast.
amazing.
Hey? What was that?
Yes, we are. Don't.
You
Oh
should
my
lean your head across to this side of the
Like
camera
this
box. Keep
this
going
way?
all the way, all the way. Wet Willie. Ah.
Hey, what's up, vegetable slayer?
Georgia.
Good morning, George.
Georgia.
If you could
Every
tell
time I
Big Chunky's
see
ghost
George,
to
I go,
stop.
George up the jungle.
I need him to tell Big Chunky to stop rattling around my yard at 2 a.m.
Who's Big Chunky?
The ghost.
Oh, really?
Ghost of the skunk that we offed.
Oh, ha ha ha. Dirty stinking ghost.
Bigger. That is not true.
Oh, hello, Mr. Broken Baker. Are you
I-
unbroken yet? Have you fixed your poor bugger?
He
Your
may be
internet
broken.
mobile? I
I
hope you
hope
had some stern words.
I hope your trial was not horrible that you're doing jury duty for. I hope it was not bad today because
But
it's a
only
bad one.
stream with people over 30. Right, okay.
Yeah.
You're just lucky I've got makeup and a bra on today. StreamYard. Oh, okay.
Really? We didn't have any StreamYard issues,
No,
Baker.
he was saying that they are redoing some contracts or something over there with StreamYard. I don't know. Something to do over there. Oh.
Apparently they're optional here, George.
There is another good streaming platform that I'm playing around with too. If you'd like the name, I can forward it to you.
Look at her name dropping.
It's just another. It's like StreamYard, but just different. That way you get away from StreamYard poops itself, then you can go to another platform.
There you go.
Mm.
Alrighty.
Right.
We got a lot to recap.
Yeah.
Before we get to today. So we need to do yesterday's afternoon and then today. And I'll just spoiler alert: the state rested yesterday.
Mm.
I was shocked. Jody was shocked when I told her the state
Yeah.
rested.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But there's some shocking video footage.
yes, we are going to. I skipped past all this. I paused him on a.
Oh, bad pause.
Yeah,
What you gonna do?
I don't think he's that grumpy in real life.
Good
Hey, Regina.
morning, Regina.
Yes. This is my last normal stream.
Oh, okay. I'll get you.
I will have Super Baby Friday and 4 days next week.
Mashing it up.
Yeah. So, yep. Nope. And Flash fan, not a 44-hour deliberation. I'm calling it now.
No, not after today.
No. So, this is an investigator. I just went through his qualifications. So he's on the stand for a while.
Yeah. Does anyone know by chance how many defense witnesses are on the list?
I tried to find it. I could not. I'm hoping maybe Court TV will
didn't pay
have
enough
it when they
attention.
start this morning.
Yes.
So they didn't as when I looked this morning. So I don't know. Hopefully they'll add it. And so we can kind of get figure out what's happening and going on. But
we'll get there.
while we do that,
One way or t'other.
let's get this RBF off the screen, shall we?
2024. Were you, in fact, working at the Sheriff's Department at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen if you worked a call at 214
Morning
Access
today.
Way that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through your first involvement with that call that was made out to 911.
So we were.
I agree with you
you.
today, and welcome, because there's something off. There's something wrong. I think something broke that day. Whether it was medication induced,
I'm not convinced.
whatever.
I was until I saw it.
And Jody has seen more than I have on this part. So I don't know, but
Reserve
that's
that.
up to now. That's my thoughts with you.
Yep.
4 witnesses today, Flash Fan? Because I know we have 4 witnesses from yesterday. All right, here we go.
Okay. Oh, yes, Regina. Yes.
Yes. And yeah.
No spoilers, though.
No, yes.
Snap.
Going back to that date, we were actually in trial that week, working on another case with I believe it was Mr. Smith was involved in that one as well. But I had left the courthouse, went to my office, and essentially obtained my belongings, which is essentially just a backpack that I put all my stuff in. But acquired that, got in my vehicle, and started heading to my residence. And our police radio is on, and the volume up. And I overhear our 911 dispatcher asking that that the units that work the north end of our county, which is essentially like anything north of I-20 or Highway 80.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Asking for the north units to be en route to 214 Ashton Way. And this was a female dispatcher that a disturbance had taken place, and there was a possible shooting involved. So, of course, knowing that our division will eventually be involved in that particular incident, I activated my emergency equipment and drove to the scene, and was the first investigator there. And basically, once I got there, I noticed that the deputies Hunter Lewis and Dustin Smith had already arrived. They're assigned to the patrol division, and medical personnel had also arrived on scene already.
And the medical personnel, is that separate from the Sheriff's Department?
That's correct. So in the county, especially around the reservoir area, we tap into the fire protection for the cities very, very minutely, but we also have the reservoir fire department, which responds to a lot of the fire and emergency related medical incidents in the unincorporated part of the county.
On this particular day, what information had you been provided kind of before you walked into, because we've actually seen some body cam footage where you walk up to the scene. At that point, what did you know had happened?
So I walk up to the scene. Pafford is loading a white male who was later identified as Heath Smiley. Our dispatcher had stated that his daughter had shot him, killed his wife, and then fled, which is the radio traffic that I'm hearing on the radio prior to getting to the scene. And so I have real general information and not really specific details. So I go to Deputy Lewis, I go to Hunter, and simply ask him what he's got. And then he begins to fill me in on the specific details related to kind of why we're there, what has transpired, what information he's been able to get from Mr. Smiley, anything along those lines.
Do you recall around what time you got the call or that you went out to the house?
It was shortly after 5 o'clock, 5:06, 5:07, somewhere around in there.
Nighttime?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Afternoon, right.
When you arrived on the scene, where was Carly Gregg?
She was not there.
Did law enforcement know where she was at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the house, kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you're assessing at that time.
So and this will be kind of hitting the fast forward button a little bit. So there are a couple of things that transpire after I make contact with Hunter. I provide him some information in order to get an incident log started, a crime scene log, crime scene integrity sheet, what have you, and essentially get my camera. And then our investigators I can hear them on the radio coming en route, so to speak, and basically informing our dispatcher that they're en route to the scene. And as that is beginning to happen, I simply take my camera, get some gloves, and because the gloves are, regardless of whether or not people think about it, gloves are they're important. They're a big thing when it comes to crime scenes. We have touch DNA in our skin. Believe it or not, skin cells come off of our hands, regardless of whether or not we know it, and we leave those. We transfer those on different surfaces and things along those lines. And so gloves are an important thing when it comes to crime scenes. And so I obtained a pair of gloves, got my camera, and then essentially begin to try and photograph the residence. Start on the outside, and then work from the outside in. And basically, we're just trying to document and preserve the house the way it is as we find it, so to speak.
Investigator Burnell, I want to take a step back. You mentioned something about setting up a crime scene log. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what that means and why that's important?
So when I got there, the Deputy Lewis had facilitated the putting up of the tape, the cliche, the crime scene tape that that most people see on television, stuff like that. Well, what you may not see is a crime scene log. So it's essentially a document, a landscaped piece of paper that's got a bunch of lines on it. It's got a name, a place for an agency, the time in, time out, purpose for scene on some of them. It's essentially to document the comings and goings of everybody on that particular scene, whether or not you're a law enforcement officer, you're a coroner, you are a medical member of the medical personnel, whether or not you're fire, paramedic, so on and so forth.
During the time that you have a crime scene taped off and you're doing this log, is anyone other than first responders and law enforcement, and I'm including the coroner in that, allowed in that crime scene?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you. You talked about gloves, and I know that when we watched that video, Deputy Lewis did not have gloves on
Correct.
when he first went to the house. I mean, y'all don't drive around in your patrol car with gloves on, right?
Ooh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so when you were on patrol, I mean, initially when you come out to a shooting call, what is your main goal at that point?
Irrespective of any type of call, our first priority when it comes to law enforcement is the preservation of life. If I leave today and God forbid come upon some scene or something like that where somebody is in dire need of emergency medical help, I'm not going back to get my gloves. Like you begin to administer first aid regardless of that, and then we'll deal with the consequences and repercussions after the fact. Like we have to be able to preserve life. That is our number one priority, and then everything else falls secondary and tertiary and so on and so forth to that.
I want to talk a little bit more in a minute about your process and at the scene, but I also want to talk about, I mean, when you arrived there, what did you learn? You said you later learned that Heath Smiley was the man on the front porch.
Yes, ma'am.
What was his condition?
He had sustained a single gunshot wound, I believe. So it would be his right and our left shoulder had a through and through gunshot wound to the left upper torso. I guess we could say it that way.
And what about was there someone else in the home when you went there?
There were no other living people inside the home whenever I got there. The body of Ashley Smiley was found in a room that was later determined to be controlled and normally occupied by Carly Madison Gregg.
In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a layout of the Smiley household?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May I approach witness Sharon?
Bill. Okay.
I handed you a piece of paper. Could you take a look at that and tell me what that is?
So it's a very general non-scale layout of the Smiley residence.
And is this a document that you prepared?
Correct.
And what were you using this document for?
Essentially, we were using it for courtroom purposes. I mean, at the end of the day, like I know what the house looks like. You all don't know what the house looks like. You're not there. I can give you pictures of the best pictures in the world of a crime scene. But at the end of the day, if you can't look at it visually and kind of see how I move from room to room, taking those photographs and essentially kind of see the layout of the home, whenever you're hearing 911 calls or you're hearing us talk about different things on the scene or you're hearing us discuss search warrants or something like that during the testimony phase where you won't really be able to know where we are or where my mind is as I recollect that.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the layout that you prepared in this case?
I don't know why this guy didn't put things up on the screen.
I believe it's 11.
That's the court. To me, that's the court's fault or the DA's fault. If they don't have it.
Investigator Burnell, you talked about that you go through and your initial thing that you do on the scene, besides of course assessing where the two people are, is taking photographs, documenting that evidence. You said you documented the outside of the home.
Correct.
Did you also document any telephones in that house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
So
Awesome.
upon essentially when I finished taking my exterior pictures, move up to the threshold of the house, which I'm gonna see if I can spin around a little bit. So essentially I'm finishing up. This is north. This is generally going to be east. That's generally west, and of course this is generally south. So we make get to the threshold of the house and essentially start taking pictures in almost a 360 pattern. Okay, so we're going to take as many photographs overlapping each frame as we go, and until we cover all of this room. Go inside, close the door, and then
And he shows them
the area that we couldn't get because the door's open, of course, and then we're going to photograph all of that too. And that's kind of systematically going through and trying to clear or document or photograph each room in the house.
I want to may I approach the witness room?
Gabby, scroll up the messages.
Identify, or could you look at those and tell me what's in those photographs?
So essentially your first shot as an investigator when you get on scene needs to be of the front of the house. We typically like to have the mailbox in it, or at least some markings on the front of the house. That way it's readily identifiable.
No, but Duggar. We're dual streaming. So I'm streaming on my channel, which is alternate
And I'm
juror,
streaming on mine at the same time.
which is where you are at. So that's why Jody and I can see both of them, both chats, but
You only see what's in mine,
yes.
and people
So
in
that's-
AJ's chat will only see what's in hers.
Unless I put them up on the screen. So
Mm.
then you
We
can
will.
see. So so yes, no, the chat is not broken yet. The day is young.
Yeah. Yeah.
As this was 214 Ashton Way,
Not for me.
and not 215, 213, 221, or anything along those lines. I know that all of these photographs are from 214 Ashton Way, from this
Hard knock
photograph
life.
until the last one. So the next photograph, whenever we entered in through that threshold I told you about a second ago from the living room, there is a let's call it a small entertainment center. It's about knee high. It's wooden. It's about the same color as this banister in front of you all, and it essentially has two phones on it. So this black phone and this white phone. So the white phone was later determined to be the property of Ashley Smiley, and the black phone over here on the left was later determined to be the phone of belonging to Carly Madison Gregg.
Investigator Burnell, do those appear to be true and accurate copies of two of the photographs that you took on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Or we'd ask that these be moved into evidence in the state's next exhibit.
Objection. The front of the house be marked as 12. It will be marked as 13.
Mm-hmm.
It must be Australia UK thingy.
Do you not know what a kipper is?
I think I can figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
My dad used to have them on toast,
Okay, then.
but he was
you know,
English, so.
I don't know what it is then. You don't have to tell me.
No, it's fish.
Well, I figured it was fish.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I'm good. Let's go. Told you chat would be broken later.
Yep. How
Making
far in
that
are we?
picture.
23 minutes.
If you would take a look at those and just let me know when you finish looking at them.
Is that the lawyers, the attorney? Who's neck cracking?
Carly.
Oh,
Okay, ma'am.
Carly.
Did those appear to also be a true and accurate copy of some of the pictures that you took from the crime scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those particular pictures, I'm not asking you to describe them to the jury yet, but can you tell me generally what are those photographs? What are they of?
So the first one on top is a nylon single strap retention holster that was located on the bed in the master bedroom, which is believed to have been occupied and controlled by Heath Smiley and Ashley Smiley. The second photograph is the countertop in the kitchen of the residence that basically depicts some clothing, a scarf, and a winter wear jacket, a 357 silver revolver handgun, and then that is a large scale, a wide frame photo. And then the next one is a medium frame photo showing the same handgun. And then the next photograph is a serial number image of the same handgun I just described to you. So now you can see it's a Taurus 357 Magnum handgun revolver. The last photograph are 6 cartridges and 1 live 38 special round that were recovered from that particular silver revolver.
Those are photographs that were taken from the scene on March 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Yes,
a true and accurate copy of those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection.
First one with holster will be S14. Second one, medium frame, will be S15. The serial number will be S16.
Any of them, Becca? I don't know who's dressing her.
You need me to change that, Molly?
It's awful.
Is there one more? 2 more? Those will be marked S17, S18.
Oh, hello, Missy Moo.
Mercy.
How you feeling?
Hello, Tanya. I like
Oh,
Mr. Burnell, as you were making your way through the house, were there, other than the murder weapon, were there other guns that you documented within the Smiley residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they located?
They were in the master bedroom, master closet.
Permission to break to return?
very nice of you to say, Becca.
Just take a look at those for me.
Okay.
Detective Burnell, do those appear to be the, or what generally are those in those photographs?
The first 2 photographs, one is a close-up image of a pump master, a 760 pump master. It looks like a pellet rifle or a BB gun. The third photograph is a camouflage shotgun, and then the last photograph is an AR-style platform rifle.
Are those true and accurate copies of photographs that you took from the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as a composite exhibit, just with the other guns located in the house.
Any objection?
Just clarification, you said there's 3 photos you can.
Yeah, there's 4 photographs. 3 different guns, but 4 photographs.
Any objection to any of the 4 photos?
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted S19, S20, S21, and S22.
Investigator Burnell, did you also photograph inside the bedroom of Heath and Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a desk located in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor? I need 2 photographs. If you would look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could generally tell me what those photographs are.
So the first photograph is of the desk at a wide angle. It shows 2 computers. Looks like
This
some
witness
sort of a
pretty
knitting
much
bag or
just
something along those lines.
brings
In
in
a
all the
chair
photographic
behind the
evidence. You don't get
your
to
back
see a
and
great
back
deal.
are some boxes that are revealed in the next photograph, which are some essentially they appear to be THC boxes, empty boxes for THC vape pens.
And if y'all want, I can go to, I think it's the start of cross-examination where the video that you all are talking about comes in, because he's just going to introduce these things that we're
He
not going to
basically just
see.
gets given piles of photos that he goes through and explains them, that nothing gets put up on the screen. And yeah, he shows 10 photos of the same thing. He basically goes through each room and then shows the room where the 3 bullet holes were in the room where the father comes in. That's that's about as exciting as it got.
So you tell us if you want us to fast forward, just put an L.
Yeah.
An L in either chat.
Because he goes for like 2 hours. And they're just introducing photographs really for evidence.
I would say there's a lot of truth to that. They are dressing her. They are making sure she looks young.
You reckon?
They are making sure she looks sweet and innocent. And yeah, it's kind of like Amber Heard with her braid every day, just trying to make her look sweet and innocent. The mother. Hello, good morning, and good night, Carmen.
Hello, Carbon.
Get some sleep.
I think the consensus is to move on.
That I don't know. But I do
No, she did post her.
I think she did pose her because when I was listening, they said Heath said he removed the towel because before that we were questioning how'd that get on her. Yeah, I don't know about dressing her because I thought she was dressed.
She put a towel over her face and crossed her arms.
Yeah, which would be most a sign of remorse. Flash fan. Like crossed her arms. So I don't know if, like Dracula crossed her arms, or just like when you think of old movies when they would put them in the caskets or whatever. That's what I thought. So, and then covered her face. Alrighty. Give me a sec. Where did we say that was after the break?
Oh, it was 6:53.
Do we need to watch any of the
sorry, that was the video. You can go to cross, which was before then.
All right, I think it's here. Man, I just am stopping everybody in bad ways. Must be bringing the jury in. He's the one judge that doesn't make people stand for the jury. He makes people sit.
Really?
He'll say, Becca, she didn't fall that way.
No.
So it is kind of posing her.
When you watch the video, I want you to take note of how much time elapses between the incident and the text to the father.
Hey, please, court. Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Burdell, what was your role on March 19th when you showed up at the scene? Your role, you're an investigator, correct?
Correct.
And I know you went and you explained to the jury what an investigator does. You're one of the managers. You're one of the guys in charge of the scene, and you're telling the other individuals what they need to be doing. Would that be a correct assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if I remember, at the scene, and you shaved because in the video you're in a beard.
I am, yes, sir.
And
yes,
you're also in a white shirt.
Correct.
Okay. And when you arrived at the scene, I think one of the first things that you did was, and you talked about the gloves, you told everybody they need to be gloved up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because as you're taking command of the situation and making sure that the scene isn't contaminated, things of that nature.
Right. Right.
The next thing I noticed you went in, and that was, you said something to the officers about clearing the house. Do you remember that?
That was Emily D. Baker.
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall that particular portion. I do remember them going through and clearing the house, or I may have asked Deputy Lewis if they had cleared the house. I remember there's something close to that. Yes, sir.
Because in the video that we've already seen, okay, and that was the officer, I think it's Lewis, who had showed up first. And when he comes on the scene, or when you come on the scene, it shows you and you're taking the pictures, just like what you described.
Yes, sir.
You start going around the house and taking the pictures, and then you get inside and you made mention to the officer, had it been cleared, and then it was like, it may not have been cleared, but y'all need to clear it. Do you
Okay.
remember that?
I don't recall that now, sir.
Now, it also, there was another individual that showed up, and he was in a blue shirt, okay? And I think that's Officer or Investigator Cotton.
Did he have glasses on?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you made mention to Cotton that this was his case, and you were there
Right.
to assist him.
Correct.
Because you would not be the main investigator on this case. You're sort of an assistant investigator, is what I gather.
Correct. So on this particular night, he was the after hours investigator on call. And so any incidents or what have you that the sheriff's office that required an investigator from the sheriff's office to respond to a scene or handle any of those kinds of things, we usually go on call about. It depends on people's vacations and time off and stuff like that, but relatively about every 9 to 11 days. We will rotate on and off that particular call schedule. This happened to be his particular night on call. So the duty as the primary investigator was his. I was simply there to, for lack of a better term, accommodate him, assist him, do whatever I could to make his job as the primary investigator just a little bit easier.
And the whole thing of you being the investigator and going to the schools and processing the scene the way you do is to make sure that you're coming up with the correct information and stuff's not getting contaminated and things of that nature, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to say you talked, one of the things you talked about was, I'm going to make sure. It was a journal, I guess the crime scene journal. Or what did you call it when the people coming in and out of the house?
It's a crime scene log.
Crime scene
Yes,
log.
sir. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And in the video, it shows you, and I think it was Deputy Rayburn, you told him to start marking, who's coming in, who's coming out of the scene, things of that nature. And he had a little memo book. It looked like some sort of notebook, and he was writing down who was present, what they were doing, things of that nature. And it looked like whenever somebody was going in, he was writing it down. Would that have been his job?
I remember getting on scene and then going back to my car, and I'm recalling this not only from my report but also from Deputy Lewis's body camera. I get a crime scene log out of the back of my expedition, and I give it to him, and that was his duty at that point in time. If he had delegated it, he did delegate it off to Deputy Rayburn. But you're correct in that. I essentially gave him that responsibility.
Right. And what happens is you have a whole bunch of stuff that's going on right. And you're telling this person to do this.
Yes, sir.
And because I think you were doing, because you got gloved up.
Correct.
The video shows you getting gloved up, and you did that before you went in the house. You're okay outside when you're taking the pictures, and you put the gloves on, went inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you the only person that took photos?
I believe so. Yes, sir. I think if I recall correctly, Investigator Cotton brought his camera inside the residence, never used it, if I recall correctly. If there may have been times where we wanted to capture a particular piece of evidence using different angles of lighting, oblique lighting, so to speak. And so I may have handed the camera off to him, or Captain Fred Lovett eventually arrived on scene. I may have given it to him in order for a piece of evidence to be held under direct lighting, oblique lighting, or some other kind of a facet of lighting in order to capture it properly, so to speak. But yes, sir, my camera was the only one used as far as I'm aware.
And what have you reviewed? Okay, I know you're not the main investigator on this case.
Yes, sir.
But and it's Cotton who is the main investigator. But when you were assisted him, did you review all the evidence also?
By review, what do you mean by that?
Well, okay. I know you met with some of the witnesses. You interviewed some of the witnesses.
Correct. Yes, sir.
The ones that you did not interview, for the most part, did you review what they said or did or anything, or did you interview all of them?
No, sir, I did not. I'm trying to recall it correctly now. After our last interview, the more specific detail interview that we did with Miss Wafer, and I may have actually notated this at the end of my report. That was essentially my last task or my last involvement, what have you, in this particular investigation. A lot of my duties were relegated to the crime scene itself, and then I did pick up some additional assistance with Investigator Cotton with regard to the interview with Brooke Wafer, the recanvassing of the neighborhood and things like that.
And so once you processed and this is one thing I noticed in the video, it has you talking about, I guess, where y'all going to be taking Carly. You said you were in contact with, I think, the county court judge, and you were waiting to get clarification of which direction she needed to go. Is that correct?
That is correct. Although when Ms. Gregg committed the firearm offenses, she committed a certifying offense. Their interest of justice hearing would need to be held, so that way they could essentially handle that. So the youth court, county court judge, they maintain dual duty, so to speak. So they were contacted in order to gain some guidance as to what direction we needed to go. Put her in the ADC, the Adult Detention Center, or put her in the JDC, which is the Juvenile Detention Center there in Pelagie.
And that's why it was those conversations that you had her brought back to the scene.
Correct.
And my understanding from looking at the videos, what you were saying is that was happening because you didn't know exactly where she needs to go. And then once you got your marching orders, then you could tell your transport officer where she needs to be taken. Essentially, yes. So the bringing Ms. Gregg back to the scene was twofold. So we were essentially, like you said, waiting on the marching orders from Judge McDaniel as to whether or not he wanted her in ADC or JDC for that night, and then also to obtain the GSR from her hands. And in that video, it shows, I guess, them doing the gunshot residue GSR test. It actually shows it on the video. Have you viewed that video? I have viewed, I probably have, sir. I'll be honest with you. There are probably no less than 10 body camera videos associated with this case. Yes. So I've watched a fair amount. So I was there for the collection for the in portion of the GSR kit because I actually read Ms. Gregg her verbal Miranda while she was at the vehicle. That's kind of how I know that Investigator Davis collected the GSR. Gotcha. And where did you review? I guess is it Shack, Tony Shack? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's one of our deputies. Yes, sir. Yes, and he's the person that found, I guess, Carly. Is that correct? That's correct. Yes, sir. And then he brought her back to the scene. That is correct. Yes, sir. Okay. And so there was a time, I guess, because they're all wearing the body cams, and you've seen this. If you've looked at his body cam, you see him turn his body cam off. Do you remember that? I know that once our deputies, for instance, if our deputies are involved in a police activity, an investigative activity or what have you, involved in some kind of law enforcement capacity or something like that, they will have them activated in order to properly, document, record how the scene is, any particular interactions they have with the public, any interactions they have with suspects and things along those lines. Of course, when they activate them, I believe the lag time is like 45 seconds or a minute where you don't have any audio, but at the end of the day, like you still have the video, which is representative of kind of what's going on for that 1 minute. Now, once they get to, if they're going back to, for instance, if they're concluding that law enforcement activity and going back to shoot the breeze with some guys on their shift, or going to talk about the last traffic stop they made or something like that, that they're no longer involved in that investigative activity, that law enforcement activity, that police activity. So they may deactivate them, and then if they're called back in, hey, look, can you come over here and hold this up, or can you perform this particular task? They may reactivate them, come back up, and then perform some task or something like that I need to have done. So there may be some on off depending on kind of what activities they're related in, what they're doing, and things like that. Yeah, doesn't the Rankin County Sheriff Department have a policy that says that these body cams, as long as you're on a crime scene, are not to be turned off? Correct. I don't have the policy in front of me, so I can tell you that this. I can tell you that policy and procedure, we use that as a foundation on which to build our particular activities and what we do as law enforcement officers. Similarly to like the Bible, for instance. So like, I don't know my Bible word for word, letter for letter, but I use the moral principles and the things within it as a foundation on which to build my life. Am I perfect? No, but I use them as a foundation because essentially, like, you won't have every scenario and every type of circumstance in a policy and procedure manual. If you did, it'd be a mile tall. Well, y'all, I mean, and it looks like y'all have, there's a policy and procedure manual that y'all come out for the years 2023 to 2024. Okay. And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay, y'all go through training every year to make sure that everything's up to date. You have a clear understanding of what you're supposed to do, and especially what you're supposed to do when you're having interaction with the public, correct? Yes, sir. To your point, the sheriff's office, we provided like by space profiling and traffic stop related
training to our civil rights training to our deputies this past year.
And I think what you were just saying a second ago is, I guess real life is a little different than a manual. Is that correct? Is that's sort of what
That's a loose way of putting it, but I'll follow you. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, Mr.
But my
Brother.
understanding, and tell me if this is your understanding.
It's in the Bible Belt.
Oh, how did you go with your ADLS?
Oh, all your exams went well. A pluses or whatever you get. I don't know.
Of course they did. I don't even know why I asked. Goes without saying, doesn't it?
I think so. Yes, they caught their hotspot on fire. I think Carmen apparently had her Boston attitude on her.
Oh.
that she has.
Are
hot
you
from
effing
Gabby.
kidding me? Remind me to tell you, I did a bit more research on the Mary Jane differences.
Okie dokie. We
Mm.
will, because we'll probably
Mm.
need to fill some time in.
Oh,
Hotspot, not hot
of
pot.
course you did.
I didn't even see it, Carmen. I just read hotspot, but that would be funny.
Would have been.
Okay.
If you're having direct interaction with a defendant that's in custody,
correct,
there's no reason why a body cam should be turned off, correct?
I would follow you down. Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
Now, you reviewed Stack's body cam, correct?
I don't know if I've reviewed his specifically. The one that I do remember reviewing is Deputy Lewis's.
Mm-hmm. So a second ago, when you were saying there's a whole bunch of these and you reviewed just about all these.
Yes, sir.
Now you don't think you did Stack.
Well, just about all of them is not all of them. Am I correct? I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't know if I've reviewed his. If we show the video and I've seen it, I will more than happily tell you that I have seen it. But at the end of the day, I don't know that I have seen it.
If I showed you the video, would you be able to tell us if you've seen that or not?
Probably
That's
so.
what I
Like I said, the one that I do remember studying prior to my appearance today is Deputy Lewis's, because he was the first officer on scene. He obtained a lot of information in pursuance to the initial investigation, which I was involved in, related to why we're here.
Yes, ma'am. Preacher on.
Good night, Carmen. Sleep tight. Yeah, he is. What time is the live stream from Court TV starting? Is it 9:30 your time again today? So that gives us 40 minutes. Well, they never start on time anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he gave up on trying to coerce Gabby into coming online. Yeah, didn't you say, Flash Fan, that the one attorney was a DUI and the other one was a civil, not something else? But neither of them were qualified to do this. Why would you choose, especially if the stepfather's paying for it, why would you choose people that aren't in that field? There's different laws that specialize in different things. I think so, Teresia. I think so, yes. Yeah, that's right. Flash Fan, personal injury.
Ma'am, please call your honor. Yes. Okay. Now, Tyler, I know you talked to Heath Smiley. I guess you're the one who actually went to his house to retrieve the, I guess, the videos in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It was Cotton?
Correct.
Okay, because I was on, my understanding is, and maybe we have, there may be different times when people went to the house, so you'll have to maybe clarify that a little
Yeah,
bit with me.
yeah. Yes, sir.
You were testifying that you went to the house.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you brought, it sounded like 2 other officers with
Correct.
you, so that they would have the body cam.
Correct.
And you went in and at that time you were saying the reason why you do that is so that anytime you're interacting with public, you want to protect yourself, but also the public.
Correct.
And my understanding is that you were the person who,
I don't know.
I guess, received these, I want to say SIM card or whatever,
I follow you. I believe it's like an SD card.
SD card.
Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding was, okay, is what happened, the SD card was retrieved by Cotton, taken to the sheriff's department. Y'all looked at it.
Hello,
Found
Dad.
that it didn't have anything on it, and then you went
Howdy.
back. Is that what you did?
That is exactly correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the second visit, dealing with this SD card,
Correct. Correct.
is when
Correct.
you went to the house.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
And so once you, and at this point, my understanding is Mr. Smiley has been cooperative with you the entire time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you go back, were you just looking for the SD card, or were you looking for other things at that time?
And when I went back and talked to Mr. Smiley, essentially what I was trying to figure out was where all the videos from the 19th were, like what had happened to them. The folder, the system had created a folder for videos for the 19th, but the folder was empty. It contained nothing. And so that seemed to lead me to believe that there had been videos moved, or
Nothing yet,
that videos have been deleted,
but you're about to
something
get
along those lines. That is the purpose in going back and talking to Mr. Smiley. During the course of that interaction with him, we figured out, like I was explaining earlier, that he essentially was not familiar with an Apple product, and that whenever he clicked on the videos or selected the videos, there's a cut.
Morning,
An
Dan.
Apple product does a cut and paste and not a copy and paste like a Microsoft product does.
Asking you
And
shall
it
receive.
seemed like a very innocent mistake or anything or something along those lines. And so we were able to recover the videos for the 19th, and then subsequently provide those. But at the end of the day, I wanted him to understand that
Oh, hello, Zach.
you have to do anything. Like if you find a piece of evidence, or you think something may be pertinent to our investigation, you don't have to do anything with it. Just let us know. We'll come collect it. We'll come do whatever we have to with it. So that way the inference isn't being made, he's destroying evidence. He's tampering with evidence. He's doing this. He's doing that. So,
And I just want to make sure for the record here, at no time was he ever like a suspect in this case at all, correct?
if he had told us that, well, yeah, I deleted those videos, or I don't know what happened to them, or something like that, yes, sir, he would have become a suspect.
Right. But at no time, he didn't do that. And then
Correct.
you found out what happened. And I think, so at no time is he ever a suspect.
Was he officially labeled a suspect? No, sir. Was the purpose
Me
in
too.
having that interview with him to figure out whether or not he was one? Yes. Yes. Because, well, like I said a second ago, if we had been able to determine that he tampered with evidence or destroyed evidence, we would have a problem. That would be a significant misstep, and then he would be a suspect in this case, or he would have been an additional suspect.
Now, and I guess I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around it.
Okay.
He called you to say, hey, I found this, correct?
No, sir. He called Investigator Cotton.
Well, when I say y'all, the sheriff's department.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
He didn't call you. Did he ever have your number? Probably didn't. He probably had Cotton's.
I don't recall if he did.
All this to introduce the video.
A business card, or given Miss Smiley's family a business card that had my phone number on it. If they needed anything from us or anything along those lines, I may have given them a business card that had that number on it. I don't recall if he ever used it.
And so he didn't call you. He called Cotton to say, I have found that I have this SD card that has some videos on it that y'all need to have. Is that
Correct.
basically what occurs?
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton goes and gets it.
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton brings it back to, because he didn't look at it, I guess, at Mr. Smiley's place, correct?
That's correct. We needed the card reader for that.
Okay, so then he comes back to Sheriff's Department and you open it and there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Okay. And so then y'all are like, we got to check and see why there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Because there's stuff for other days.
Correct.
But the day that is important that you've been told there's videos on the 19th, there's no videos.
That's correct.
Okay. And you do realize, I know you're saying that you were polite and you didn't insinuate anything. I think the testimony is he went and got an attorney because he was so scared. Or do you still think it was just a real good conversation, or it was there was nothing bad about your interaction?
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Camp. I don't know what his interpretation was of our interaction that day. I don't know what the. I didn't interview him or talk with him after that particular date. I don't presume to understand like why he would obtain the services of an attorney. If he felt that he was in some legal jeopardy or maybe criminally culpable for the mishandling of that camera, he was never officially charged or anything along those lines.
And you didn't do anything to lead him to believe that he's going to get in trouble for calling y'all about that what do we call it, the little card, SD card.
Can you ask me your question again?
There was nothing that he would be able to infer that you told him where he would be fearful that y'all were trying to prosecute him for calling y'all to give you evidence.
I don't believe there would be anything he can infer, but like I said a second ago, I don't presume to know what Mr. Smiley was thinking or what his motivations were in obtaining the services of that attorney. It's my understanding that even after he obtained the services of an attorney, I believe he was still cooperative.
And then did you, I guess, and you sat in for he was cooperative when he came in and sat and talked with you, correct?
He did not talk to me.
Oh, you weren't present for that interview, for Smiley's interview?
No, sir. After that particular date, I never, I think I had one more interaction with Mr. Smiley whenever he signed a property release form, post forensic extraction of his phone and the return of that particular SD card. I believe that was my last interaction with Mr. Smiley.
And he said something about his driver's license, that y'all hadn't given him his driver's license back. And I don't know if you're aware of any of that.
I have no idea. No, sir. I don't know anything about that.
Now, there were some vape pen boxes
Yes,
that were found. Did you find those?
Yes, sir. So whenever we went into the master bedroom, they were in between that knitting bag, so to speak, and the back of that chair that was at the desk.
Okay, so those were hidden back someplace, sort of. You said they were like behind the chair and by a knitting bag, so they're not like out and obvious.
I mean, if you looked at the chair, you could clearly see the tops of the boxes.
And this is in the master bedroom.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you're looking at the knitting bag here, you can see that these are purple, maroon, orange, and like a fuchsia color. So essentially, they're right here. So in between the knitting bag and the back of that chair.
And that room is the master bedroom.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about some pictures of Ashley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure you talked about that there were 3 gunshots.
Yes, sir.
And did you the night? I guess you were there on the 19th. The night of the 19th is when this happened.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You were there.
Yes, sir.
And that's when it sounded like you were saying that you had determined that there were 3 gunshots at that time. Is that correct?
No, sir. Not 3 gunshots at that particular time. On that particular evening, we could only corroborate 2. Through the course of the investigation, there were 3.
Okay. So somebody else gives you that information that there are 3. You didn't go and examine the body yourself and say there were 3 gunshots. It was, I guess, were you able to tell there were multiple that night, and then you found out subsequently there was another one? Is that sort of how it happened?
You asked me 2 different questions. Can you ask me again, and I'll answer them both.
Well, it sounded like that the way your testimony came across to me, and it may not have been, you may not have intended this, but it sounded like that you sort of examined the body the night of the 19th and made a determination that there were 3 gunshots.
Okay.
Now, my understanding is you knew that there were 2 of them that night.
Correct.
And that they found a 3rd one later. Would that be correct?
Yes and no. So we knew there were 3 gunshots involved. After the recovery of the second camera from the kitchen, there were videos from the date of March 9th.
Thank you, Bug Dugger.
There is
Welcome.
no escaping
Excuse
now.
me.
Welcome.
Koala. Oh no, you can't ever escape.
Mm-mm.
Never, never, never.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it.
We're the
And
in-laws
check.
you you can never get rid of.
Yes. Yes. All right. Thank you. It was a nice surprise. Always.
19th, where Miss Gregg is clearly visible and depicted on that video. She walks, she exits that back door into the backyard from the kitchen
Now,
area,
this-
dining area.
Is this a video that's, I don't think it's been entered into evidence yet? Are you aware of if it's in evidence?
I'm not including no, sir. So anyway, so she exits into the backyard and then comes back in a little while later, walks
Momo
in the
Shark?
direction of the
Hello,
comes back in the
Momo
back door,
Shark.
the dining room area right here, walks around down toward the master bedroom,
Woohoo!
comes back in where this camera is right
Oh,
here in this corner.
Yeah.
And so it faces back this
Momo
way, so
Shark,
it
you were
captures anybody
gifted-
walking past this living room wall.
You were gifted a membership on my channel. I think, was it you, Jody? Somebody, Carmen? I don't remember. Somebody gifted memberships and you got it.
Who? Regina? Yes.
Momo Shark. Thank you,
Oh,
Regina. But I think I
Yay.
think Momo Shark got it. Gifted membership. I don't
why
know.
hasn't she got a?
If because she's on yours. If she came over, I'm not trying to like
Oh,
steal
okay.
her. If she came over, oh, it was Carmen. Sorry, Carmen. Thank you, Regina.
Yay!
Team Koala.
Wow!
Thank you, Regina,
Wow!
for Bug Dugger.
That's awesome.
Yes. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes. You guys are just
No,
awesome.
that's awesome.
Momo Shark, I don't know yet. I've
Mm,
seen people have some thoughts.
yeah, watching the stepfather's testimony. To me, he came across as blasé, blah, adynamic, disinterested, just. But I kind of put it down to the fact that this is still only fresh. You know, it only happened in March. He lost his wife, and I'm assuming that maybe that he might have been a little bit medicated, but he was very monotone and didn't talk and always looked down and just didn't know any details about what diagnosis with Carly had, and she went to some counselor up somewhere, but they didn't know any detail. Like, not involved. You know what I mean? So that was the impression I got.
I got the impression he's not sure he wants her to go to jail.
Yeah, and
But I'm
I
not
don't. Yeah,
I'm not through his testimony completely yet. So I can't
yeah,
form a complete opinion. So I don't know. But I've
yeah.
seen the
Hold your
comments.
opinions until after the video.
Yeah, I've seen the comments about maybe there was
Yeah.
something inappropriate going on between the two of them. I hope not.
Oh, that. Mm, mm,
Yeah, that would be really hard,
mm,
Teresa. I don't know what I would do. At least it wasn't his own child, like their child together.
mm.
You know, like if one of my kids did that to me or Mr. Hamp, like how do you that would be really hard. Sharon, I have him sped up just a little.
Yeah, yeah. There's something off, but I can't put my finger on it. But yeah, I couldn't go that far to say that there was something like that. I don't know. No, me either, Kelly.
Okay, good. Because that's kind of what I took the comments to
Yeah,
mean.
yeah.
Like there
There was a
some
lot of insinuation, but I think that's
yeah.
just a big
I
step.
haven't seen it yet. I just more picked up on he wasn't sure it seemed like he was trying to help her on a couple of questions.
Maybe
And
there's a
not
bit of guilt for not
like,
being as involved as he should have been. I don't know.
I don't know,
I don't know. Mm,
but I hope if, yeah. So I have to figure out, I don't know yet. I don't have an opinion complete yet. I just have seen your guys' comments, and
mm.
that's where I thought that's what was being insinuated, but maybe that was just me going to the wrong place. I I did get definitely trying to cover up
Mm.
so far. Like, I just got to the cross this morning when I had to turn it off. So, um,
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
good. Okay, good.
I think the defense definitely would have used that if they had any evidence whatsoever to
Yeah.
suggest that. So
Good.
right there.
Me feel better because watching him, I was after seeing comments yesterday, I was like,
Mm.
ew. Like, I don't want to watch this. All right. Oh, I forgot to.
Boop.
No, I'm not. I can, but no. I forgot to say. So, Helen B
Oh, yes,
got
we got a
membership. AC's Wildflower, No Filters, Attitude of Gratitude, and Robin C all got the memberships that Duggar gifted.
yay.
So I apologize. I forgot to read those out.
Congratulations.
So congratulations. I'm watching Becca and Zach talk about silverfish. Gross. You guys enjoy.
Mhm.
And so when she walks back past this way, her hands are behind her back. She's kind of peering around this I guess peninsula of a wall right here, peering around it, trying to see if there's anybody in there. And then she walks down this way, goes into her room. Well, prior to that, in the video, you can see Ashley Smiley down in this area of the house. Of course, her entrance into that room is out of frame, so you can see Carly walk down this way. Her hands are hidden behind her back. And she walks down into this room. You hear a total of 3 gunshots, or you hear 1 gunshot, who we suspect is Ashley Smiley screaming. And then you hear another gunshot, quiet, and then a 3rd gunshot. And then Miss Gregg walks back out of that area, comes and sits into the
Kitchen.
Probably one of the better photos. Sorry, one of the better photos of it. So these chairs, there are actually 2 of these chairs posted around this corner of that bar. And so she essentially sits down in one of those chairs. Her hands are behind her because she can, I guess, knows that the camera's right there. But sets something hard and metallic, which would be similar to that to this revolver on the metallic.
Now,
part of this chair
Burnell,
right
can you
here.
see the revolver?
You cannot. No, you know, and I guess that's what I said. What would be similar to the sound
And
that you
that's
set
part
the
of the
revolver
thing that
down on a hard metallic surface like this. It
bothers me.
clangs, and then she it looks like she picks up a foam.
And
I'm sorry.
in fact, you
Sorry, AJ. That's one of the things
No,
that
you're
really
fine.
bothers me because it shows consciousness of guilt. This video, there is attempts to conceal. So she knows she's doing the wrong thing. Absolutely.
Well, we are almost there.
Yeah.
So hang in there.
you never see her with a revolver at any time, correct?
That is correct. You never see her with the revolver. Her hands are always behind her back, as if she's trying to conceal something behind her back. But she, like I said, she sits down. You hear this metallic clang. She picks up the white foam that we determined was hers.
And
this
I'm
white one.
trying not to jump in, but
Yeah.
I want to know about the
Yeah.
rooms, because you said the camera faces back away from, I guess, the wing of the house where all this took place.
Okay.
And there's 3 rooms, correct?
So there's a workout room. There's a guest, or I say a guest bathroom. It's a bathroom that was essentially controlled and occupied by Carly Gregg. Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet, and then of course there's a room. So the camera focuses right here, and then of course catches her whenever she's using her mom's cell phone to text Mr. Heath Smiley, which we later found out through that forensic extraction I was telling you about a second ago, that sent a text message to him, which kind of was the odd text message, like, "Hey, honey, what time are you coming home?" Something like that. And those are not pet names that they used,
Yep.
which kind of put him on suspicion that maybe something was awry. But nevertheless, like, she sends these text messages or communicates on her mother's phone, and then picks up the item that claimed in the chair, and then she walks back into her bedroom again, or toward her bedroom.
And so when she walks towards the bedroom, you don't know, because the camera doesn't, I guess it doesn't face towards the bedroom. So you don't know where Ashley went to, because I think on the camera it shows Ashley going in and out a couple of times. You don't know where Ashley was as far as what bedrooms, or there's even a bathroom back there. And you don't know which rooms that Carly was in, correct?
Based upon the on-scene investigation, I would deduce that Miss Smiley was in Carly's room at the time that the 3 shots were fired, based upon the defect in the wall and the fact that
we're saying, I guess we're talking about the video. As far as from the video, we know where the incident took place eventually.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were asking me where Miss Smiley was in reference to the gunshots. I apologize.
Yeah, but you don't know. You can't see her go into any specific room at any time, correct?
The video does not show her going into any specific room. However, the foundational evidence that we collected, either through the photographing of the scene, the identifying of defects, and things along those lines, in the
it shows back eventually in the bedroom. Now, you talk about the other picture, which was I guess the boxes that we just talked about, the little vape boxes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
you do not see those in anybody's hands, correct?
So at a portion of the video, you can see Miss Smiley. She is essentially back in what we believe is Carly's room. She walks toward her own bedroom in the same path that Carly took, like after she brings the dogs back in her house. And she has something small in her hands, which we believe are these.
Well, that's not very small. That's a big flat. There's 4 of them, right?
Right. If you stack them together and you're holding them like this, you may not be able to see it, because I mean the camera's like from here to Mr. Levinson.
Okay, so you don't know if that's what she's even holding, correct?
Correct. The only thing I'm deducing is that it's small and that you can see an object that she's toting from Carly's room. Based upon the interviews we did with Brooke Wafer, she was using THC vapes and things along those lines. And then we find empty vape pen boxes in the master bedroom of Mr. and Mrs. Smiley.
Okay, and Brooke never identifies those whatsoever.
That is correct.
Okay. May I beg the court's indulgence for just a moment?
You may not.
Yeah, we went from may it please the court to can I beg the court's indulgence?
What's that one about? The Shanna Gardner?
Offing her husband that I think he worked for Microsoft or something like that, and there was I think a boyfriend, and then a hit guy thing. I think he's already in prison. She fled the country for a while. They've got her back, and a lot of hearings and things happening, but it's taking a very, very long time to get it to trial.
Well,
Is Jose Baez or whatever his name is, Flash fan, is that her attorney? Because that would make it very interesting.
it's the end of yesterday.
Oh no, we're
We talked about
doing after lunch yesterday, Kelly.
Investigator Brunel, you talked about a video. I'm gonna stand over here so that I can see.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a video from inside the Smiley house that you've seen from March the 19th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to view? There were multiple videos from the time that Ashley Smiley and Carly got home until the video stopped. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review each and every one of those?
Yes, ma'am. During the initial recovery, we watched we watched a lot of them. Yes, ma'am. Because essentially they're not time stamped or anything. They're put into a folder, and so we had to go through the folders systematically to try and watch the videos and find the timestamp to figure out kind of what was going on in the actual scene itself, to figure out kind of where we needed to be and which videos were of evidentiary value.
When you view the videos, is there an actual timestamp on the video?
Correct. It's in the bottom right hand corner. Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did you watch all of the videos from when Carly, Gregg, and Ashley Smiley walk into the house until the video camera shuts off?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe right, John?
I know how that goes, Bug Dugger. Mine gets very impatient.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we approaching again? So is that her, it's her grandparents? Is that her mother's parents?
No one's ever said.
I mean, they're sitting behind her. They keep showing them.
What has been purported to be the video from the kitchen will be admitted all purposes by stipulation without objection as
Hello.
S46.
Speaking of fur babies.
Right. That's amazing food.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You wonder what's going through their minds, Momo Shark. Like, that's difficult.
Mr. Camp, counsel for the
If you found out.
they can't tell. Oh, you have a screen. Okay, I apologize.
Right. It was a very nice surprise. All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
So eerie to see her.
So this takes over once they come in from the garage. So Carly's room is to the right of that doorway, and the mother's bedroom is to the left. No. She doesn't appear to be having a
Hey,
psychotic
Nidow.
episode. Hey, Nidow.
She did not. I did
Okay,
notice that.
just right at the right time. Apparently, they haven't been in this house very long. That's why there's unopened boxes and stuff.
Okay, I was wondering.
Yeah.
I agreed. Oops. I agree. I just hate watching her, knowing that.
So Mum leaves her phone on the counter. Hey, bite me.
Oh, I could.
Hey.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello,
Good
Celestial
morning,
Force.
Celestial Force. No, I think it's the other way around, Becca. Yeah. It feels awful
She's-
watching the last minutes of someone's life. Yeah, she's gone to the right. She's searching in Carly's room.
Right, she's found in Carly's room.
Yes.
September 23rd, flash bans. Take a look.
See her looking. Yep.
All right, I'll make a note of it, flash ban. Thank you.
Yeah, she goes left into the mum's room where the pew is. No, she knows exactly where it is. The mother keeps it under her pillow.
Yeah. Well, he said like there was a cubby between the bed, like the mattress on the side of the mattress and the bed. There was a little spot there for it to be.
She's looking to see where her mother is.
So she knows she's in trouble now to me
Mm-hmm.
because her mom's going in there to find her stuff.
So
Now
now
she's
she
going to
goes
the
to the
mom's
mother's
room.
room.
I'm getting chills.
Yep.
There she is.
Where is she? Here, put it down on the bench and grab her mother's phone. Now,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, that's premeditated. Yeah. Now she goes back in, and that's where she poses the body. She's not upset. She's not hysterical. She's calm, collected. I'm sorry, but oh yeah. G'day, Zach. Crikey. Holy snapping duck shit. That's right.
Mine too, Kelly.
That's right, Celestial Force.
I believe you're right. I think, Momo Shark, I think she covered her face out of remorse. I think it was out of
Mm,
a weird
and
thing out of
guilt?
remorse and guilt. Yes, like
Don't
guilt's
look at me.
probably
I
the
don't want to
better
see what
word.
I've done.
Yeah, she doesn't want to look. She doesn't.
Mm,
I don't want to see her face and what she's done.
yeah, one of the dogs goes in there and she yells at it.
Look at it. Just the dogs are breaking my heart.
Yep. The dogs absolutely know.
We have them sped up just a little bit, Sharon, because we can get to today.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Return the exhibit to the court reporter, please. You can stand down, but you're still under subpoena. You don't need to discuss your testimony with anyone. Yes, sir.
Definitely, Allie. Definitely.
Morning,
Please exit
Allie.
the room. Do any of the
Me
D and
chills.
jurors need a restroom break before you
Good
have further
morning.
witnesses?
After that, Bill,
Anybody?
for me saying that.
All right. State may call its next witness.
State Court Investigator Zach Hunter.
Yep. Yep.
I apologize. Everyone remain seated while the jury.
Ah, hey, Grandma.
Have a seat until jury exits.
Absolutely, back then. Morning, Grandma.
Y'all just not.
Has your opinion changed?
Yeah. I was waiting to see the break. I was waiting to see the mental.
Mm-hmm. The snap. The fight. The trigger. Something.
I have so much to say on this,
Mm-hmm.
but I won't.
Where's your tears now, Carly?
Sorry, that's the audience. Juror signal that they did need a restroom break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Stay, go ahead and get your first witness. Get them on front row, okay?
Get 'em.
Yes, ma'am.
She was all tears in the testimony, but no tears watching that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Gabby. Yep.
Oh,
Good
whoopsies.
morning, Evil Queen.
Hello, Evil
Welcome.
Queen.
Great name.
It's tough. That was tough. That was tough. I don't know what else to
Yeah.
say. That was
Mm,
really tough, but welcome.
yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree. Oh, Nidawell.
We only get
Those actors are getting really old now.
water rats and blue healers.
Yeah. Water Rats was a police on the water, like border patrol type of reenactment, policing the water.
Got it. Zach, I generally notice eyebrows too, and I agree with you.
Whose eyebrows?
The attorney. Her
Oh,
attorney's
she's had so much work done to her face. Oh, Lord. I'm buffering. Why am I buffering?
Well, she fired the 3 shots, walked to
Then
the
came
kitchen,
out. Yeah.
texted her stepdad, and walked back, covered her face with a towel, and crossed her arms. And then I don't know what she was doing back there. Maybe hiding the rest of her stuff that her mom was trying to find that made her do it.
I'm just laughing at Uda Heft.
Well, I mean, Uda Hef, we know. We know.
I don't know if it's so much plastic surgery, but I think definitely Botox, fillers, you name it. Sculpting.
Yes. I have thoughts, and I don't know that I should share them. So I won't. I could see it. I could see it, Celestial Force. Yep. Evil Queen, she did. And the investigator brought that up. She walked in with it behind
Yeah, she did. She had it on her behind her, and you hear it clang onto the kitchen bench. Then she picks up the mother's phone, texts the stepfather, puts the phone back, and grabs the gun with her other hand. Sorry, and yeah, so she's aware of that camera, and then that camera goes missing, but they recover the SD card. They recover it. So she's taken the camera down. So she's trying to conceal.
Yeah. I might at the end I want to see how this plays out before I do.
I haven't seen any more from this. I don't know if they actually capture the interaction with the stepdad or not.
What?
Well,
Flash fan, change your O to a 0. I don't know.
did he have a comment that didn't?
I don't know. I tend to lean that way, Evil Queen. I do. Especially after seeing that. I thought we would see something else. I don't know. I'm not. You mean with? I have to think about how that played. Because she went, did it, came back in the kitchen, laid it down, walked back out of the kitchen, and then it came back. She would not have had it. She already laid it down at that point, right?
I can't.
Text her dad. She did the deed, came in, text her dad, laid it down then, right?
Yeah, but she grabbed it again, and then you can see her concealing it, and she goes back down to her bedroom, and that's when she must have put the towel and everything on. But then, did she come back out to go out the back doors? Was that
That's
how
what
it ended?
By me saying
I
that when
don't.
she came back, she
I
didn't have
don't
it
remember. Yeah,
then.
she may have left it in the bedroom. I don't know. I don't know. No, no crying, nothing. And you know, you
No.
compare that reaction to the reaction to the 911 call.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. Maybe she put it in
Uh,
her waistband. Oh, okay. What's wrong with that word?
maybe
I
it gets
just,
flagged by YouTube. I don't know.
I
Who knows?
guess. I don't know. Huh. I said it.
Hmm.
So, all right, we got another investigator on the stand. It is wild, Becca,
Hmm.
that they had that because I was thinking, would I want cameras? We have cameras outside of our house. I'm like, would I want them watching me inside of the house, even though it's nobody's watching me? It would still
You
be
never know who
weird.
can hack it. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I've got 2 cameras inside the house, but they're both looking at me.
Alrighty then. Uh-oh.
Wow, he's cute. Not as
The,
cute as the one last week, was it, Sharon?
uh, when the stepdad was talking about the camera that was in the kitchen, he said it was one that he had gotten for his mother, but her living out in the country, the internet wasn't fast enough to be able to use that camera. So it was just his that he brought back and put in the kitchen there. They just kind of put it up, but I don't think there was really anything other than he had it.
Celeste, okay.
So
Celestial Force that day, um, one of the juvenile witnesses testified and said that he had emailed her mother and told her about the devil's lettuce and the burner phone. And so I think that's what she was looking for.
bye, George. Tell Judge Wolf
Oh.
I said hello.
Bye,
We know where you're
George.
going. Carmen, where'd that go? Yes, Carmen, I do. Yep, that was weird.
Ugh,
So
even that
yes,
name just gives me the creeps.
her mom. Um, so the dad said that he felt they just made him feel like they were looking at him.
Mhm.
So he decided to get an attorney. And then when he found that SD card in the refrigerator, he was like, you guys come get it. He didn't want to be the one to turn it in because he already
Mhm.
felt weird about it. So yes, that's what it was, Nidwell. It was to watch the dogs, and it was for his mom to watch her dog. But it didn't work. And so I believe in school, they thought she was above the clouds that day. Am I allowed to say hi?
Mm,
That day.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things you got to watch, Flash fan. You wait till you do it live. That's a different ball game altogether.
It's good times. Yeah,
remember that.
they do.
do.
I've thought about it
She-
in my house because my young Stain likes to eat my walls, and I'd really like to be
Oh.
able to yell at her. I never catch her. I just see the aftermath. We haven't heard anything about that.
No. There was one in the garage, but I think
But that was the
too.
wife wanted to make sure that she wanted to open the door remotely and make sure that she put it down, like she could check it when she got to work to make sure that she had remembered to shut the door. So that one, I mean, it was like it just wasn't anything. Bye, Bug
No.
Dugger. Thank you for being here. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Have a
Bye,
great
Bug Dugger.
day. See you again soon. Gabby.
She didn't seem like it in that video, though.
Carmen. Yeah, I don't know, but
There's different. It's different nowadays. Different stuff.
it's legal, I think, in like every state around us, except maybe Kentucky. I don't think they've legalized it yet. Tracy,
Is it legal in Mississippi?
I think that was the problem. Right there, Becca. Oh, Lord. All right, I'm pushing play now.
Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone.
No, wait.
You don't have to speak directly into the microphone, but you speak so the gentleman on the back row there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers on the penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Mayor Cotton, if you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Zachary Cotton. I'm an investigator at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
And Investigator Cotton, how long have you been with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I started in April of 2015.
And tell us kind of work your way through, because did you start in dispatch?
The jail.
The
Yes,
jail.
ma'am. And I went to the academy in January of 2017.
And so you graduated from Law Enforcement Academy in 2017, and then were you with the Sheriff's Department as a road deputy at that point?
I was a school resource officer at the beginning, and then in December of 2017, I transferred to patrol.
On March the 19th of 2024, what role were you in with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I was working in investigations.
Did you have the opportunity to be called out to 314 Ashton Way?
214, actually.
214.
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
It's over there in Farmington Station, over there off of Farmington Boulevard, out in Brandon, Mississippi.
And what was your reason for going out to that location?
The Sheriff's Department received a call from a male that has stated that he had been shot by his stepdaughter and that his wife was found deceased inside the residence.
And what was your role when you arrived on the scene at that location?
When we initially got there, I, along with other parties on scene, made sure the residence was safe. Other investigators had made it on scene prior to my arrival and began taking pictures. While I was on scene, it was noted that a friend of the suspect or the defendant had been located in the area. I went outside and interviewed him whenever he was outside the residence.
And we heard from testimony from him yesterday. What, if anything, did you do after you spoke to the male friend that came that day?
His mother was there, explained to her that we would need his phone in order to make a forensic copy of the phone, due to him admitting that he had communicated with the defendant through his cellular device. Around the time that he was being interviewed, and I'm not sure the exact time, but it was informed that Ms. Gregg was taken into custody. At that time, it was verified where to take her, whether or not the jail or to the youth detention center due to her age. It was decided to take her to the youth detention center out in Pelahatchie.
While on the scene, did you have interaction with Ms. Gregg?
If I did, it was very
Louisville.
brief, I don't recall.
Did you have an opportunity at the Sheriff's Department to do any?
All right, Becca, you're given information. So we've talked about this, about being on Mary Jane, and then you say you're on 2 other medications and you took a diet pill, and then you had a literal psychotic break from it. So,
The sativa part of the of the component is the party type. It's the Woodstock element type of thing. It's the traditional party part of the plant. It's broken up into 3 different parts apparently, and they all it's the varying percentages of each of the parts, because they each do different things, that they use then to treat different issues. One, being pain, blah 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 blah. But the indica or indigo or whatever you call it, we call it indica here. It's the one they call it Inda couch because it makes you hungry, sleepy, and you just want to heavy. You just want to sleep, and it's apparently good for pain. There you go. Thanks, 10. The sativa is more for aimed at like the people that are regular smokers of the devil's lettuce type of thing, and yeah, that's the party sort of element. So the higher that concentration is, the more of that effect you'll get. And then there's I don't know if I'm going to say this right, but it's called the rudarilis, and apparently that's the part of the plant that opens the cannabinoid pathways to let the THC do its job. It's mainly what is it? It's a high CBD with low THC. Is that right? Yes. So, but you can get each of those components now, and that's what the menu is for. Each of those have different percentages and different variations. So you can chop and change, how much of each of those 3 components you need and suits you best. But the THC levels back in the day on the homegrown stuff apparently would average around the 10%, I'm told. And now you can actually monitor the THC levels from 1% all the way up to 38.5% in Australia. So that's the differences in what they're supplying today as to what you get off the street.
Carmen, here, I'll blow your
That's the
mind
best
right
science.
now. Don't worry about saying anything because me, Dill, Super Son, and Mr. Hanf all had this conversation a couple weekends ago, sitting outside by the fire because of my back pain. And your
Yeah, apparently it's supposed to be really good for pain.
dad told me, go ahead and get some, but
Mhm.
don't use it in the house. And then Dill and Super Son proceeded to educate me on indica and sativa.
There you go.
So I've already had the education. So if you need, and your dad's okay, but I did not. Because I always asked one simple question: will it take the pain away?
Yeah.
And they said no.
Or does it
And
make
I
you just
said,
give a rat's ass about the pain?
and they also said the same thing about in the couch. Yep, there you
Yeah.
are. There you are.
Yeah.
Little pusher. She doesn't do it.
Look, whatever works for whoever.
Whatever.
If it works for you, it works for you. I just personally don't like the sensation of that feeling. I just don't like it.
I can't stand the smell. So
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes.
that's for me. That's for me. Like,
And I don't need a downer. I've got enough fatigue from all the rest of my stuff.
yes. I wanted to ask Christine, how did that go?
Oh, it was Christine. I missed that. Sorry.
Saw her message yesterday,
Yeah.
and I hope all
Did
went
they
okay.
just do a biopsy, or if you're home already, they must have just. Yeah. Hope you're
So
okay.
let us know how that went. I do not.
The worst things you be addicted to.
I do not. But yes, there were worse things that I could be addicted to. I'm not addicted to anything
That's
but
another thing,
water.
Becca. Yeah. I I don't need anything to encourage
Yeah.
the appetite. Mm.
No, I hate the smell.
Yeah,
I hate the smell.
stinks. It stinks.
So did they just biopsy Christine to check those
Cells.
to see what was happening with them?
Yeah,
And
my
that's
hubby used to too, Gabby.
we talked about that it's not the same.
No. Yes. My husband did that 25 years ago, and we had the old crock pot, and that stank to high heaven.
Yucky. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't stand the smell. It
Yep, yep, yep.
makes me nauseous.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yep.
Sort of testing on Miss Gregg.
I did not. One of the other investigators, whenever she was arrested at the scene, was able to test her for gunshot residue and did initial photographs of her person.
Did
Yeah,
anybody take
it
any buccal
stinks.
swabs of Miss Gregg?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of when that happened?
It was approximately a week later. I obtained a search warrant for buccal swabs.
Yeah.
I don't have experience with it in a while. I just been around it, so I know what it smells like.
That was one of the main reasons I left him.
He
I painted you one
He
envelope.
had the choice.
What do you recognize that to be?
It says it's a buccal swab of her left cheek and a buccal swab of Miss Gregg's right cheek.
And those are both of Carly Gregg, the defendant?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Did those appear to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am. Other than
Edibles will
they were taken to
F
the
you
crime
up.
lab.
If you would you turn them over? Are your initials on those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
That I sealed it on that specific date.
Here, we'd ask that these be marked as state's next exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection. All right. Mark the left
Well,
cheek.
you always tell me you
47.
don't like it, so I don't worry about it. And in
With
your
your eyes
current
all
job,
bloodshot.
you can't do it.
And mark the right cheek says 48.
Investigator Cotton, excuse me. Did you also close
Yeah.
and seal evidence of swabs taken from the firearm used to kill Miss Smiley?
Yes,
That
I
was not me.
did.
I believe that was Investigator Brunel did that.
But I don't want to off
May I approach
anybody.
witness room?
All right, Becca.
They have the
Party.
weirdest names for it too. There's some
I know.
bizarre names. Don't accidentally turn your camera on, Becca.
I'm going to keep my head above water. Thanks, Gabby. I know you don't, and you can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm handing you 2 envelopes. If you could take a look at those, both front and back. What are those 2 envelopes?
They this one says it's a swab taken off of the trigger of the firearm, and this other one says it's a swab from the
Am I,
hammer of the
Becca?
revolver.
And did those both bear your initials as well,
Yes, ma'am.
indicating that you do know what those are?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that taken from the hammer and the trigger of the weapon used in this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection. Your Honor.
Regina,
That's
so does,
49.
so does Gabby if she's getting
Be the
pictures.
swab of the hammer.
Does this guy offer anything else other than DNA?
Of the
I
trigger.
haven't seen any of this.
All right.
Investigator,
Sorry.
we've heard
I
from
fell asleep.
2 other officers, a
I told
deputy
you.
investigator that were involved in
Go
this case, and so I certainly don't want to rehash what they've talked about. We've gotten, I think, through the point where, in the investigation, where the crime scene was cleaned up, process, I'm sorry, the victim was taken out of the home, both the living and the deceased victim. At some point, did you have the opportunity to observe an autopsy on Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am. It was approximately a week later. I believe it was on March 26th at the Mississippi Crime Lab.
May I approach, Your Honor?
We haven't had the ME yet, have we?
Don't think so.
No.
I can give
Yeah.
you what's previously been marked as 41 and 42 for ID. If you could take a look at
Noted,
those and
Zach.
tell me what those are.
These are both projectiles that were recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley. One of which was recovered from her brain, and the other which was recovered from the back of her neck.
And were you present when the autopsy was performed and those projectiles
Oh.
were removed?
I
Yes,
want
ma'am,
him
I
to
was.
get better.
And did you also seal that evidence?
I believe the crime lab sealed that one due to them being the one that actually recovered the projectiles.
But you were present when they were recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd ask that those be marked as an exhibit rather than ID at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted all purposes. Please hand them back to the court reporter. They mark 41 and 42 all purposes. All right, you may proceed.
I think we would adjourn.
Cross.
And that was quick.
Investigator Cotton, who all did you witness, or who all did you, I guess, interview in this case?
One of the parties that was interviewed was the friend that was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence and was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
I also spoke with parents of some of the other juveniles that Ms. Gregg had attempted to contact on the date that this incident occurred, as well as Mr. Smiley.
Okay. And when you, I guess, you were at this, you originally were the investigator who got the, I guess, a little SD drive, with that SD card, would that be correct?
The one that he provided to us went with the initial garage footage.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and you were at the scene that night, when this takes place on the 19th.
Yes, sir. I went to the residence for a short period of time.
And you helped with the investigation, and you're the lead investigator.
Yes, sir. Investigator Burnell helped me with it.
Okay. And so you gathered all the info, or all the evidence and information that you could on the 19th.
Investigator Burnell did. I wasn't there for the processing of the scene. I left to go back to the office.
Okay. And then what did you do when you got back to the office?
We have a drying chamber up there that we can secure clothes and other evidence in there that may either be saturated in blood or just water in general. Miss Gregg's clothes, whenever she was booked in, were brought up there and placed in this drying chamber to dry out.
Now, you're the person, I guess, who's in charge of gathering all the evidence for this case. Would that be correct?
I assisted with it. I had other investigators assist me with it as well.
Okay, but you're the main guy in this case, so everything sort of comes to you. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Eventually, it would come back to me.
Okay, and so you see all the videos, you know everything that's out there concerning this case, right?
I would believe so. Yes.
Okay.
29.
Now,
She's
I
weird.
know at some point there's a video with I guess a Deputy Stack.
Oh, Shaq.
I'm sorry, Shaq. Are you aware of that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does Carly ask to see her mother on that video, doesn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I guess you interviewed Heath, is that correct?
Yes, sir. At a later date, not on the date that the incident occurred.
Okay. When you interview Heath, and this is, I guess it's a couple days after, is that correct?
I think it was approximately a week and a half. It was the very beginning of April.
Okay. And he comes and sits down, and had you gotten the SD card at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, because I noticed it said that you and it was you, his attorney, and himself, and he had gotten an attorney based upon whatever happens with this SD card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're asking him, sort of why this happens, or why this happened, because this was not normal for, somebody just walk up and shoot their mother, correct? Especially if there's not a sort of a history or something, correct?
I may have. I don't remember the specific question, but I may have an interview.
Okay. And it's at that time where, and Heath doesn't really know, correct?
Correct.
And so the next thing that happens is y'all start talking about, yes, she was in treatment and they had switched her medication. And I don't think he could tell you what it was, but you just had a general conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was the first time you learned that there may be psychological issues in this case. Now, we had just seen, there was a video, and I think it's a video you've been questioned about before, and it was, I guess it's the video, it's the camera that was found, not the little SD card, but the camera that was found in the refrigerator. You know what we're talking about with that camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you've been questioned about it, and you said you can't tell what Miss Smiley, what room she's in, correct?
You're talking about Miss Ashley Smiley?
Yes, Ashley Smiley, you do not know what room she's in.
No, sir. I can't say for certain which room she's in.
Yeah. And you can't tell anything that she was carrying or not carrying or anything. You were never able to identify.
It's not. It's kind of the distance. It's not really discernible what exactly it is. She just had stuff in her hands at some points.
And I think your testimony would be from before is that you didn't see them fighting or doing anything that was out of the ordinary before this incident happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you checked with did you check with her friends at school and everything to see if there was anything there that had caused problems?
I spoke with the BW and BG. I know BG had mentioned that he had told Miss Smiley prior to them leaving school that day that he had informed her of a phone that she was supposed to have because, to my understanding, she was in trouble already and had her actual phone taken away, and had told her about what he called weed pens that she had been using. And he said that he had told Miss Smiley that prior to her leaving school and going home with Miss Gregg.
And I think he also had told you he didn't see anyone like Miss Smiley mad or anything like that when he left Miss Smiley, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, I just a couple of questions. I was just wondering. Okay, BG he's a minor, correct? He's already testified.
Yes.
Okay, and you questioned him at the scene and also at the police station, or just at the
No, sir, just at the scene.
Okay, and did you get his parents' permission to do that before you did it?
No, sir, he wasn't a suspect at the time, and his mother, right when I began speaking with him, actually walked up. I believe he's already called her.
Okay, at some point, had y'all told him, and he had communicated to his mother that y'all were just taking him home?
Objection or cause for speculation.
Overruled as to what he told him.
Yeah. Did you tell BG that y'all were just going to take him home?
I do not recall. I don't remember saying that to him. I'm not sure if other deputies did.
May I beg the court's indulgence for a moment, Your Honor? And I just want to be clear. I think you've already, it's sort of going back to that camera. You had said, I think you've already said that you couldn't tell if Ashley Smiley had been cleaning out a drawer like in the other room or something like that. You had no idea what she was doing, correct?
No, sir. She just appeared to be going over to that side of the residence where Miss Gregg's room was and then coming out with items in her hand.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect examination.
Madam President.
5 Flash Fan, thanks for just being here. Have fun.
Mr. Gregg Cotton, I'm handing you what's previously
Hi,
marked
Flash.
as Exhibit 36 and 37. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's depicted in that photograph on the floor, deceased?
Ashley Smiley.
And whose room was that? Did you determine during your course of your investigation?
It was Carly Gregg's room.
And in the course of your investigation, were there also other signs that the shooting had occurred in that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was some blood spatter on the television that was in the room that was mounted on the wall, as well as there was a defect in the wall where one of the projectiles had gone.
Was there any evidence that any crime had occurred in the guest bedroom?
No, ma'am, not that we found.
Based on your investigation, the murder of Ashley Smiley occurred in what bedroom?
In Miss Gregg's bedroom.
And who murdered her?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, who attempted to murder Heath Smiley?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, and we watched the video just a few moments ago, who's the last person that was alive in the house when the camera goes out?
Miss Gregg was.
Is it your understanding that she's the one that removed the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, sir.
Those witnesses be finally excused by the state.
Subject to recall.
You're free to stand down, but you must leave the courtroom. You must not discuss your testimony with anyone else. Okay? Free to step down. While he exits, Mr. Taylor, would you hand the exhibits to court reporter? Statement, call us next witness.
The state calls David Whitehead.
David Whitehead. he's entering, you wish to go ahead and grab the exhibits that you're going to need.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do. Have a seat. Just shut up to the microphone. You don't have to talk directly into the microphone. I need you to speak loud enough that the gentleman up there on the back, far back, can hear you. Okay? You understand you're now under it, and your answer is just one answer, subject to penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
To the ladies and gentlemen.
David Whitehead.
And David, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
And you're our first witness from the crime lab today, the forensics laboratory. So could you explain for the ladies and gentlemen what you guys do over there?
We provide forensic examinations to 8 law enforcement agencies in the state of Mississippi.
MA.
And what is your position at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm a forensic scientist as well as the section chief of the trace evidence section, the supervisor.
And what exactly does a section chief of trace evidence do?
We do items of trace evidence, gunshot residue, hair fibers, paints, glass, fire debris. We have probably $1.5 million worth of analytical equipment, as well as I'm the supervisor of that section responsible for the technical aspects of the trace evidence section.
And how long have you been employed there with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I've been with the laboratory since January of '94, so a little over 30 years.
Do you have any previous experience testifying as a forensic scientist and with a subspecialty of trace evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I've testified here on several occasions.
And if you could give the ladies and gentlemen just a kind of background on what education.
Seminars over the years after past sciences, the organization called
Without objection, he'll be admitted as an expert witness in the field of forensic science with specialty in trace evidence. You may proceed.
Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain to us exactly what trace evidence is.
Trace evidence deals with small items of evidence, trace amounts. We analyze such things as I previously stated, hairs, textile fibers, paints, glass, gunshot residue, and in addition to that, fire debris type evidence where we're looking at charred debris for ignitables. We do a lot of comparison work where we're comparing unknown samples to known samples, but probably our biggest caseload is gunshot residue examinations. We probably get about 400 or 500 of those cases in a year. And our second most caseload is going to be fire debris.
What is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is produced when a weapon is discharged, and what will happen is you'll get gases escaping any opening in the weapon. We're specifically looking for primer residue, which comes from the primer cup. So when the firing pin strikes and the weapon strikes the ammunition, the primer cup, it ignites those components. That ignites the gunpowder, which is what propels a projectile out the end of the barrel. You'll get these gases escaping any opening in the barrel. When it hits the cooler air outside the weapon, it'll condense into particles. These particles are microscopic in size. They contain lead, barium, and antimony, and they will have a spherical morphology.
And what type of testing, or can you describe for us how you test for gunshot residue?
We utilize what is called a scanning electron microscope with an
clarify.
energy dispersive X-ray analyzer. That's a fancy name for a
Because they're so
large microscope
close.
that
They're very similar.
analyzes these tiny particles. Since they're about a micron in
Oh,
diameter, you
dear.
have to have a pretty powerful instrument to look for these. The microscope actually visualizes the particles. The X-ray detector actually tells us the composition of those particles. And again, we're looking for lead, barium, and antimony particles. Those are what are produced from primer residue.
And I want to take just a step back. You mentioned earlier that the lab is accredited. Do you also undergo like performance testings on the machinery that you use?
We're accredited every 4 years. So every 4 years, a team comes in and inspects all aspects of the organization, as well as we're proficiency tested every year. So every year we complete proficiency tests that are outside proficiency tests, and we to look for things like gunshot residue or the other disciplines.
And for people that are not familiar with those proficiency tests, is that like I would do my research or my testing. I would submit my report, and an outside agency would then review everything and make sure that that was proper.
It's sort of like that. What we do is the outside agency will produce the proficiency test. They have an expected outcome of those tests, and the report will be issued after the report is published on what that proficiency test is. So there is an expected answer.
Excuse me for speaking of you, back in March of 2024 through currently, was your proficiency testing at the crime lab, and you're specifically up to date?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I just completed a GSR proficiency test.
Mr. Whitehead, did you have the opportunity?
Do we need any of this? Do you guys want any of this? We know. We know.
Well,
we can go. We can go to today's. It's nothing. It's him. It's a DNA analyst. It's a section chief firearm and tool mark person.
to say that the bullets match the weapon.
Yeah.
And no ME.
No ME. And then, shocker, the defense asked for a directed verdict and it's denied. So we can end this and go to today's if you would like.
Today's doesn't start until about 30 minutes into the stream.
Yeah, I've got it. So, because she did something.
They asked her if she wanted to testify.
So, spoiler alert, Jody.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't tell you what she said.
I was going to say she said no.
Yeah, the mouth goes before the brain kicks in. It's after midnight. That's what happens. Hey, I've been good up till now.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Oh, dear.
Give me 1 sec.
What if I told you I could predict the verdict?
I would call you, say you have black magic.
It's my
running through your
ESPN.
Yes.
It's a good thing this judge's last name isn't COX.
Or anything to do with VJs.
Mm-hmm. It's actually a good movie, that. Got John C. Reilly in it.
All right,
It's
here we
funny
go.
as.
This is today's. And she's dressed just as cute as ever.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't have it muted. They do. Actually, that is probably the best suit we've seen her in, actually. Oh, look, that guy likes orange. Tennessee. That's Tennessee, not Mississippi.
Don't mind that colour, though. It's a burnt orange. He's polished his noggin, though.
Powder it.
It's got a high shine.
It does match that shirt
Gregg,
quite
your
well.
counsel will come to the podium, please.
Come on, speak.
All right,
You
Ms.
should see the
Gregg,
pause
the
I've
state
got
of
the judge on.
Mississippi has rested its
Sorry.
case in chief. It's now time for the defense's case. It's the court's duty to make sure that you understand that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to testify. However, you also have the right to testify. It is your choice and your choice alone. Do you understand that, Ms. Gregg? Have you had discussions with your attorney about that? I don't want to know what they were, but have you been able to talk to your attorneys about that? Ultimately, you can rely on their advice, but it is your choice. And you alone, it is only your choice. Don't look at your lawyer, Ms. Gregg. You and you alone will live with your decision. Do you understand that? Do y'all need a few minutes to talk to her about whether or not she wishes to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll give y'all 10 minutes. Step to the back.
Maybe she doesn't say no.
Yeah.
I'm going to say she says no. 10 minutes. Well, I want 10 minutes. Oh, a dare. I don't believe you look that you think she looks so sweet and innocent. I don't even think that.
Hmm.
And I would give
Oh. Oh.
don't.
Oh. Mm. Did you see what I saw?
No.
You've made a decision. Ms. Gregg, you keep looking at your lawyers, and look, you can listen to your lawyers, but I want you to hear me. You and you alone will make this decision. There are two decisions that you're required to make, whether or not you're pleading guilty and whether or not you're testifying. And at the end of this, only you will live with those decisions. Have you made a decision whether or not you wish to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and what's that decision?
I'd like to wait and see what the testimony.
No problem. You can decide at any point before your case
Nice.
closes. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat. All right, anything further from the state,
Good for her.
from the defense?
She's not an idiot.
All right, as soon as the jury's in, we'll get started. Just see how many we have. Don't line them up yet, though.
Don't line them up yet. I don't know that I saw what you saw. So, because I haven't seen anything.
Check the private
Okey-doke.
chat.
I got it. Oh, made it go away. Oh, she's no idiot. They talk about how well she did on the standard.
Our expert witness has arrived and he's sitting in the court, and we would ask permission to allow him to sit in for the testimony.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would inform the court the same, our expert, Dr. Pick and Dr.
Oh, they have similar ties on.
All experts are able to sit in the court during any portion of the testimony. We got them all present. Sorry. Yeah, hold on just a second. Let Molly get back. It's the only person we can't really start with that.
Because
From where?
they have the right to remain silent, and then they go
Silent.
over all that with them, and they go over. It's a thing. It's a whole thing for the judges to go over the defendant
Mhm.
with. And
They have
should
the
she
right
choose?
to face their accusers, don't they?
Yes. And I think should she choose to testify? I don't know if he'll go over anything else with her. But I think judges do that so they can make sure that they're not being influenced by their attorneys to do one thing or the other, and that it's their decision, and that they're understanding it, I guess, if that makes any sense. Oh, goody.
I don't think she's got a great deal to lose.
She had nothing to lose. Udahef, I
Mhm.
think her lawyer might be texting you. She was sending a text message.
Sidebar.
Sidebar, because we gotta have them.
Hmm. She did indeed, Adair. She did indeed.
Yep. Which is an answer I've never heard.
She should know exactly what testimony is coming out. They're her witnesses.
But she doesn't know what the state's going to ask.
What does SMH stand for, Teresia?
Oh, shaking my head.
Ah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did
I
you
don't know them all.
see the whole chat conversation about red rum yesterday? And me
Yes,
being
I
so
was.
dumb, I didn't know what
I
that
was,
was.
I was trying to type in there, spell it
I'm
backwards.
still a learner.
Like, spell it backwards. Spell it backwards. Don't say it. Just spell it. Because in the scene of the movie, he writes it in red lipstick on the door. So when she wakes up, the mom wakes up, it's in the mirror, so it's reversed. So
Okay.
she doesn't see
Like this.
red rum. But he's standing in front of her with his finger going, red rum, and then he just gets louder, louder, and louder.
All right, bring them in.
It's kind of creepy. It's really creepy. Still one of my favorites.
Here's Johnny.
Here's Johnny. I was like, I don't know. It's one of those ones going, why did you break the window, dummy? Get out.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't do horrors.
I don't do gore. Creepy I can handle. Oh, Coca-Cola got a sponsorship in this. She's like, oh, my eyebrows are falling off.
Holy Jesus.
Good morning. Did everyone follow the court's instructions overnight? Did anyone allow themselves
I
to
could
be,
name about 8 procedures.
view any media coverage of this or any social media coverage or any news coverage of this? Anyone? So everyone's shaking their head in the negative. All right.
Does it sound still okay? Because I switched.
State having rested its case in chief. The defendant may call any witnesses if it wishes.
Uh-huh.
All right. For any media out there, please, would they have a minor? Please cut.
All right. That's why I was like, why do they come to court and then we're not in court? I still don't know why they won't let us hear it.
They could put the transcript in, at the very least. Oh, you're on a different feed than I am. Oh.
It's very dramatic. Oh, I'm on Law and Crime.
Because
sing it, Gabby. Carmen can sing it. I'm singing it, but I won't sing it out loud. Yeah, do they do that at the end of the day for the transcripts?
No, they actually had it in the chat. The Court TV was actually putting the question and answers in the chat, which is what I'm looking for
Did
now.
they do
but
it?
There's nothing I can see. No, it just says juvenile defense witness number 1 on the stand, and there is nothing in chat. Oh. Okay.
Make sure you can speak to the last person the jury box can hear. You understand that you're now under oath and you're in.
Do I need to switch?
No, there's no message. There's nothing.
Okay.
I was just surprised at the next witness. That's all.
Oh, yeah. Well.
Yeah, there you go. That's him.
100%. Law Kong. I am just trying to find the time because I would like to redo his trial with Jody because she hasn't seen it, and a lot of my subs haven't seen it. And I would like to include. There's another person I want to include in it. Just haven't had the. I need to get it set up, and Time is
Maybe when it's quiet over Christmas.
yes, time is not our friend right at the
Hmm.
moment. But I agree with you
Oh,
100% and glad to see you here. And also, when we do it, if you want any part of it, you let me know because you've covered it very well. You guys. All right. Are we good? Are you shaking your head yes at me?
me?
Yes. Are we
Sorry.
good to go?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Yep.
Okay. I didn't know if I needed to change.
No.
Respond answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Evil Queen, the Zachariah Anderson trial happened in Wisconsin. He's been in prison just over a year now. It was in Kenosha with it had the Rittenhouse judge, but he had fallen and had a head injury, was not the same. There was no evidence at all. The police investigation was horrible. They just accused this man of unaliving his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend, who outweighed him by, I don't know, I'm going to say it wrong. It was a lot. And Zach also had a bad back, but they're saying that he unalived him, rolled him up in a carpet, carried all that out by himself, bad back and all, didn't make a mess of anything, disposed of him somewhere, because he's never been found. But there was other players in that looked extremely guilty that they were not allowed to bring into the trial, and they were never investigated. One of them being Zach's ex-girlfriend, parent of his child, who was getting ready to go into a pretty big custody battle with. And the other one was a guy he owed money to. And they both showed up pretty quick on the scene and were very quick to help the police. And the police were very quick to not look into them. Found a new suspect who was caught stealing from the Wood Creek apartments the same time Rosalia went missing. Nice. If they'll look at it, I think that's going to be the problem. They won't ever look at it again. Yeah. Actually, after that trial, Becca, I had to quit watching trials for a while. I was so shocked that they found him guilty. I was done. I quit watching for a few months because I couldn't, there was nothing there. Yes, they weren't. It was just sad. A lot went on. And it depends on whose coverage you watch of which way it sways. Because yes, well, we have to watch it again. But let me get this one finished,
Mm-hmm.
and we can talk about it during a break. Oh. Yep, I was devastated. Oh, nice. I think he's retired, so if he can get a new trial, he'll get a new judge, and Michael Gravely can yell at us some more. I don't. Oh. Okay. Jody. I don't have it, Gabby. Absolutely, you would have, because I'm always interested in what people see and what, like, just show me evidence that was presented in court on what swayed you one way or the other. That's where I just asked no outside evidence, that it needs to be in court, because that's what counts. I did. I was very torn. I knew nothing about it, Becca. Nothing.
Mr. Smiley, how are you doing today?
All right, I guess.
And
Thanks, Gabby. I
you
didn't want to share what you were
testified-
talking about.
let me ask you this.
But yeah, check out Long Cognitive
We've
Express.
heard some testimony from you already regarding the relationship between Ashley and Carly. And you've said already that when you first met Ashley and Carly in 2019, until the time of March 19th, that both Ashley and Carly had a wonderful relationship, and you and Carly had a wonderful relationship.
Yes,
Is that true?
yes.
And you talked with the state yesterday about getting married in Gatlinburg.
Yes, that's correct.
And who all was there for your wedding in Gatlinburg?
Just myself and Ashley and Carly, and we got married on the balcony of one of the cabins up in the mountains.
I agree,
And
Becca.
were any photographs taken?
Yes.
And was that, how would you describe that day?
It's really good. It was one of the best memories I've ever had.
And how did Carly appear about you and Ashley getting married?
She appeared very happy with it all, and she was just her normal, wonderful self all day.
And was there an occasion after you and Ashley got married that you guys adopted some puppies?
Yes, we've got 2 golden retrievers now. They're running around playing all the time.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about how you got that second golden retriever?
We actually surprised Carly with that one. We had talked a lot about the first one and got him, and decided he needed a buddy at some point, a year and a half later. So we had got it all set up to get him and didn't tell her. And we said we had to go meet her grandparents, pick something up, and then we'd go out to eat. And we were really waiting on the lady to bring the puppies around to us. And she was pretty surprised and taken back with that one.
And on any normal, typical weekend, how would your family typically spend a weekend?
We were kind of in between my parents and Ashley's parents. So sometimes we would go to her Carly's grandparents' house, one or the other, or we'd stay home some weekends. And she got to see family, or she got to hang out with the dogs. Sometimes her and her mom, more so than me, not much on all the movies and stuff, but they'd sit down and watch movies they liked together. They'd like running, going shopping or something here and there when they needed to.
And what, if anything, would you and Carly do together on the weekends?
Video games, just random stuff. I was always taking her to like karate and guitar, so she'd sit down and play guitar for us. And she had a acoustic guitar and electric guitar. We had got her at Christmas one year, and just whatever, try to take it easy.
Okay. And do you recall when you and Ashley got married?
Yes.
When was that?
It was June 13th of 2020.
Okay.
Hey, Udahef, agree with you. That was one of the first ones I covered, not live, but I replayed it. And he actually has commented on my videos So we are working to set up a time to go over his trial. And so I'm going to be doing something with him very soon. I just have to have the time to get it together. So stay tuned.
And do you recall about when you and Ashley surprised Carly with that puppy?
Yes.
When was that?
Ooh, I don't know the date on that one. It was, let's see, he's about to turn 2 next month. So it was right at 2 years ago, I guess.
So would that be September 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you guys took any photos?
We
after when?
did. I guess it would have been 2022. It'd be 2 in a month. So
Oh, you mean when you got the puppy?
yeah, when we got the puppy.
And did you and Ashley have an opportunity to take any photos once you got home with the dog?
Yeah, I've got video of him meeting the other dog the first time in the backyard and everything. A lot of pictures of her holding him in the parking lot with the lady that we picked him up from.
Your Honor, may I approach?
I'm going to assume the sound is still okay on this. I know I asked you, but I don't remember what you said. I assume you would tell me if it wasn't.
I'm handing you these 2 photographs. Do you recognize who's in that first photograph?
Yes.
Okay, who's in the first photograph?
It's Ashley, myself, and Carly.
And when was that photograph taken?
That was June of 2020 when we got married in Gatlinburg.
Okay. And is that photograph an accurate depiction of when it was taken?
Yes.
And with the second photograph, who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
Okay. And do you recall when that photograph was taken?
That same day before we got married.
Okay. And is that an accurate depiction
Yes.
of what you observed that day?
Yes.
That's photographed there.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these 2 photographs be admitted into evidence.
Same objection. The objection to remoteness will be sustained in part and overruled in part. Court will sustain the objection to remoteness to this photograph, have it marked D2 for identification purposes only. Court will overrule the objection as to this photograph. As to remoteness, it'll be marked S3 all purposes. D3 all purposes.
And may I publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Hand it to the bailiff.
Didn't remember that one to have. Yeah. Then while there needs to be like a whole semester on tech, how to use microphones, PowerPoints, everything. Because they're awful at it. I don't think I've ever made a PowerPoint, so I can't say anything. I know. Also, it's weird. The dad seems very more alert, but still just very calm today. Well, I hope they all have to take those CLEs because do they have one about using microphones correctly? Do judges have to take those CLEs too? Because they also need them.
Shmuley, I'm going to hand you 2 more photographs here.
All right.
And can you describe for me who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly and our second puppy, Finn.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And about when was that photograph taken?
I would say maybe a year and a half ago.
Can you give me a month, year?
Not sure without looking it back up, but I would say maybe near the end of 2022.
End of 2022. And who's in that photograph there?
That's myself and Carly with our first dog, Wyatt.
Okay. And can you give me a month and year when that photograph was taken?
I don't know a month on that one, but it was maybe just over 2 years ago.
Can you give me the year?
I'd say sometime in 2022.
Okay. And who took this photograph?
Ashley.
And is that a true and accurate depiction, as you
Yes.
recall it, that time?
Yes,
And who took the first photograph?
I did.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate depiction of what
Yes,
you photographed at that time?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be admitted into evidence.
Same objection as to relevance and remoteness.
Yes, sir.
We'll overrule the objection as to remoteness. There'll be enter his defense next in number.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be published to the jury.
He would handle the bailiff.
Everything better?
My eyeballs aren't floating.
That's good. That's bad
Yeah,
when they do
it
that.
helps.
You haven't
Mm.
missed anything. Just him weirdly looking at pictures and smiling this weird smile.
Yeah, he's weird, isn't he? He's a weirdo.
Like he didn't even cry.
No,
Looking back at pictures of him and Ashley and Carly.
that's what makes me think he's medicated. He's just not there. It's like adynamic.
Yeah, it's like, that was good.
Yeah, how was your wedding day?
good.
Yeah, it was the best day of my
great.
life.
It
Yeah,
was great.
yeah. I think someone's been on the ganja.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't look you in the eye. He always looks down.
As he stares straight at us.
Yeah.
I know he's not looking at us, but it seems like he's just staring right at us. I think he seems like a nice guy, but
Yeah.
he's way too, like, this is so new.
Mm.
How could you, like, look at these pictures now in this setting, in this, I don't know.
Mm.
Don't want to have those kinds of conversations. You like caveman.
You know, I like the bad boys.
And
Pull my
FBI
hair.
agents.
I have one last photograph for you here. Can you tell me who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And can you tell me about when that photograph was taken?
That one was taken in June of 2020 when we got married. Give or take a day or two. I forgot what day we went on a hike up there.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you observed at the time you took that photo?
Yes, it is.
I think I'm going to get you to help me pass that to Judge Arthur. Judge Arthur, we would ask that that photograph be admitted into evidence.
Same objection. Sustained as to remoteness. Cumulative D next in number for identification purposes only.
mean, looking at those pictures does make him happy.
Your Honor, we would
Cross-examination.
This is weird.
Yes, ma'am.
Keith, I've handed you two exhibits, Exhibit S7 and D3. Is it your testimony that this picture, what year was Exhibit 7 taken?
That was just under a year ago.
And I believe yesterday you testified that that was an accurate description of the way Ashley looked in physical appearance the last day you saw her alive.
Yes, I guess that's reasonable.
And in fact, the picture that you just talked about from 2020 actually kind of looks about the same, doesn't she?
It does.
You agree with me that we won't ever get to see Ashley after March 19th, 2024, get a day older, will we?
Correct.
And that's because of Carly's actions?
Yes.
This picture of Carly from 2020, would you look at her? You identified her yesterday at the fence table. Does that look like the same girl to you?
Yes.
She doesn't look any older as she sits at that table 4 years later.
Not really.
May I publish that to the jury again, Judge?
Yes. And it's the bail.
All right, I've started a poll. Check it out.
I'm scared.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smiley, isn't it true that yesterday you testified that Carly Gregg is the person who shot you? I think we talked about that the injury was about 6 inches from your head.
Yes.
That's what she
No further
said.
question for him.
Redirect examination.
Heath,
Yes.
do you feel any differently about Carly now than you did when those photographs were
Objection, Your
taken?
Honor. Improper redirect.
Sustained.
Heath, on cross-examination, Catherine asked you if Carly appeared to be the same in those photographs that you were looking at as she does right now. Does she?
She does to me. I mean, I've aged a little bit over time. I think everybody does.
Okay. Is there any other way in which you feel Carly has changed dramatically from how she appeared in those photographs and how she appears today?
Not really. I mean, her hair is different, obviously, but it was fixed up that day for a wedding.
Okay, thank you. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
This witness be finally released by the defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
by the state.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under subpoena. You're still not to discuss your testimony. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Okay. Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Deputy Stack, and if we can have just a few minutes.
All right, Mr. Livingston, going ahead and set up the monitor. Oh, yeah. Did you mean Shaq? Shaq. Okay.
I voted. I mean, I feel sorry for this dude, even more so because state calls him, defense calls him, state's gonna recall him. Or maybe they just don't want him in the courtroom. Yes.
Yeah, yesterday.
At the end of yesterday. Sorry, we just kind of summed it up at the end. They rested. Defense filed for a direct verdict. That was denied. And then, so this is the defense's case.
Just yourself up to the microphone. Speak loud enough that that last lady on the road can hear you. Okay, you don't have to talk directly into the mic.
Yes, Your Honor.
That was the stepdad, the other person she hit with the round that you hear screaming on the 911 call and on the camera. Yeah, they're just keeping him out. Yep. There's no winner in this at all. Like, if they find her not guilty by reason of insanity and she gets shipped off to a hospital, that's not good either. But his life is
Tony Shack.
Ever.
And Tony, where do you work at currently?
Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
And what do you do for Rankin County?
I do interdiction, criminal.
Oh, good.
And I want you to go back to, I think it's the 19th of March of this year. You participated in a case concerning Carly. Do you remember that?
I do.
What was your participation in that?
So I drove out there to assist. I came from the interstate. Whenever the call came out, I know the full details of it, but I knew what we were doing. I came out there to assist look for her. When I came to look for her, I came on Farmington Boulevard out there. I think it was around 5 o'clock traffic, 5:30. I can't remember the exact time. When I was coming down Farmington Boulevard, there was traffic in front of me, traffic behind me, because it's a big neighborhood. I looked to my right. I saw her standing there, a female. That's what I knew we were looking for. I immediately put the car in park. I hopped out. I said, "Are you involved in this incident that happened in this neighborhood?" She goes, "Yes, sir, I am. Is my stepdad okay?" And I said, "I can't talk to you about that." I put her in handcuffs, put her in my car, and we began to go to the scene.
Yes, and so you were informed to take her back to the scene. Is that correct?
I was informed different things on the way to the scene. Yes, I was informed to take her to the scene. I was informed to take her to the office. I was informed to take her to the scene. So I kind of did a merry-go-round in Farmington for a minute around a median. Finally, I did go to the scene. Yes.
And so finally, evidently, you were told to bring her to the scene.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then once you got her to the scene, I know you had some conversations with different officers and everything.
I did.
Okay. And you've seen your video from that night.
Yes.
Or from that day, and you remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, not just dead specific, but yes, I remember.
Okay. At some time, you turn your body cam off. Do you
I
remember?
muted it. Yes.
You muted it.
That's correct.
Okay. And you muted it because you didn't want what was being talked about her, correct?
Right, about a personnel issue. Yeah, I didn't want to just start talking about an issue there it was about having to go back and forth coming around to the scene.
Okay. you're in the, let me just understand correct.
Okay.
Okay. There, you have a policy and procedure with the Rankin County Sheriff Department.
That's correct.
And
Especially a
it says
child.
you're not supposed to mute it and you're not supposed to turn it off, correct?
That's correct.
And you're in the middle of an investigation.
That's correct.
And you're the person that has custody and control of the suspect at this point.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained is leading.
Who had custody and control when you turned your body cam off?
She was in my vehicle, but she was talking to, she had other investigators that were then assisting.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out of the car. She was just still in there.
And your, I think, what does is there any time that you can ever turn or mute when you're on, I guess, still performing your duty on a case?
Well, during this particular situation, I was talking about something that was not involved in the case. I was talking about a personnel issue, so that's why I did it.
Okay, so you intentionally violated your policy.
Objection, Your Honor.
On what basis? Leading. Sustained is leading.
He's an investigator, Becca, or in a while said interdiction. So he picks up people that aren't allowed to drink anymore, mostly. I think he picked her up. I think he saw her walking on the side of the road or whatever and picked her up. And then he turned his body camera off for some reason. And that's their defense is trying to get there. I believe that's correct. I've been a little distracted with chat. Yes. Aiden Fucci was his name, Udhef, and he pled guilty. So I remember we were getting ready to watch that trial on another, I wasn't YouTubing yet. And then it's like, oh, it's not happening. But I'm kind of glad. And also, did his mom ever get in trouble? Because she kind of helped.
What is the policy on the Rankin County Sheriff Department's use of body cams?
Yeah, I mean, the policy is that you're to, whenever you are actively communicating with the public or with the suspect or what have you, that you remain with the body camera on.
Would you want to review it just to make sure you understand? Is it, because I'm confused, is it just when you're communicating, or are you supposed to have it on all the time while the case is going?
Well, you're supposed to carry it on all times while the case is going on, but at the time I was talking about something different, so yeah, I muted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been exculpatory evidence or something like that. That's the reason why you muted.
No.
Okay. Now she talked to you, I think, at some point about asking to see her mother. Is that correct?
Asking to see her mother?
Yes, she asked to see her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Didn't you have a report and you put in your report?
I don't recall that. I don't
you didn't know what to tell her exactly?
Yeah, it wasn't I didn't know the details of the case to tell her anything.
Mm-hmm. And so, but she was asking at that point, okay, she was asking to see her mother, correct?
No, she never asked about her much. She only asked about how her stepdad was.
And so there was never any time where she asked about her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. May I beg the court's indulgence? Yes.
Aiden Fucci's mom, Becca.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that we be allowed to publish his or play the video, his body cam video. Yes, Your Honor, we have a copy of the video of this officer that we would ask to enter into evidence at this time.
Are you talking about Aiden Fucci's mom, Momo Shark? There's too many moms involved. The teenage, the guy who unalived the 14-year-old for nothing. He ended up pleading guilty, but his mother ended up washing his clothes or something. Like, she knew something had happened. Oh, Carly didn't care much for her mom. Yeah. Oh, we were talking in chat about it. There's no reason. No, just keep your eyes straight ahead. And your arms and hands inside the ride at all times. And feet.
Yes.
Again? Well, it looks like another video we may not get to see the way the TV's facing.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and ask y'all to step out for about 10, 15 minutes. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Oh yeah, my mom and I had some knockdown dragouts.
Really?
that I regret now. I mean, for the most part, we got along. But when you're that age, 14, 15, 16, you just, you're a teenager. You're stupid and you do stupid things and you say stupid things. And you think your parents don't know anything and you know everything.
Officer Shack, we're in recess. You're not to discuss your testimony with anybody. If you need to use a restroom, let one of the bailiffs know. They'll take you out. All right. What's before the court is a request to move a body cam video into evidence. Is that correct? The state's only objection is you haven't seen the physical media that's being introduced into evidence. Is that correct? That's correct. There's no other, if it is in fact the body cam of Tony Shack, you have no other objections. Is that correct?
Yikes.
All right, get the body cam. I'm going to instruct the defense. You got a few minutes to get the body cam video onto a physical media that can be entered into evidence. The problem with a thumb drive is,
Yikes.
unless you have a clean computer that you're going to
Ooh.
provide at your cost to the state, it's got to be able to play on that thing right there. That's all we have for the jury to take back. So y'all take 10 minutes. We'll be in recess.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We do
Couldn't
get to
you
see.
have this clip ready to go?
That would require something. Don't mess with Momo. I wasn't going to. Uh-oh, we may have lost all our L's.
That means we've caught up. There we go. Look at that.
Not quite. Not quite. We're getting
5
close,
minutes
though.
behind. Woo.
Sailor Moon.
Yeah. Yes. I couldn't put my finger on it. Yes. Now I've got Bird's Eye Fish Fingers theme song in my head.
Evil Queen, I think it has ruined. Yep, I agree with you. Society, everything. I hate it. I don't have social media. I got nothing. Yeah, that's probably not good. Yeah, but yes, I have lots of feelings about social media and lock your door, Jody.
I'll run the bath.
I've never been on I've never been on TikTok. I will not. I refuse. I won't do it. I think it's just made us everything getting everything now, and all these. It's just so much has just made us horrible people. We're horrible. We're impatient.
They don't know how to entertain themselves.
We cannot entertain. I mean, it's awful. I have I have Snapchat, but it has my family. That's it on there.
The only social media I really get onto at a half is this. That's it.
All right.
I mean,
that's
this,
fine.
yeah,
And
this would.
X, but I only use X to
I understand it.
and Discord
Body
to
cam videos are
broadcast
typically
this. That's all.
in a
I don't
proprietary
get on
format
it as a.
so that, frankly, nobody can change them in any manner. That's the purpose of the proprietary format. I understand that the defendant does not have a copy of the video to put into evidence, correct? That is correct. So you have asked the state to have their person go. The only way to do this is to screenshot the actual video.
Come to the dark side, Becca.
Piece of software, and it is quite a lengthy process. So what I told the defense is the state has agreed to do that, correct? All right. I don't
Yes,
want
it
to waste
does.
the jury's time. So what I've proposed is that the defense excuse this witness subject to recall. Is there any objection to that procedure by the defense? By the state? No, sir. All right, Deputy Shack, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to excuse you, but you're still under oath. You're not to talk about this with anybody. The DA's office will be allowed to show you the video that has been copied and your original video so you can compare them for authentication purposes, okay? But otherwise, there should be no discussion about the case. Yes, sir. Any objections by the defense? No, by the state? No, sir. All right, I'm going to bring the jury in. The defense will excuse Deputy Shack subject to recall, and then we'll call the next witness, okay? Bring him in.
Bring him in here. Get him in here.
So they're going to show the video now.
No, they're going to. They don't. It's not ready. I think Notowow may be right. That the defense may have just learned they need to burn a CD because there's not USB drives going back to the jury. So they're going to excuse him subject to recall. He's still under oath. They're bringing in the next witness while they do whatever it is that they need to do.
Cool.
Sorry. I'm assuming that because I got lost in chat. I do have a Twitter, but I'm like never on it.
Twitter's like that's the only way I can actually get in contact with, or creators can get in contact with one another via DMs, because no one puts their email addresses in their YouTube channels or anything like that. So that's the only thing that I use it for.
That's the only thing I use it for.
Mm.
Watch YouTube reaction content creators do. Oh, TikTok.
You should watch Bruce Withers, Becca. He's hysterical.
Deputy Shack, you're going to be excused subject to recall. That means you will be called back most likely. You're not to discuss this testimony with anyone at this
Bruce
time.
Rivers, sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, stand down. Please exit the courtroom. While he's exiting the courtroom, the defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark. Yes, ma'am.
Oh my gosh.
Aww.
I hate.
What happened to talkie objections?
I hate when the state rests and then every defense witness that's called, can we approach? Can we approach? When they just get to call everybody.
Yeah, but don't forget, a lot of this is probably because the defense didn't respond to a lot of stuff. So
I know, but it happens all the time. Like it's like it's like, no, we don't want them to call anybody. So that guy was excused, Becca.
They got to burn a CD.
They got to get something ready. They don't have ready. So they're calling this next witness. And again, the state doesn't like it. And I would assume they know who they're allowed to call and not call. Oh, Lord. Get out. Oh, we might get to hear this one.
It's a shame we won't hear any of the expert testimonies. I would have liked to have heard that, because we don't even have a diagnosis, if there's a diagnosis.
Yeah.
For her and what medication she was actually on.
Record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. At the bench, we had a discussion about some medical records. I'm gonna say this for both sides. I'm not taking another break. If you want something in evidence, you better have a complete copy of it. Go on ahead and show it to the other side. These people are getting paid $25 a day, and they are away from their jobs. They didn't ask for this job, and they didn't want this job. I forced them into it. I'm tired of wasting their time. You have 20 minutes.
Wowee.
Woo! Good on you, Judge.
You know what he just did? Did a Judge Fleischer bent him over his knee and gave him a spanking.
Yep. 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 And so he should.
Wow.
They're wasting everybody's time.
Wow, wow, wow.
Because the defense should have been
Judge.
prepared. They had exhibits of they had a body cam footage that they hadn't shown the state what they were going to present as evidence, and they didn't have a copy of it for either the state to watch or to go back to the jury. So yeah, he's peeved.
Well, and then they called that doctor, so I don't know what evidence the doctor was going to bring in that
Yeah.
they
There must have been
have.
some report that the state haven't seen.
Yeah. We don't know, and the defense did not file their response, like their witness list and the stuff they had to file for their experts and all that. They
Yep.
didn't file it in time,
So they're not
so
allowed
they
to
can't
testify.
call.
Nothing can come in.
So we may never ever know what happened and why.
You can tell if someone's having a psychotic episode, regardless if there's a trigger or not. And she wasn't having a psychotic. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Because, yes. So, like, I'm trying to be so careful. I've told you, I have a family member that deals with mental health issues. It's not Carmen. So everyone's clear. And I've known for a long time there was mental health issues there. I never saw them until a couple of years ago. I just knew they were there, but it just never was present in front of me. And then there was a triggering event. His dad died, and he was already on a slippery slope. And the things that were coming out of his mouth were, I mean, I was just sitting there like, what are you talking about? You know, but trying to act as normal as I could. But then he could turn around and have a very normal conversation with you.
And spin on a dime. Bang.
And absolutely just, and
Yep.
And it could escalate very, very quickly.
Yep.
Because the things in his mind that he thought were true versus what is reality, trying to tell, no, it's this way,
Oh no, they 100% believe it.
could
They're
just
committed.
escalate it to a screaming match, which then could, only once has that ever happened with me. But I know that it escalated more, and I know there were things that escalated, but just a normal, it'd just be like, I'm talking to you right now, but I say something completely off the wall. And that's what I'm like, did that happen to her? And then she committed the act, and then it was just done? That's because trust me, he could do that. I 100% believe he could do that and then just be done. Continue on and look normal, but not be normal by any sense of the word, if that makes any sense at all. Like when she walked back to the kitchen and then she took the dogs outside or whatever, at the end. Absolutely. I believe I believe it. He would do that. He could do all of that and not shed a tear, not show any fear, not do anything in those moments.
Explain the text message to the father then straight away.
I think I could. It's so weird for me to watch it because just in my experiences and then knowing other family members too that are closer, what has happened there, 100%. I think it could absolutely roll out that way. But he would not be in his right mind at all. He's not going
So
to
you
yell
don't
at
think
you.
there was any premeditation in that?
I
It's not
don't.
like she stood there and went, what do I do now? She just came straight out and grabbed the phone.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what that means.
No, neither do I. And yes, I agree
Did I say
with Uta
something
Hef
wrong?
and oh, thank you for sharing. Is it?
Okay. I think so. I hope
think.
so.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't say anything wrong. I'm really trying to be very careful. But no, 100%, just what I have seen, what I have heard. Okay. I think he would 100% could walk in, she walked in, she saw her mom in her room. Number one, that probably wasn't allowed in her, if she's in this not correct mental state, that is not allowed. Number one, in her mind. Number two, now you're trying to take my stuff. So now I have to stop you because you're stealing from me. You're a thief and you're stealing from me. So because you're not thinking correctly, you go and get the way that you know to stop. So you stop her. And then so now you've done that and you're not thinking you're just thinking I've stopped. If she was already having thoughts of anything about her dad, that's maybe thinking, well, I need to get dad home because I've stopped mom and
Because there was
don't need to
an
stop dad, but
hour
I need to
lapse.
stop mom.
There was an hour
There
time
was
lapse
what?
between the two. There was an hour between the mother being unalived and the father coming home.
So, okay, then that may be in there. I thought it was instant. Okay. So, yeah, I can, I've heard the thought processes when it's not correct. I've seen the actions when he thinks something is one way and it's really not, but you cannot convince him at all. You can't, there is nothing you can say to say this is not factual. You can present him with papers, you could present
Oh,
him
yeah,
with
I understand that. Absolutely, yeah.
everything, and you'll never, ever, ever convince him that
No.
what he thinks is wrong. And you would not convince him if he had done something like that because he thought he was being wronged or because he thought something else. Like,
So if he'd had like a triggering episode and lost his shit, so to speak, and then everyone sort of backed off and left him alone and went about their business and left him to his own devices for an hour, would he still be in that heightened, agitated state an hour later?
Could be for days, for weeks, for months. Because one, completely off medication or going back on medication.
Because I didn't see any irrational behavior, agitation, temper.
You
Like if She would have
you
kicked
wouldn't
those
see it out
dogs.
of him
She
either.
screamed at them. You just
You you you
slamming
you wouldn't
doors.
see it out of him either. He's never hurt a pet. He would, I'm telling you, would just walk. He'd probably pet him, probably brush him, all the stuff they like, but still be thinking that he had to stop something or get the other person home. I can't explain it, because I'm trying to be careful in what I say. Uh, I know, like, sometimes he thinks something is in somebody else, like you're not you.
Yep.
So he might want to get to what he thinks, who he thinks is in you, and he would be perfectly fine peeling my skin off to do so. And then, okay, well, you didn't see what you thought, so maybe it's in the
What's for
next
lunch?
person. Yes. Or I need to order pizza, or I need to text my mom. I need to, I
Oh,
don't
damn, I
know
got a
how
bit of
to,
flesh under my skin. Ew.
yeah, I don't know how, I need to wash my hands. Like, I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't know how to explain it, but I just know that it can just be so calm. And it's not always like, he's, it, it's not always just like escalating and yelling at you and anything like that. It can just be as calm as what we saw. She walked in, and I mean, like, we have left the house before, came back and cannot get in because since we left and came back, now he thinks the house is his. And we can't get in because he won't let us in because it's his house and he doesn't want us there. You know what I mean? Like, it can just be that quick. But I cannot explain it without, like, just giving too many details away about a person. And if they ever listen to this, they would know. But
It's hard too because you're on the outside looking in and you don't know what's going on the inside, you know? It's the same old, you don't know what happens behind closed doors. So, which is why I was hoping that we
yeah.
would get some expert opinion and reports because that would have given us a bit of an insight.
Yes. And it's hard. It's difficult. It is just so difficult because, thank you, Gabby. I have to just tread lightly, and I don't know. I don't know, because when I put myself, when I take the things I know and I've seen and put her actions in it, I don't see bratty kid. I see somebody that just wasn't thinking, wasn't in her right mind. That's just me, though. That's just because of my own experiences and they're not much. So it's not like I'm a doctor or anything like that. But I know, like, the people that live with him, they know too what not to do to help not trigger events to even put themselves in that danger.
Yeah. Yep.
So it can happen that fast.
Oh, yeah.
And over something stupid. So I don't know. I hope all that, I know. Whatever. Doesn't make sense. I'm sure it doesn't make a lot of sense, but
No, it does.
I don't know how else to say it. I'm not defending her. I'm not. I just don't know where she belongs. I don't know what kind of help she needs. I think she clearly needs some. And I think her lack of emotion and lack of just empathy is troubling.
No, they don't.
The issue of if the jury doesn't have the option of not guilty by reason of insanity, then she would
But if
go
the evidence
free. They find her not
isn't
guilty.
presented, then she's not going to get the sentence that she needs.
If she truly did it because she's just not a good person, then I hope the correct verdict is found. If she did it because something happened when they switched medications and she went into a
Yeah.
psychotic episode,
But that's what I'm saying. That evidence can't come in, so we're not going to know.
no,
So they're not going to get the information they need to make the right or the most informed decision, which in turn will result in a sentence that's inappropriate.
she won't survive prison. Not an adult prison at 14. Who would?
And is she medicated now? Is she stable now? Is this what is she at her therapeutic level of medication? You know,
And will they keep her there?
yeah.
That's another thing. Will they keep her there?
Do they assess that in jail?
They're supposed to. But, lack of funding is everywhere, and including those places. And, it's like, I don't know.
All right. Well, so far the results of the poll. If you haven't seen it, the question was, do you think Carly should take the stand? So far, 44% say yes, tell your story. 44% say no way, I've heard enough, and 11% say undecided or don't care.
I would like for her to take the stand. I think it would be
Mm,
telling if she took
yeah.
the stand. We would
So
get
would
to
I.
see.
Yep.
We
Won't
would
let me
get to
vote
see.
though.
Nah, yeah, you can't vote in your
So
own.
we're
But
split down the middle, pretty much. I don't think she's got anything to lose by doing it, so
no,
yeah,
we
probably.
would hate her. Maybe. It might give us a glimpse at what we're not seeing, though, that missing piece that we're not going to figure out because the expert testimony isn't there. Maybe. But if she's over that psychosis, if she was in a psychotic break and she's not now, often they don't remember.
Well, you'd think seeing that video would have at least upset her a little bit.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't think of any type of mood. Yeah, it would not be wrong. You're correct, Becca. From that aspect, yes. There's no, she can't be happy, she can't be sad, she can't be blah, she can't be anything. They're going to read everything.
Yeah,
And the state will tear her apart on if she cried, if she didn't cry, if she smiled, if she didn't smile, if she, yeah. But still, I mean, even at that, what does she have to lose? The stepdad's probably kind of helped her. Like when the state asked him on cross when he was called as a defense witness, well, that's the last picture of Ashley. He's like, well, yeah, like, duh. Like who's going to, there's no more. He kind of acted annoyed at that. That could help her. I don't know. I don't know.
So is this is the judge taking a short break? It's not like their morning tea or their lunch break or anything like that, is it?
No, this is the judge is pissed.
How long has
he
Court
said
TV
25
been
minutes.
streaming today? So far?
I'm not sure.
What's the time over there?
I think they were
What would it
supposed
be,
to
12
start at
midday then?
9:30. It's 11:30 here.
And 12 in Mississippi?
No, 10:30. They're behind.
Okay.
It's 10:30 a.m. there. Yeah, there is no remorse. But if she's truly like, if I'm not allowed to type it, can I say if I said
Spell it. Spell it.
it starts like psych and ends in path.
Oh yeah.
If she's one of those, she wouldn't show. They don't have any empathy.
What
They
about
don't,
sociopath?
they don't have any, there's no remorse, there's no empathy from them. Oh,
They-
absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. I had someone
Um,
have a go at me in chat, and it made a comment about what I'd written in the description of this trial, just giving a graphic content warning because it contained, sensitive material and a minor. And someone put a comment saying, "Oh wow, love your warning," or a minor's getting accused of something. So yeah, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Had I not put a warning up, they would have gone, "You didn't tell us a minor was understandable." And to that person, lick
So
my
the
left one.
defense leave the right one alone. It's my favorite.
Yep.
All right, I'm telling what's happening, Becca.
Oh,
This is what
yes.
happened. Why the judge left the bench.
Ah.
The first witness that was up there, that investigator, they wanted to show his body cam footage, and then the state objected, and then the judge overruled on it. But apparently, the defense does not have it in a mode that can go back to the jury. So we are suspecting that they needed like burn a CD, not have it on a USB or what have you. So they excused that witness subject to recall so that the defense could get that done. So then the next witness that the defense called was the doctor. I don't remember even the name. As soon as that name came out, the state said, "Judge, can we approach?" They approach. There's apparently some evidence or something that the state hasn't seen, and the judge just has had it. He's pissed. He said these jurors are getting paid $25 a day. They are missing work. I forced them into this job.
They didn't choose this job. I forced them to come here.
Yeah. And he said, you have 25 minutes
again.
to, yes, that's it. You have 25 minutes. Basically, get your crap together. Show this. Everybody better know what everybody else is going to present. And he excused the jury before he said that, but then he was pissed and walked off the bench and gave them 25 minutes to get to everything together. What that is, but he is done.
Yeah, that's because they're corrupt down there, Gabby.
You just did that to someone in the store. I don't know what you did. The defense attorney, Sharon. I think the state didn't have evidence from the defense again. The second thing, if it's the defense too, not turning evidence over to the state again, is also unprofessional. And you know what, Bri? We'll allow it. I'll allow it. That was a really bad one. Sorry.
Sidebar.
I was like stuck between that and sidebar. Till just said, instead of saying that word, just say pee-pee. Sorry, I'm a child. Never said I wasn't. So I don't know how much time we have.
Should we
Absolutely.
rewatch the video,
Sure.
the last
Do you
bit?
have it?
I can get it. It was on yesterday's, wasn't it?
There's some giggles in the mess. Yes, I didn't.
I didn't do it again. Damn, you're in your judge. Still
Yeah,
got
that
bird's
way
eye
I
fish
can keep
fingers in my head.
that way I can keep an eye on this to make sure
Yeah.
don't miss anything. You're back for 8 minutes and they're on a break because the defense sucks.
Not
So,
this one.
not that one. The defense with an S in Mississippi with all the S's. Didn't have their stuff together. Well, I know that's shocking. Shocking from what we've seen from this defense so far. So one witness was
Okay.
excused while they got it together. Then when they called the next witness, also did not have.
There you go.
Oh, wait. There's a head in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
You deleted, put some giggles in the mess, Gabby? I can't. Why did YouTube grab that? What the heck? Yeah, that's probably true, Kelly. You're right. He's just done. I mean, can you imagine being a judge and sitting up there knowing you've got a child in front of you, even though like it's horrible? It would be hard. Oh, okay.
All right, that's queued up, ready to go when you're ready.
Okay. Whenever you are ready, do I need to share it?
You got to, yeah. Play.
You got to do it. Yep.
Well, unmute. And I've got it boosted.
I don't think so. I think somebody said they were not. I think they were paid attorneys for her. Or not. They're private attorneys, maybe pro bono type thing. I don't know. We had a long conversation about it.
Is that too loud or loud enough?
I can hear it. They'll have to tell you.
So she's looking to see where her mother's gone. Yeah. This is the closed caption.
Bree, you know who I'm talking about and would 100% act normal.
Look at that beautiful 1080 high definition.
But mom also comes in here like to check on her
Mhm.
too, to see where she's at.
Yep. I wonder, you know how mum comes in, puts her phone on the bench. I wonder if she picks up the phone to check and see what mum's sent.
Maybe.
Got crap everywhere though.
Yeah. I mean, they could have. But the friend also warned the mom that she had those vape things and they had bad stuff in them.
Yeah, but they did it via email
Yeah.
so that Charlie wouldn't know.
Which makes you wonder if they knew she might have a bad reaction to that. Because she looks like she's texting.
Mm.
Lays her phone down.
Mm-hmm. I want to see if Carly notices if the phone's there or not when she comes back in.
They weren't singing Taylor Swift in the car.
No, the friend came after.
Yeah, but she's saying they don't show the after where the friend comes into the house to
No,
then when she
took the camera down.
She took the camera down. Oh, got it.
That's what I mean, concealing.
It always makes me sad just to see people and you're like, you just want to tell them, like, run.
Yeah, don't go
Run.
back there.
Just run out of the house. Just leave. And she again looks when she walks by. It's outside. Oh, they are. And I feel so bad for them. Oh. Keep going. But court's back, but just keep going.
You're nearly done.
Yeah.
I like the floorboards.
Me too. We need all the all time. See, she's still looking. She's being careful. She knows.
You're like, what the is she doing out there?
I think she's going as she's still out there so I can go in her room and continue to look for whatever it is she's looking for. All right, Nina, wow. We'll see you when you get another 8 minutes. But that's why I think she keeps checking on her because she's trying to find that stuff in her room. And she just stays in there too
I would have
long.
been checking the backpack.
Unless that email told her where it was.
Well, if she was high at school,
She may have
allegedly.
one with her, but maybe there was more that they said is we don't know. I don't know. Just speculating.
See, I would have spoken and discussed it first before I went sneaky searching.
It all depends on your kid and how you have to approach them, right? Maybe she wanted to have them because she knew she wouldn't be truthful, so she wanted to. She did not look at the phone.
She's checking. See, she's still in my room.
Yep, but I don't think she
You can
looked at
see
the
the phone
phone.
there. Straight down.
Yep. Just poor dogs. I gotta take these out while this happens.
Nope, not in the kitchen.
She didn't read anything. She wasn't on it long enough before she started texting.
I still to this day can't do that double thumb texting.
So Momo Shark, a friend of Carly's had apparently sent her mother an email saying that she had those hidden in her room, and
Singing?
And yes, she was singing. That's when she texted her friend and she was singing, and then she goes back to the room and covers her mom with a towel. That poor white dog.
I don't think she even hesitated. And not one, but three.
I don't think a lot, Becca, just from the stepdad's testimony that he did a little bit ago. They had surprised her with one a few months, I think he said, after they had gotten the first one.
You want me to stop?
Yeah, to court's back.
Yep.
Judge Happy Pants. All right, Judge, we all feel your pain. All right, this is back now. That's true. And I don't remember. Sorry, my stomach. I don't remember. I vaguely remember that detail, Momo Shark, but I don't remember the facts by it. It is not weird. Everybody's always worried about the dogs, and they cried. They knew something. You hear one just cry, get scared. It.
I'm gonna pee again. I'll be back.
Have a good time.
I left the courtroom at 10:06, gave y'all 20 minutes. It's actually now 10:44. Do you have copies of the medical records that you need at this time, Mr. Camp?
Yes, sir.
Has the state had an opportunity to view the medical records in their entirety?
The medical records, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And there's one set of records from the school district as well.
All right. Are the parties agreeing by stipulation to the admissibility of the records?
Of the medical records and the school records, yes, sir.
All right. Are there any more exhibits that may be needed by either side during this witness that we don't have by the state?
Your Honor, I believe that they're going to talk about journal entries and sketchbooks, and they did not have a copy of those, so that's what I was trying to make copies of upstairs.
Okay. Which journal entries? Are you objecting to the use of of journal entries?
No, sir. Well, we do have a copy of the journal.
Right. Did you ever turn it over to the state?
The state actually turned it over to us.
Okay. So are we ready to go by the state?
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing that he's relying on.
By the defense?
Well, I think there was a page of the sketchbook. I think that's what Catherine referred to.
Yeah, so I told her that we would not agree to stipulate to just certain pages. If it was coming in, it was all coming in. And so we were trying to print the documents upstairs.
Do we have the documents? Okay. Is there another witness that we can take up at this time, rather than leaving the jury out while everybody gets their paperwork together?
Mr. Livingston, just for the court's, I'm not obviously calling anybody, but for the court's knowledge, Mr. Livingston just messaged me a couple minutes ago, said that he's almost finished allowing Deputy Shack to review the body cam footage. So I think Deputy Shack should be ready to be recalled.
That's still a few minutes away. Deputy Shack has to watch the body cam video. Does the defense have another witness it can call while the paperwork is being gathered?
No, Your Honor.
You have no other witnesses other than Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark and Deputy Shack, Your Honor.
That's all you have left.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does she want to testify?
The state is correct insofar as there are portions, if there is a journal, the state is invoking the rule of completeness. So I can't put the doctor on the witness stand until I have a complete set of what's going into evidence. How much longer will it take? I take it the state printed out the medical records for the defense.
Sure, they had some, we printed off the rest of them. We have a complete copy now to introduce.
Can we at least try to do the medical records and hold do you have any idea how long it'll take for all the journals to be printed? Does the defense have all the journals?
The defense has a complete copy of a journal. It's just a sketchbook.
Do you have a complete copy of the sketchbook?
No, Your Honor.
Deputy Shack is on his way down now. He has reviewed the video. They can call him if they wish to. That's Mr. Livingston.
And Judge, for the record, I did leave, one of the ladies in my office has agreed to keep printing those, and they're gonna break down a copy, 2 copies.
All right. Give the defense the disc. Y'all get over here and make sure the TV works before I bring the jury back in and have to send them back out.
About to send all them out. Like, yep. And I do like that he's on them because he should be. This is ridiculous.
I tell you what, while the jury's out, if you have any exhibits that you intend on showing with Dr. Clark, go ahead and give them to the state so they can be looking through those. You have the ones that you actually want to offer into evidence, correct?
Yes, sir. There and we stipulate that Dr. C.
I think he's getting shorter and shorter in his chair. I think she wants to testify. What do you guys think? Not saying she will, but I kind of think she wants to. Yes.
Would you like for me to get our investigator, get Mr. Shack in?
pull Mr. Shack outside the courtroom for just a moment. If you would, if an investigator can get him posted up, though, that would be helpful. Just post him up outside the door.
I agree, Evil Queen. I think she's wants to get up there.
All right, Mr. Livingston, if you wouldn't mind, take the exhibit, put it in there, and let's just make sure it plays before we bring in the jury. Is the state satisfied with the exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense satisfied with the exhibit? All right, pause it, take it out. But leave the equipment up, please.
Yes, don't touch it. Look at his face. Don't touch the equipment.
You wish to recall Tony Shack at this time?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bailiff, can you find out if the jurors are ready?
Yes.
Well, the jury's
But he did
out
grow
with the
back up in
attorney.
his chair.
There's a judgment debtor exam going on in Judge Morrow's courtroom, so that's closed. Okay. All right, bring him in.
Bring him in. He sounds like a rancher. Livestock.
All right, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. We would recall Tony Shack.
All right, Tony Shack, please.
Looks like they did have to burn it onto a CD. It would have thunk it.
Let's re-swear.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That's it. Yes, Your Honor. You understand that you're still under oath? Your answers
No.
are sworn answers.
Investigator.
Yes, Your Honor.
I allowed you to step down for a minute to discuss your testimony with anyone.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Tony, I think you went upstairs and reviewed the video and we made a copy of the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so may I approach the witness? This is the video that you.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that this be admitted as defense exhibit. I think it's 4. 7. I'm sorry.
Any objection as to D7 all purposes by the state?
No, sir.
All right, if you would, please bring it up. Let's mark it. D7, if you bring it to the court reporter, we admit D7 all purposes.
Your Honor, we would like to publish this to the jury at this time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Livingston, would you assist?
Remember the beeps if you got earbuds in. If they have them, I'm not sure.
Where's that? Okay, up here, take a right. Huh? 2-4.
Stop sign. Turn right onto Ashton Way. Then the destination is on your right. Can you just leave north of the sun?
Killing out. So show me how to see now. What's this thing about?
The destination is on your right. 214 at
We're not gonna pull that. Well, that's because they got me going around the merry-go-round. Okay. She was all coming out of the area here on Farmington Boulevard.
We just drove through that.
She's back here. She's soaking wet. Did you jump in the water? Good. All right. Yeah, I know, and now I got a big mess going on. Hold on one second. Yeah, I do. Well, what y'all want me to do with her? Hey, don't open that door. Oh, I thought you. They're telling me take her to investigations and back here, investigation, back here.
Tyler wanted to make sure we talk to the judge first to see where she's gonna go. JDC or here first. I mean, to us.
Y'all ain't never done one? Okay. No, they're labeled. Yeah, open up the one right there. It should have all of them labeled right there.
Well, Marshark, she is incarcerated right now in adult jail in solitary confinement, which adds another element to this whole entire thing. Because they charged her as an adult, she's in adult jail.
You got to go the other way. Yeah, you got to go the other way. I'm gonna pull right there. Pull right there. Let me back up. Pull right there.
Sure. Oh, hey, without being like, she's there. She's like, I didn't mean to. All right, so get those. Get these. So look, come here. All right. So that's gonna be for your that's gonna be right hand. All right. Left hand. All right. So turn them. Look, I'm gonna show you right there. All right, you're gonna do the on the right hand. You're gonna do the palm. Okay, I'm just showing you in the back of the hand. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Then whenever you get through, you're gonna turn it in. All right. All right. You're gonna open it, turn it back in. All right. When you turn it back in, then when you get ready to do this, and this is right there. Close this and put that over it. Okay. Yes, sir. How you doing? Just back in back. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let me get it. I got a cuff on her. I got her handcuffed. All right, sweetie. Look. Let me step out real quick for me. All right. Hey, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move them around to the front of you. Okay. I'm gonna move the handcuffs around to the front of you. Okay. All right. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna swab your hands. Okay. Right. And I'll ask you a bunch of questions, but obviously you fired with a pistol, correct? Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Look, I need you to hold your hand out like this. I'm gonna do your right hand first. Okay. That's your right hand. Just like that. Swab up here. So GSR, it shows which hand did you shoot with? Which hand did you shoot with? Alright, go up. Flop the hand, turn the hand over. Turn it over. And rub on the outside part around the knuckles. Where do you want where do you want kids from? I guess you can put it in my vehicle with my kid. Key fob is in my left pocket. All right, so go ahead and do it. All right. I don't know, baby. I can't talk to you about this. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Lisa, what? This is his phone. Okay. So, can you take her up to the office on the interviewer? Yeah. And then afterwards, I guess I don't know if you want to hang out or whatever, but Judge wants you to stay at JDC tonight. They've been informed of what's going on, and then she'll be brought over to jail in the morning after she's the judge. She has no idea what she don't even know about her mom. Oh, yeah, I know her. She's like, it's my stepdad. Okay. Yes.
Okay, we paused it, but the camera had stopped. Why did the camera stop?
Right, the camera's not stopped. It's muted.
Okay.
It's muted. Yeah. The actual camera, in order to mute it, the button's right here, so it covers the lens, but it's still active. It's just it's muted.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong. Beforehand, when I asked you the question of why you had muted it,
correct.
My understanding was you said it was a personnel issue.
Right.
Now, we're muted on the video right now.
Correct.
Right before you muted,
Right.
you're talking about Carly doesn't know her mother's dead.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Sustained is deleting, but rephrase your question.
Yes. You saw what you said, remember?
Right. Yes.
What were you talking about?
Right then, what I was talking about was she never inquired about her mother. I mean, that's why I was saying that, you know, she only asked about her stepdad. Hence, even when she got out of the car, she asked, "How's my stepdad?" It was never you know, she never like said, "Is my mom okay?" or anything like that. I assumed that she didn't even know about her mom, and I didn't know the full details of the case whenever I got there.
Okay. So why was it that when I asked you before, you told the jury it was a personnel issue?
Right. Well, whenever it was paused is whenever I began talking about the issue with driving around in a circle out there, coming back and forth. That's why whenever you replay it here, you'll see another deputy going like this. That's because I was talking about that issue.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. You intend to keep asking about the video?
Yeah, just a few more questions. I'm going to show you a document, and you said you're aware. Are you aware of the policies and procedures of the Sheriff's Department?
I am.
Okay. Let me let you have this.
Okay.
This is a copy for you.
All right.
And there's a yellow piece of paper, and I believe that's it's going to be the first page on, it's dealing with it's a policy and procedures of body cams.
I'm familiar.
Okay. Now I want you to turn, it says, and it's actually at the bottom of page, it says page 1 of 4. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, yes.
And so you have a number 1, it says procedures. And it says when and how to use the BWC.
That's correct.
What is the BWC?
Body worn camera.
Okay. And so what's number 1?
Deputies shall not keep body worn cameras activated during their entire shift.
Right. And I got to correct myself. I said number 1. I said it's A. And so that would be A, correct?
Okay, A.
And then B is what?
Deputies shall activate the body worn camera to record all law enforcement activities in contact with citizens in the performance of official duty, including but not limited to traffic stops, deputy initiated stops of members of the public, arrest. You may keep going.
Yes, it'll be, and you're going to turn to page 2 of
Searches,
4.
interviews and interrogations, warrant service, pursuits, and any other contact with a member of the public that a deputy reasonably believes that may become adversarial.
Now, what's number C say?
I'm sorry. The body worn camera shall remain activated until the event is completed in order to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Now, in this situation, did that occur?
At this situation, I was talking about something different. I was not actively involved in talking to her.
Okay, it says while the event.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so you didn't turn your camera off, correct? So C actually would be correct.
Right. I could have turned it off, I guess, instead of muting it.
Okay, so now read D.
Deputies shall not initiate the mute selection anytime during the body worn camera is activated for recording.
Okay. Now, did you do that?
No, I guess my better option would have been to cut it off.
Okay. Now, what do you do if you fail to, I guess, abide by these rules? Is there a procedure?
Sure. I mean, I'm assuming there is a procedure at that point. I'm sure there's a verbal warning. I'm sure there's things such as that.
Well, let's skip down to number H.
Okay.
What does number H say?
If a deputy fails to activate the body worn camera in situations where recording is required by the Sheriff's Department policy, fails to record entire contact, that interrupts the recording, the deputy shall document why a recording was not made and was interrupted or was terminated.
Now, you did a report in this matter, didn't you?
I don't recall the report. Do you have it?
Yeah, approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
Is this a copy of your report?
Yes. Yeah, it was brief. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I'm taking this was done at some time when you got back to the station or something.
Right. Well, I mean, date entered. What was this? When did this happen? The 19th? Yeah. So a day later. Yes.
Okay. Your policy says that you're supposed to make an entry if your body camera is ever interrupted, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Show us in your report where you did that.
Yeah, it's not there.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that his report be entered into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, be admitted D8, all purposes.
And we would also
Hang on just a second.
I'm sorry.
Let's get it marked in first, please. Oh, I hope it. All righty. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, we would also ask that the policy and procedure manual be entered into evidence that he's testified.
Any objection?
We have no objection to the body worn camera portion of the policy and procedure being entered, but I think what Mr. Kemp has is an entire thing. I think it would be irrelevant and confusing.
Your Honor, I can take those we can have just those.
Y'all come modify it and look at it. If you would, please hand that to the bailiff. Y'all walk over there.
And they still didn't get it right. These attorneys. Oh, I forgot. We have a few L's. Oh, too soon.
And Your Honor, what we did was for the record, we modified it so it's now a 5-page document. It starts out with just the policy and procedure manual is the first page, and then it goes to the actual policy for the body cam, which is the next 4 pages. It's listed. Listed as page number 1 through 4.
Any objection to that, let us state.
No, sir, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection D9. Does either side feel the need to introduce the rest for ID?
Not of the manual, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
And Your Honor, I can't remember, did we introduce the video, and is that already in evidence? I think it has to be.
Yes.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Before Mr. Kemp sits down, in the interest of completion, I would ask that the entire video be played.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, under the rule of completeness, if a party plays one part of a statement, the other party can demand that any other part of it that ought to be showed to the jury in fairness be showed. At this time, you can present. Do you want it from the beginning, or do you want it from here, from this point?
Just from here, Your Honor.
All right, hit play. Don't think it. Play. Yeah.
Well, she came. I saw her coming out of the Farmington there. I was like, hey. I said, I said, are you the girl that does that? She was just, yeah, I heard you get on the radio. I actually got past you. I was in that damn center thing. Yeah. Turn around and come back. And then you were coming out. Yeah. Good leg, Jack. Yeah, man. I was just there, man. This is the key. I was coming down Farmington. I went over there and I saw him. And I'm like, hey, she's so good this way. She goes, I'm so sorry. It's like, so what you trying on the phone? She was up there at the beginning. Beginning of Farmington up there. We just came through. Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't see this thing when she said so.
Cross-examination. Any further questions? Excuse me, any further questions by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. We're not going to need the video anymore, Your Honor.
All right, before you start, Mr. Levinson, would you just mind pulling that back out of the way? Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy Shake. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. And just want to ask you a few questions about what Mr. Camp talked to you about, specifically as it relates to the video. Whenever we first heard the video come on, there's a delay in the audio of the video. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why there's a delay in the audio whenever the video first comes on?
Yeah. Well, it backs up. It backs up where you have video only.
Okay.
During a segment there.
So is that just a normal function of the?
That is, and I think since then they've extended it. They've extended that time over, I think, to a couple of minutes now.
So whenever you turn on your video, it just automatically backs up, and there's no audio for that.
That's correct.
You didn't mute your video at that time.
No.
Okay. And of course, we all hear a dog in your truck.
That's correct.
Do you have a dog that rides with you?
I do.
All right. What's his name?
Voodoo.
Right. And in the back of your car, we can obviously hear that. Were Carly and Voodoo separated back there?
Yes.
Okay. And when it first comes on, I hear you say something to the effect of up here on the right. Who were you talking to?
To her.
Was she telling you the directions to her house?
Yes.
Okay. We also heard you say something to the effect that that they've got me out here on a merry-go-round or something along those lines. Were you frustrated with the fact that they had you out there on a merry-go-round?
I was.
Okay. And I think you said something to the fact that they told me to bring her here, then they told me to bring her to the station.
Yeah, I just kept making circles around a median.
Right.
In the middle of Farmington.
At any time when you were out there, did you turn your body worn camera off?
No.
All right. And you explained to us a little bit earlier, but just again, why would your hand over your camera?
Yeah, so the mute button is over here, and it's just whenever you hold it, your hand goes over it to be able to hold the mute button in. So that's just the way it worked.
At any time, whenever you were in Miss Gregg's presence, did you mute or otherwise turn off your video?
No.
At any time during this, whenever you were dealing with any member of the public or any suspect, did you turn off or mute your
No.
body worn camera?
No.
Did you ever go in Miss Gregg's house that day?
No.
Did Miss Gregg ever say anything to you or ask you anything about her mom?
No. All I got was her stepdad.
Okay. What'd she ask you about her stepdad?
Is he okay?
Did she ever ask if her mom was okay?
No, I never got anything about her mom.
Never said anything.
No.
Did she tell you that she fired with a pistol?
Yes.
She tell you she fired with her right hand?
Yes.
Whenever you muted your camera, who were you talking to then?
I was talking to a couple other deputies. I mean, their names. I mean, Deputy Centel and Deputy DeSale. Yeah, Centel's the one that had his hands up beside him there.
Okay. Did you ever collect any evidence at this scene on March 19th?
No.
Once you took Carly back to the scene, what did you do after that, if anything?
Nothing. Talked to coworkers and waited for somebody to come and get her to transport her.
Did you transport her anywhere after that?
No.
So once you dropped her off there at the scene and you observed the GSR kit,
That's it.
you were done after that?
Done.
David Shaq, just to be clear, were you trying to hide, conceal, or cover up anything whenever you muted related to this investigation, whenever you muted your body worn camera?
No.
Of course I know. Real briefly, Deputy Shack, whenever did you have your body worn camera on whenever you first encountered Miss Gregg?
No, I did not.
And why was that?
Well, because when I came off of Old Fannin Road onto Farmington, it's a one-way in, one lane both ways. It was right around 5 o'clock traffic. There was cars in front of me. There were cars behind me. I was driving down the road. I spotted her to my right. I immediately put my car in park and hopped out. And I asked her, there were cars backed up behind me at that point. And I asked the brief question that I did to her, and then I immediately put her in my vehicle. I activated my camera whenever I was driving due to the fact that, honestly, I'm not perfect. At the moment, I did not activate it because I was in a hurry to get out there to her, and I had a lot of traffic.
Is it fair to say that you were shocked to see her standing there on the side of the road?
That's correct. Yes, because we had people driving around everywhere looking for her.
Right. And you said that you asked her the question that you did, and that you're talking about, you asked her.
I just asked her if she was the one involved
okay.
at the incident that occurred at the house.
And she told you yes?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's my stepdad. Okay.
And she told you that she was sorry, and that's what you also put in your report that Mr. Camp showed you this in evidence, right?
That's correct. Yep. Yes.
Other part of it.
Correct.
Let me make sure I'm clear. You're not saying it was okay for you to mute your body cam, correct?
Do what now?
You're not saying that was okay, are you?
I felt like at the time when talking to coworkers, it was okay.
Okay. So, and we just read the policy and procedure.
That's correct.
And it says you are not to do that.
That's correct.
And it says the reason why you're not to do that is to ensure the integrity of the recording, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that didn't happen, correct?
What didn't happen?
You didn't keep it activated to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Right. Yeah, it was activated during my time of dealing with the situation, but when talking to coworkers, no, it was not.
Okay. And you told the jury that it was a personnel issue. But right before your questioning, or right before what you're talking about,
Right.
is you make the statement, she doesn't even know what happened. That's on the video.
Okay.
And then you mute it and you put your hand over it. So why is it so important if, according to you, you just don't want us to hear it because it is a personnel issue, according to you?
That's correct.
And then you put your hand over it so we can't even see who you're talking to. Why is that important to make
Well,
it
it
so we
wasn't
don't-
purposely put my hand over it. The mute button is on the side right here, and that's the way I was holding it, was like that. It wasn't purposely done like that.
Okay, so the video, even though you mute it,
That's correct.
and then we can't see who you're talking to.
That's right.
Okay. And you said it was a personnel issue,
That's correct.
but it wasn't a personnel issue right before you muted.
Correct.
No further questions.
This witness be released by the defense.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
By the state.
Yes, sir.
All right, you stand down, you're free to go overstay.
Thank you.
Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense would call Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Before we get started, does either side want to introduce some documents by way of stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, which documents have the parties agreed to admit by way of stipulation?
Your Honor, the parties have agreed to introduce the medical records and school records of Carly Gregg that the doctor reviewed in his mental health evaluation, and also the doctor's CVs.
What does that mean? We're not going to have to go through his
We've also agreed to admit
higher education?
book and journal.
I'll bring them forward.
So, Your Honor, I've got the journal.
Do them one by one. Just state stipulate to the CV of the defendant, of the defense witness.
I'd love to tell you
Can
who just
you
came
hear
in,
me?
but I don't know.
Can you hear me?
There you are. I
I
was like, who is that? What was the point of that body cam? I mean, the body cam footage was good. Was he trying to insinuate he was covering something up?
think so. But they've got nothing else to work with, so
I know, but what would he cover up?
who
Like,
knows?
seriously. But it was good to see the body. It was interesting to see her
Mm.
and her how she was, and she didn't ask for her mother, and only
No.
asked about her stepfather. So I'm gonna agree with you. She knew.
Mhm.
Hoping that this doctor, since I stipulated his CV, maybe we won't have to hear so much. Not that I mean, like, I love everybody getting educations, but
Yeah, but
I don't need to hear about it all. Here we go.
Stipulation, CV of Dr. Andrew Clark.
That's how I felt too, Becca. I was like, who is that?
The CV of Dr. Andrew Clark will be admitted by stipulation as D10.
I worked out something new.
Yes, you did. I figured you fell asleep.
No,
CV
no,
of
I just
Jason
needed to
mean-
lay.
Stipulate.
It would have been fine, but
This document will be admitted, the CV of Jason Pickett will be admitted by stipulation as S57. What do we have next?
We have a.
Yeah, no, that's going to be included.
Okay,
It should be all. It should be everything that had handwriting on it.
You would think they would have this done.
Journals and sketchbooks recovered from the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Does the state stipulate that these are the journals and the sketchbooks recovered from the scene? Yes. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Be admitted without objection, any objection by the state? No, sir. Be admitted, D11 by stipulation.
The counseling records of Annette Bennett.
Does the state agree to stipulate to the admissibility of the counseling records of Annette Bennett? Yes. Be moved in D12, all purposes without objection.
And for the record, those are the only ones that are not date stamped because those were the only ones not produced pursuant to a subpoena by us.
All right, what else we got?
The vital toll records, which are the medical records and treatments and prescriptions during her detainment at the Rain County Detention Center.
All right, so with the vital core records, not to discuss in front of the jury detainment. Any objection to these records?
Yes, sir.
State or defense records?
Defense.
All right. Without objection, correct? Yes. D13 will be the vital core records.
These are Kroger pharmacy records.
State bait stamp numbers 805 through 822. Any objection to that by the state?
Everybody's got the motions and subpoenas attached to everything that they sent. Just the records. Why don't we just do just the front of that instead of all the correspondence?
Date stamp documents 811 through 822 are court records. Does everybody agree to that?
Yes, sir. They're not.
And they're not admissible.
They're not part of the medical record.
All right, mark these. D14 ID only. Excuse me, add bait stamp document 810 to D11 for ID. So the actual records are 805 through 809, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does the state agree by stipulation to admit 805 through 809?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need a paperclip.
Those will be marked D14 as a composite without objection. Motions should not be. Motions, transcripts should not be attached. Any objection to 360 or 520 by the state school records, by the defense? This will be marked D15, next in number without objection. School records.
UMC records.
Any objection to state bait stamp document 775 through 796 by the state, by the defense. Admitted D16 all purposes, records of UMMC.
Originate records.
CVs also contain state's bait stamps number 662 through 683. Any objection by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Those would be marked D17, all purposes. Region 8 records.
Franklin Children's Group.
Any objection to state's bait stamp documents 527 through 558 by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
These have been marked D18.
Precise medical records.
One portion of that is going to be bait stamps, and then the subsequent portion is that precise. It's not going to be bait stamps. That's going to be the material that they emailed to each of us last week. So we want to make sure that both are included.
Any objection to these records by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted by way of stipulation D19.
Your Honor.
Yes.
This is crossroad stamps.
Are they freaking going through
State's
all of
bait
these?
stamp document 696 through 699 by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
I don't have any idea.
All purposes D20, Crossroads Medical Record.
I just figured lunch is coming up soon, so I want to save as much L time as I have.
Rebecca Kirk's counsel.
And I do think she wants to testify. I really do.
I think she do.
Any objection to bait stamp pages 661 through 694 by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted by way of stipulation. What's the defense? What's the next? D21, all purposes.
I think it's her grandma and grandpa, but I don't
Anything else that we
know
approve
if
by
that's her
stipulation by the
mom's
state?
parents.
Yeah.
By the defense?
I'm not sure who they are.
I feel like I'm doing a Jamie on Baker
Thank you, Your
Street.
Good morning, Dr. Clark. Could
So
you
I felt
introduce
yesterday.
yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Andrew Clark.
I agree, Evil Queen.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark, what's your current age?
I'm 68 years old.
Age? Good grief.
And
Rude.
what is your current occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
And
L.
who's your current employer?
I'm currently self-employed. So I have a private practice of psychiatry. I spend about half my time doing treatment of both children and adolescents and adults, and about half my time doing forensic work.
What, if any, teaching experience do you have?
So I was on the faculty at Harvard Medical School for about 20 years, from 1996 to around 2016, and I taught and supervised residents at Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I spent about 5 years at Boston Medical Center from 2017 to 2022, and I worked half-time then as the director of medical student education and psychiatry, so teaching medical students.
And what specifically did you teach at Harvard Medical School?
So I taught forensic psychiatry as the primary thing that I taught. I taught forensic psychiatry to residents at Boston Medical Center, and I currently teach forensic psychiatry at Boston Medical Center, but just about once a month.
And where did you attend medical school?
I went to the University of Michigan Medical School and graduated in 1986.
When did you receive your medical license?
In, I believe, 1987.
What, if any, board certifications do you have?
So I have 3 board certifications. I'm certified in adult psychiatry, I'm certified in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I'm certified in forensic psychiatry.
And what, if any, certification have you held in pediatrics?
I trained in pediatrics at Boston City Hospital from 1987 to 1990, and I was board certified as a pediatrician, but I've let that lapse since I don't practice pediatrics.
And what, if any, certification do you have in neurology?
I have no certification in neurology. My psychiatry certification is through the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology.
Gotcha.
But I'm just a psychiatrist.
And when did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
Oh, you're testing me. I think it would have been
I went to Harvard.
1995 that I was certified in psychiatry.
Now, as you know, lawyers go to law school and not med school because we're not very good at math. But is it fair to say that's roughly 29 years that you've been?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Ha ha ha
When did
ha.
you receive
None of
your
us have heard
board
that joke.
certification in psychiatry?
Harvard.
I'm sorry. When did you receive your board certification in forensic psychiatry?
Oh,
I think you just asked me
so
that.
I
Yeah.
think it would have been around 1996 or 1997.
And when did you receive your board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I believe that would have been 1997.
And what, if any, residencies have you done?
So I've done maybe too many residencies. I was a resident in pediatrics for 3 years, and then I did a 3-year residency in psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and then I did a 2-year residency in
tell us
child and
everything.
adolescent psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and finished my training in
Spill the
1996.
tea.
And when did you receive your subspecialty certification in forensic psychiatry?
I believe it was 1997 that I did, and then it lapsed for a few years, and then I was recertified.
It's like us.
Maybe around 8 years ago or so.
What, if any, leadership positions have you held in the medical field?
So when I was at Massachusetts General Hospital, I was the medical director of the Children and the Law program, which was it's a program of individuals doing forensic psychiatry and psychology. When I was at Boston Medical Center, I was as I mentioned, the director of medical student education in psychiatry, and I was also the medical director of the outpatient.
I wonder if Proctor was one of his patients.
I also had a job at a trauma clinic in Waltham, Massachusetts, where
What, if any, experience have you had with the juvenile court?
So I've worked for several years at the Boston Juvenile Court.
I thought the
Clinic
same thing,
and
Nick.
Norfolk County Juvenile Court Clinic. I'm early in my career, so probably 3 or 4 or 5 years altogether.
And what was your position there?
I was a staff psychiatrist there, responsible for conducting evaluations that were ordered by the court.
And who did you conduct those evaluations on?
Typically on adolescents or younger children who are court involved in some way, either juvenile delinquency or care and protection cases.
And what, if any, positions have you held with regard to child and adolescent forensic consultations?
I was early in my career, I was a member of the Child and Adolescent Forensic Consultation Team in Massachusetts and did a number of evaluations, mostly competency to stand trial and not guilty by reason of insanity cases for the state.
What, if any, fellowship positions have you held?
I did a fellowship in infant parent mental health at one point about 10 years ago now, and I'm not sure what else.
You're not sure what else.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness in child psychiatry?
I'm going to guess 150. That's just it's somewhat of a rough estimate, but I've been doing it for 28 years and probably have a couple of handfuls of cases each year.
And how many times have you testified as a forensic expert in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I'd say typically when I'm qualified as an expert, it's in either psychiatry or child and adolescent psychiatry, and not typically in forensic psychiatry.
What, if any, peer-reviewed papers have you published?
I've published 2 papers in the last 2 years, one on juvenile solitary confinement and one on the question of the ethics of psychiatric diagnosis. I've also co-written 2 chapters on a juvenile post-traumatic stress disorder.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry.
Established to the word I witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
She looks pretty in her glasses. Who'd have missing out?
Good morning, Dr. Clark. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. And you and I spoke over Zoom last week, didn't we?
Correct, yes.
But you didn't recognize me this morning because I had a beard last
Yes,
week.
that's right.
All right. Are you, where do you currently hold an active medical license? In what state?
In the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. You're not licensed in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Have you ever treated patients in the state of Mississippi prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed medicine to patients in the state of Mississippi in your practice?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been accepted as an expert in any court in the state of Mississippi?
No.
All right. Is this your first time in Mississippi?
I've passed through here before.
Okay. I got you. And you just told Ms. Todd that whenever you've typically been accepted as an expert, it's not in the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
And what, just by way of brief definition, what is forensic psychiatry?
So forensic psychiatry is that part of psychiatry that interfaces with the justice system typically. And most often working as an expert for court-related cases.
Right. But you're typically not rendered as an expert in forensic psychiatry, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would just re-urge our motion as it relates to Dr. Clark, but otherwise, nothing further.
Any further objection?
No, sir.
Witness
No.
will be admitted as an expert in
No,
the field
sir.
of child and adolescent psychiatry.
If there's going to be one, it's going to be this witness.
Correct. One moment. Correct. All right. Now that the witness has been qualified as an expert, I was informed that the circuit clerk has y'all's lunch here today. I don't want, it's 11:46. I don't want that to get cold. All right. Hot. Either way you ordered it. So if y'all would, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's a good time for us to take the lunch break.
Aw.
Just knock on the door and let the bailiff know when y'all are ready. Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits.
Or else.
Well, that sucks balls.
Gabby. No.
Oh.
Can't do it. I can't do it today.
Is Flash Fan still in chat?
No, he left
All right,
a while
looks
ago.
like we're outside the
Oh, that's
presence of
right.
the
He's
jury.
modding, isn't he?
Clark, you're going to remain under oath. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody during the lunch break. So 11:47, we'll be in recess till the jury knocks on the door and tells me they're done eating. All right. Anything further from the state before we recess? From the defense.
Eat fast, Jerry.
Yeah.
Let's get going. Let's get going.
Yep.
So Momo Shark, the doctor, he's written 2 papers on, he has one on solitary confinement for minors, one for, what was it?
What I think he's going to testify to.
That he needs to testify to that. That should be interesting. Diagnosing what psychological problem or psychological conditions, whatever. I don't remember how he phrased it in minors or pediatrics. Those, if anything's going to come out of anything unless she testifies herself. This will be it. This will be the witness. Also, I've never heard a judge just say, knock when you're done eating. Yes, he has more papers. Those two, they stipulated to a lot of his CV, thank goodness. So we didn't have to go through all that. 2 chapters about PTSD in adolescence. See, in a while, there's a reason you are here. Because when I start to trail off, you're like, I'll get the info for you. Because sometimes my attention gets diverted and I'm doing something else.
I've got a feeling that he hasn't actually assessed her. He's giving his medical advice on how solitary confinement can affect people and trying to get her moved back to a juvenile facility.
So just, assessing her records, right?
They weren't allowed any experts that had any assessments or reports on her mental health.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I can think of.
A solitary confinement cannot be good for her.
No.
It's not good for anybody. Because I always used to say, and I still kind of stand by it, even though I have seen people go crazy because of it, that if I ever had to go to prison, I'd be like, just put me in solitary confinement. I don't want to be around anybody.
Yeah.
And then Carmen and I we've had a lot of conversations about it. And she's like, you would go crazy.
Yep. It's 23 hours, or isn't it?
23 and 1, yeah. 1 hour out. That would be for a motions hearing, not a trial, though. That's the solitary confinement issues. You don't think that's what he's going to testify about?
Because that's what he's an expert in, isn't it?
That was one of his papers. Was that?
I think that's what they're hoping to push for, Kelly, with his testimony. That's my guess. Because all the experts. Oh, sorry. No, Kelly. She's asking if there's a facility, juvenile facility.
Oh, I thought you were answering Nidawow's question or Nidawow's statement. I don't know. Sorry. Here. I can look like the rest of you too.
My eyes are bigger than yours.
Well, so you got a couple other things too. I would hope that if they find her guilty, even though she is charged as an adult, that she would go to a juvenile facility until she is an adult.
Yeah.
He'll talk about PTSD and other psychological issues in teens. Yeah.
And try to get they're trying to get the best outcome for her to get placed, I think. Like do you know what I mean? Like if they can't win, then they're going to try and at least get her moved to a juvenile.
Yes.
You get me?
I gotcha. What's up, Puddletown? How you doing?
Hey, Puddletown. Welcome
Good to
back.
see you. And I actually get to see you this time. I'm here. Now Jody's disappeared. Are we the same?
I've still got everything set up in the lounge room. I'm just resting my back.
I got your other avatar up in the other corner.
Yeah.
It's just lunchtime. Yeah, the judge is like, I am done. Give me a break. If GV is an option, it changes my whole mindset. I don't know if it is. We've not heard. But yeah. I'm good. My mind's a little fried. already when it's
Mm,
only 1 o'clock. It might be a really long day. I'm just
mm.
warning y'all now.
It's been a pretty uneventful day and
Yeah.
unproductive.
Evil Queen, I don't know if you're still here. I don't know. Yes, she might get beat up in a juvenile place and she might get absolutely eaten alive in an adult prison and even an adult jail. I would love to think that they would take care of her because we're women and moms and things like that. But you never know. Some of those people are there for a reason. So I don't know, but we'll be back when you come back. If you come
Oh,
back.
was that me?
What was you? I don't know. What's up, Bri? She needs new lawyers and she probably needs a new trial.
Did you put Brian stage or was it me? I actually thought I touched a button and hang on. Can I do it?
I don't see him.
No. I'll try to put Netawell on stage. No. No, can't do it. Hi, Bri.
Hopefully they will file a post-trial motion citing this guy's paper to get her moved. I hope so.
Oh, look, I think she's got I'm on mobile StreamYard. She's got a massive case for ineffective counsel and a new trial for sure.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I agree, Puddletown. Like she's in solitary confinement, so she's probably getting an hour by herself outside a day. They're not even giving her schoolwork to do. Like, give her, why not?
Mm.
She's smart. They could at least do that. Like, I don't like that either. Why are they just letting her waste away like that?
Yep.
Either way, if she
Out
did
of
it
sight, out of mind.
intentionally, yeah, like if she had a mental health breakdown, fine, get her the help she needs, but still continue her schoolwork. If she did it intentionally, fine, you're gonna put her away for a long, long time. Still give her schoolwork. Like she's smart. She could maybe help other people inside when she gets older. Don't just let her sit there and waste.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make her go to school 24 hours a day. It's punishment worse than jail for a kid. Maybe not her, because it seemed like it kind of came easy for her.
Mm.
But I heard this thing, and it really made me think. And it was from a teacher, and she was telling her students, because some of her students were mad because they were complaining because it seemed like schoolwork came easier to others than it did to them. And so she basically kind of told them, like, you get to choose your hard in life because being successful is hard. Not being successful is hard. Having money is hard. Not having money is hard. It's like she went through this whole thing of giving the opposites of what the kids were looking at or what some kids were experiencing, just letting them know you get to pick your path and it's not easy for anyone.
Yep.
And I was so good. I was like, that is something should be everywhere for everybody.
Where did you see that?
Do what?
Where did you see
it was
that?
it's just in a thing I was listening to. I don't even know. Like I don't know. It was just, had my stuff playing one day and I was like, that's really good. But I wasn't anywhere where I could like do anything with it. So
Dang it.
I know. I'll have to find it. I think pretrial confinement is different than the long haul. Well, I think in the long haul, they could still keep her by herself, but I don't know that they would. The long haul's the one I'm worried about. Prison.
Yeah.
I'd hope if someone bought some high school books to the jail, could give her the books. Maybe. It depends on their rules. She should be given schoolwork. I agree. She hasn't been convicted yet. 100%. I am not sure on Ethan Crumbly. I watched some of that hearing, but man, that got hard. And I was like,
I think I watched the Jennifer one.
I did not watch any of hers.
Yeah.
Her lawyer I thought I heard her lawyer was awful and cried like when the state was doing something.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't want the you don't want your attorney to cry when the state's putting on their case. Right. I mean, once she gets to her final custodial home, she can go to law school or something. Why not? Puddletown. I'm not sure I feel sorry for her. It's pretty clear she did it. It is pretty clear she did it. We were just talking about her possible state of mind when she did it. I did a poor job of explaining some personal issues of personal people that I know that deal with mental health issues that I think could have done it just like that without any regard to it. Was that her attorney? I don't know. I did not watch any of her stuff. And then I think I didn't watch any of the different stuff.
Yes, that was her.
She defended Larry Nassar.
Oh.
No. Well, yay.
I don't know who that is.
He is a yucky guy that did a lot of stuff to young female gymnasts that were getting ready for the Olympics and stuff like that. Lots and lots of counts. Lots of time. And lots of gross.
Rusty knife.
Yeah. And wasn't there like some jail call from the dad that kind of made him not look great from what was the dad's name?
Who are you talking to? Me or Nicola?
I'm just talking to anybody.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Puddletown. Can't be worse than that Russian coach who kept patting Mary Lou Retton on the butt when she won the gold. Is he the same one that what was his name? Puddletown. Dang it. That yeah. When that one gymnast like broke her ankle, but she went back down and she ran down the thing and flipped over the pommel horse thingy or whatever that's called, and then did like a perfect landing all on a broken ankle, and then he just like carried her off of the.
Oh, I remember seeing something about that.
Yeah, it was crazy because her ankle was broken.
Yes.
But yeah, he didn't at least come up with the charges like old Nassar did. He was too. You just like now everything is tarnished. That's all my memories. All my memories are tarnished. Oh, there's Bry for the win.
Aww.
Is it Caroli?
Dumps, doesn't he?
He always just comes to the rescue. Bella Caroli. Yeah. Oh. He coached his wife, Marta. Well, I bet he did if what Puddletown just said is correct. But he coached her quite well. Gabby's making fun of me. Oh, yeah. When she ran on that one thing and then jumped over the other thing and landed on the one thing. Hey.
And broke her ankle thing.
And broke her ankle thing. Yeah, she broke it the time before
Yeah.
and then did it again and did it perfectly. Like, how do you run on, I mean, a broken ankle?
Mhm.
I'm going to assume that it was her adrenaline.
Oh, dear Lord, Felix. She's.
Oh, I was like,
Oh,
what?
poor. Oh.
Hey, Gabby. In case Jody and I can't do it, we're going to give you the responsibility of verdict watch.
Really?
Does anybody else hear obscenities coming through the air from the East Coast in the United States? Starts with a lot of F's.
Sorry.
Bry.
This cat stinks. Oh.
Bry. He told her, you're going to stick this landing and we're going to have some alone time.
I'm going to pummel something.
Tuttletown. TMI about your phone. Enjoy that. Is that a no, Gabby? You're not gonna do verdict watch if we can't do it. We're trying to like figure out when's this gonna happen. Do not do that, Gabby. Now you have to do it. Now you're in trouble. It's from Gabby's F's. Oh, that's funny. Too late then. She's like, let me think about it. And the next one's gonna be no.
Maybe we could have volunteers that would rotate for an hour.
Yeah. I bet you that's also gonna be a no. Oh, I thought about it. No, I told you. See, I know you. She sent me something the other day and I was telling my husband and I was like, I know what her response was. And I said, that's not the response she sent me. And so I said, I think your response was probably this. And then she sent me her response and I played it and I was like, see, I know you. Right. Bri already volunteered you as tribute, Gabby. Sorry. May the odds be ever in your favor. Oh, they weren't. Sorry. You are the tribute. I cannot Pelltown. I will never take Gabby's wrench. Not for anything. Not even if she begs me to. Not even if she just says, I need to get away. I will say no. Take a break. But the wrench will still be here for you. Gabby's my
wrench for a win
ever. She is the bestest. I'm more worried about if I am not here tomorrow, like the time between when Jody goes to bed and I get home from my dad's. That's the time I'm worried about. Ah. Well, if I did have a bag of ice for verdict watch, I might be able to get some water. And then it would be a full party, Teresia. I don't know if you guys could handle that.
That's what Grandma's. She could babysit for maybe an hour.
Maybe we won't need it. It could go today. You know, and I'll just do it then. Because I don't think it's going to take long. No, Grandma calls Gabby a heathen. We'll figure it out. Yeah, that's well, I'm sorry, Momo Shark. You get to relive it all again. Yeah, we thought about that too.
I
Too
might
many.
look further into that bingo thing I
Oh,
found.
yeah.
That might be fun.
I'd play bingo. I
Mm.
love bingo. I think I'm old enough to officially love it. Like, there needs to be a church around here that plays it, but there's not.
I've just got to find one that's interactive and can, like, you know, you can put you've got like a virtual card type of thing, like how Grandma does Kahoot.
That's not nice, Gabby. I am not old enough to be a boomer. Thank you.
Or even is it Wordle? The one that she has running 24/7?
It's Words with Friend. Wordle is the one that is the competition one that she does. I think it's Words. Gabby, you know. Words with Friends, not Words with Friends.
But it's an interactive version of it?
So, like, you have so many that gives you letters on top that are scrambled. Yeah, oh, it is Words with Friends. Okay. That's the one she has up 24 hours a day. So the letters are scrambled, and then you have like 45 seconds to spell as many words as you can.
And yeah.
You'll join Friday, even though Baker's cute and all you guys are cuter. You'll never get rid of me. Are you related to Zach by chance? Just kidding, Zach. Wherever you are.
Baker's doing, and maybe we could have a verdict watch panel.
Maybe.
Mm.
What's his time difference?
I don't know.
Zach calls you bro. I believe it. That means you are the spawn of AJ's uncle.
Who else is covering this trial?
I don't know.
I think RA is, isn't he?
Oh,
Yes.
well, yeah, but he doesn't know me. You're like, get out of here. I love bingo. Yes. Nidwow, how could you miss bingo night? He would love me.
The only problem is he works on a completely different software. He has to switch right over to StreamYard, and yeah, it's worth a shot though, because everyone's in the same boat. We'll all be on Verdict Watch trying to find things to do, or we could maybe find an interesting old case that's in the archives that we can listen to whilst we're waiting.
Maybe. Sorry.
Oh, look.
Listening to you, but following. Oh, you know, chat. You guys.
Yeah,
Gabby's got dad jokes for days. That's usually what I know. I have not checked in with Howard Stern.
Who's that?
Brian. Oh, Brian. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I'd ask Baker since Jamie and Marissa stream with him. Yeah. Yes, Gabby. Why are there no pregnant Barbies? Oh, that darn Ken. You're a recovering Catholic.
No, chataholic.
Chataholic. Oh, hopefully you're not Catholic. I apologize to anybody who is.
I am.
Oh, goodness.
Not my choice, though.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you. See? Kelly. Yay. That's right. Bingo rocks.
All right, I'll research it.
I do not.
On
But
Easter.
+8 on Eastern. So that's so 9:30, almost there. You're offended. Well, do I need to do like, I don't know, 40
1,000
Hail Mary things? And I don't have any rosary beads though.
Need to do the rosary for sure.
I don't have those.
10 Hail Marys and an Our Father.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a chatty cat. I keep trying to picture. There it is, Tricia. Gabby. I do like bingo. It's fun. You're pretty Catholic because your cousin is a priest. Well, that would probably get you closer than me.
Mm-hmm.
Baker doesn't sleep. That's because Jody doesn't either. I have to like yell at her to go to bed. Wait, I see an attorney's head in the courtroom.
I'm in bed beside my pussy. Actually, too.
Yep. I had to type in all caps yesterday and tell Jody to go to sleep. And then she's like, I can't settle down. I can't do this. I was like, put your phone down and close your eyes.
So I put my phone down and I look up at the screen and it's like, thanks for the $10 super chat, AJ. Because I found someone who's as bad at grifting.
That's what I said, because I finally found someone as bad as grifting as I am. Yes, I have. Okay, Mrs. Slocum.
Slocum. Are we being served, sir? I'm Humphreys and I'm free.
Gabby. Jody counts kangaroos to be able to sleep. Maybe they should stop hopping around so much then. Haha. Give me the drum, Gabby. Give me the drum.
Boom, boom.
I know you're going to.
No skippies here, mate. They're up bush, them things.
Uh-oh, we got another joke. What? I better read these. What did the taxidermist say in confession? Bless me, Father, for I have skinned. Get it? And here we go. We do. You know what else Australia has a lot of? Emus, and they want to hurt you.
Oh, they're dumb as dog shit. They're so stupid.
You guys have had like a war against emus forever.
My parents used to breed them, and they are just so.
I think you guys were like trying to get rid of them because they were taking over things.
Oh, probably, yeah.
And rabbits and mice.
New Zealand that have the sheep, Brian. They, there's a joke on that one too. What did the Kiwi, the Aussie asked the Kiwi, are you going to share this sheep? And he said, I'm not sharing this sheep with anyone.
Ha, ha, ha.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll put that back up.
And the sheep wear gumboots on their back legs so they don't move.
Oh, Lord.
They taste like chicken.
Gabby mixed castor oil with holy water. She has a religious movement.
Do you know, I actually tried castor oil when I was like 10 days overdue my second, and I thought, right, that's it. I'm having sex, I'm going on a bumpy car ride, and I'm drinking castor oil, and that's going to get me into labour. Yeah, no, castor oil just came straight back up. Didn't work.
Yep. Yeah, Carmen was 10 days late.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was miserable. People hated me. They didn't want to work with me at work.
It's the longest 10 days ever.
Uh-oh. What's the difference between peanut butter and jam? Only one has nuts. And that's fun at the hospital when the doctor tells you to push. That would look like a movie, Puddle Town. Like, poof. They look like a cartoon. Their hair would be like all standing out. Their eyes would just be wide. Nurse, can you wipe my face off? No, I cannot.
You need windscreen wipers on your goggles?
Yes. I nearly wrote, fun story about how you were induced, Jody. Uh-oh. That's a bad word, Bri. That's the bad word. It's not that humor. It's poop humor because for the other word. I hate the other word.
There's an awesome
No, right.
in my history. It's like the 10 funniest poop stories in history. I should go and find it and share it with you. It's really funny.
That is a poop emoji. The only time it doesn't have a P at the end of it is when you're talking about Winnie the Pooh. Then it's fine. But by itself, it's as gross as the word moist to some of you.
Oh yes, that's nasty. The other thing I was watching the other day, if you get onto YouTube and just Google funniest baby farts. There's a whole channel dedicated.
Jody, only you would get on there and Google that.
Actually, it was recommended to me because I was watching births, and yeah.
Why?
I love watching births.
Oh Lord.
Of babies.
This is why I came back. Jody tickles my funny bone and always gives me a happy ending. Thanks, Puddle Town.
Back, Puddle Town.
Oh, we are back in court just in time, dear Lord. Thank you.
Oh, the good old days.
One more joke before we go.
When I could tickle a fan and give a happy ending at the same time.
Oh, Lordy. Why couldn't the lizard get a girlfriend? Because he had reptile dysfunction.
Oh.
I tried to use my best reporter voice there. Kind of. Did I mute it? No, I did not. Okay, good. I had to make sure. Am I live? Why am I not live? There we are. Just a slap. Yep. We had a place not far from where my dad lives, and it was weird because it was in like this plaza with grocery store and an attorney and chiropractor. Like it was had a weird name, and it got raided. Some kind of spa. It was a spa. It got raided, and nothing ever was said again about it. I don't even think the raid was like in the newspaper or anything. But yeah, it's empty. It's empty. I'm like, oh, there was some happy things going on there. Yummy.
Lots and lots of those little massage shops around, especially where I live. And the only way you can tell the difference between a legitimate one and
from the state before we begin.
The neon sign out the front.
Is the what on the sign?
The neon sign out the front.
Oh. Well, this thing was very out of place. I don't know what they thought they were going to get away with right there.
Stipulate also to the CV of Dr. Amanda Googly on it.
Ew.
State or defense? State. What state's next? And defense agrees, correct?
Yes,
The
sir.
wrist around.
State next in number all purposes.
Ew. Seriously, Judge? You couldn't do this before we came back? She is taking notes, and I'm kind of wondering, like, what she's going to do with them. Maybe she is just coloring.
Bring them in.
I don't think she really does know what's happening. I don't think she can even grasp the gravity of the situation. I know, Bri, you think that would be in like Tennessee. No, they are not public defenders. Nittawau knows this answer. I should know it because Nittawau's given it so many times. They may not be, they are in private practice. And she may not have to pay them. I can't remember. Nittawau, please help me out.
I think they're pro bono. One's a DUI and the other one is a personal injury, I think.
Yes, but like, are they like private attorneys that come up as public, that serve as public defenders?
No, they're
all right.
Private. What I thought Nittawau was saying.
This afternoon after lunch, if anybody gets tired, I'm not saying y'all would get tired, but I've seen it happen before. Somebody finds themselves dozing off or head nodding, just stand up for a minute. Okay, that's perfectly acceptable. All right. Court has accepted the witness as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. You may begin your direct examination.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Dr. Clark, let me start out by asking you, when we say adolescent, what age range does that include?
I'd say typically the ages of between 12 and 18.
How did you first get involved in this case?
I got involved because Attorney Camp gave me a call somewhere around the middle of August and asked whether I might be available to do an evaluation.
What, if any, records did you initially review?
What I did at first, I suggested to Attorney Camp that I might just spend a few hours looking at the initial records that he could provide me before I agreed to go any further. And so Attorney Camp sent me a number of different records. I can't recall specifically which ones they were, but a fair number of records regarding the case.
And do you recall what kind of records these were?
They were treatment records for Carly from her therapist and from Precise Medical from early 2024. I believe there were treatment records from her earlier years as well. And there were some police reports as well.
Okay. And what about any journals?
I believe in that initial batch there had been some written journals that had been found at the residence.
Okay. And did that include any sketches?
That was a great album.
I believe there was a sketchbook as well, yes.
What all did you do as a part of your evaluation of Carly?
So what I did is kind of the second phase. After having reviewed those records, I spoke to Attorney Camp and suggested, I wasn't sure that I was going to be helpful, but I thought it'd be worth my coming down to Mississippi and interview her. And so I came down here and interviewed Carly for about 4 hours on August 29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Anyone else?
No.
And where did you interview Carly?
That was right here at the I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And after your evaluation of Carly, did you have an opportunity to review anything else?
Yes. So after the evaluation, my evaluation of Carly, I received some treatment records from Vital Core, which were her psychiatric treatment records from the correctional facility. I then wrote a report, and then subsequent to my report, I received a copy of the state's experts report. In addition to that, I did a video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley, Carly's stepfather, for about 90 minutes on August 31st, just 2 days after I had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Joe, whatever you got to counsel opposite first, unless it's already announced.
The magpies have started.
Handing you a copy right there of the document. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my written report dated September 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And can you tell by looking at your report what the date of your evaluation of Ms. Gregg was?
Yeah, September 3rd,
It was
2024.
August 29th, 2024.
And is the document I gave you a true and accurate copy of the report you compiled?
I believe that it is, yes.
And if you need to, take a minute to flip through and make sure.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Did you sign that report?
I'm sorry?
And did you sign that report?
I did, yes.
And does your report include a list of any documents you reviewed?
It does, yes.
Does your report also include the list of anybody you spoke to in regards to putting this report together?
It is lacking one interview that I did, which I did not rely on. I spoke somewhat briefly with Ms. Vicki Breland, who's Carly's maternal grandmother, on, I believe it would have been September 1st. I chose not to utilize that information, and so didn't rely on it in my report, and so didn't list it.
So you didn't list it because you didn't rely on it in your report.
Correct.
And does your report include a true and accurate summary of the interview and your mental health evaluation of Ms. Gregg?
Yes,
Does it also include your opinions?
it does.
Your Honor, we would ask, and is it labeled psychiatric evaluation report?
It is.
And what's the date on that report?
September 3rd, 2024.
Your Honor, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Y'all approach.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding? Uda, we have figured that you would like her glasses. I said she looked pretty good in them. Wow. Really, because I've seen some people with some crazy hair out there that no. It's all right, Bedhead. I can't believe there's already an objection after a freaking half an hour of getting your crap together. Folks.
I'm not thirsty. I'm just a dirty bitch. There's a difference.
Thirsty. She's thirsty.
You know, there's three sure things in life: death, taxes, and nurses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say what my husband says about the nurses where he works.
Mm-hmm. And add Catholic girl to that. Yeah.
No, he's not a doctor. Thank goodness. He doesn't have to talk to the nurses. Because I'd be like, no, you cannot, after you just told me what you said. This is a good Christian channel. Dang it. It was.
No, we all nasty.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Oh, you got the nasty. You got the nasty in there.
I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cue one of my kids in 3, 2, 1.
At this time. Yes, sir.
Good.
Well,
one of them's sleeping, the other
body.
one's working.
I don't think I could.
That's right. I only go. My dad made me walk in through the outdoor once.
Someone should make a song about that.
Yeah, I felt like I should have a raspberry beret on.
Yeah.
Like, Dad, you're making me break the rules. And then he got mad at me for being such a rule follower. I'm like, who do you think made me a rule follower? You should be proud of me. There she is. I knew some of my. It was rude. I'm like, we're going in the wrong way. Now we always go in that door because you let it slip once. Hey, more beer. But I've been on a margarita kick lately.
Could you imagine me on a margarita kick?
Yes.
Holy. Yes, it's a lot of fun.
It was that darn attorney. Actually, Jody, Danny told us
Dr.
one
Clark,
time
you've been tendered as an expert. And
that
did you base your
you guys were going out to get your lashes done one Friday and going to the bar for drinks afterwards. I was like, really? Jody says she doesn't drink. She was like, really?
No, that's it's like a, what do you call it? Like
a bar?
Yeah, but it just has counter meals and stuff. So they sit around having drinks, and I'll sit there and drink my water and eat my counter meal, my chicken parma or something.
Huh.
I might have the odd beer, maybe, but that's about it.
Okay. I don't know. We were all
No.
very intrigued.
Trust me, I come back on Friday and stream.
Yeah, I
Afterwards.
know. That's why I'm like, but I don't think we were streaming that Friday.
They're there every Friday.
You angrily take carts back when people leave them in the parking lot and stare at them judgingly. I don't blame you. I at least put them in the cart corral thingy. I don't just leave them to go bang somebody else's car up. Yes, Bri, because we all are.
Cars. I mean, in a few cars. I mean, oh.
I didn't think Foster's really existed in Australia. Like, it's really hard to get there.
Oh, no. Carlton Draft with a dash of lime.
Yes, I'm with you, Gabby. Sure, Jody. Sure.
Okay.
Only Self
All right.
Foster's here because of Outback.
Next Friday, I'm going to get rat-assed and run the stream pissed.
All right.
Yeah.
All righty. Tanya's still here. See, Tanya, sorry, I didn't mean to rat you out, but we've been waiting to ask this question.
Yeah. No, Foster's not.
I don't know what that is. Dash a lime? What?
Yeah. It's a beer. So it's Carlton Draft, a draft beer, and I put a dash of lime cordial in it. It's beautiful.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
All righty.
Dash of lime. A dash of lime.
They make us drink that awful beer. Yeah, they don't want it. Hey, you be quiet, Kelly. Alrighty, back to our regularly scheduled program. This doctor who looks like he ate a lime.
expert opinion on any facts or data that you've been made personally aware of?
Thank you.
Yes, I base my expert opinion on my training, my
Not allowed.
experience,
You're not
my knowledge
allowed.
of the literature, and on the information that I gathered as a part of this evaluation.
And did you also base your opinion on facts and data in this matter that you personally observed?
Yes.
And can you tell me what you personally observed that you based your opinion on?
So what I personally observed was my 4-hour interview with Carly, my 90-minute video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley. I then reviewed large quantity of records, including some videos and some still photographs. So I guess that's personal observation.
And were you able to after observing and reviewing the records and your interview with Carly, were you able to come to an opinion as to the ultimate fact in this matter?
Yes.
And is that contained in your report?
Yes. Just to be clear, I guess I came to an opinion regarding the McNaughton issue in this matter.
And that's contained in your report?
It is. I will say my position is that the final decision as to whether or not Carly Gregg meets criteria for the McNaughton standard is one that's best left, one that is most appropriately left to the finders of fact. It's not my job, not my business. I feel I'd be usurping their responsibility. So I didn't answer that ultimate question, but I believe that I provided enough information to allow the finders of fact to use that information in their deliberations.
And that is contained in your expert report?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's expert report be admitted into evidence.
Seriously? What the heck did you guys do for 25 minutes? I thought the judge said we had to have all this figured out. Yes, she does have hair like the flight attendant on airplane. Okay, doctor, that's enough. Stop talking. Objection. Sidebar. Whatever. I should have a little... Get my notifications off of there.
Yeah, mine keep coming through too.
The judge just looks annoyed.
Are the interviews you relied upon and the facts and data that you reviewed and observed what you ultimately relied upon to come to your conclusion?
Yes. Along with my training, education experience, and familiarity with the literature.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
I'll approach.
Are you talking about Carly's bangs? The attorney's
She bangs.
bangs. Her side bang. I don't know. Gabby, get out of Discord. I can see you in there. Her bangs are pretty wide. Don't worry. See, I see you. Stop it. Get out of Discord. I'm going to tell you again. Pedaltown, get out of Discord.
You too, you have.
Also, if you haven't, Discord is free. You don't have to be paid member or anything to come in there and see all the shenanigans. Both Jody's and mine. That's right.
What?
Oh. Do it. I said they're both of our
that you
Discords are
and relied
free.
on, the same that any expert in your field would typically rely on when making this evaluation?
I'm not sure I can speak for any expert, but I believe that the protocol procedure that I utilize is one that is standard in doing a forensic psychiatric evaluation, that interviewing the party, interviewing knowledgeable collaterals, reviewing the relevant records, and then coming to a conclusion, I think is typically how such reports are done.
And would your interview with Carly and her family member that you stated be typically done by someone in your field who's trying to come to an opinion,
Yes,
who would be rendered an expert of that opinion?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did they just object?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I thought they had all this worked out. What was the point? Yes. Because she was in Steel Magnolias and she had that gorgeous long hair like this lawyer. I'm sorry, the lawyer, her hair is thinning. That's unfortunate. But it's very pretty. Both lawyers have very pretty hair. Oh my gosh. Sarah. What's up, Sarah? Good to see you. How you doing, Sarah? Great timing. Because it's like the 50,000th sidebar today when we weren't supposed to have any more. They're I know you think they're both fine, extra fine. Oh, the defense attorney's extra fine. I gotcha. Except those eyebrows, right? Get you looking at those again. We're all great. We're just tired of sidebars.
Dr. Clark, based on your
Objection.
evaluation and the records you reviewed, what were your overall impressions of Carly's personality and development?
You're welcome.
So my overall impressions were that Carly was a young teenage girl who loved school, was bright. I think enjoyed the fact that she was bright, loved reading books, loved thinking big thoughts, that she was a loyal and generous friend, that she may have been something of a follower rather than a leader, that she was generally energetic. She was involved in many activities, that she had a close, although somewhat complicated relationship with her mother and a close, affectionate relationship with her stepfather, and that she had a much more problematic relationship with her biological father.
And what, if anything, were you able to gauge about Carly's, having any behavioral issues or a history of behavioral issues?
So it was my impression that Carly had, to a very large extent, always been well behaved, was a dutiful girl, sought to do well in school, sought to please her mother by doing well in school. And then in the last perhaps year, developed some what I took to be relatively common teenage behaviors, such as staying up past curfew on a burner phone to text with friends, for example. I think on one occasion, she snuck out at night after curfew to go visit a friend. And then in addition, in the last perhaps 6 weeks prior to the arrest, she began smoking marijuana.
What, if any, past history of trauma did Carly have?
So Carly had a somewhat difficult childhood in a couple of different ways. One is that she had a younger sister who died of a medical illness when Carly was about 4 years of age. And the younger sister was around 18 months of age. And Carly reported to me that that was hard for her. She remembered it happening and it was difficult for her. Secondly, her parents divorced when she was around 4 or 5 years of age. She reported to me that she remembered a lot of arguing and that she recalled having seen her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her. And she told me that she recalled she and her mother leaving late at night as the parents separated. She told me that she, and it's my understanding as well from records, that Carly had court-ordered visitation with her father about every other week, but that was difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable, that at times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid. And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her and she ran and hid under the bed. And this was an incident that continued to bother her. She also told me that her father was a dangerous and scary driver, and it was scary for her to drive with him.
What, if anything, did you learn about Carly's educational history?
So what I learned was that Carly was always a good student, that she worked hard, that she got good grades, that she scored quite high on standardized testing, and that she had skipped the 4th grade. And she reported to me that she really enjoyed or appreciated having skipped because she thought she found the 5th grade that she went into more challenging academically, and she actually liked the kids there. So my understanding is that she had always done very well academically.
What, if anything, did you learn or consider regarding any incidents at school with Carly?
So I think there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents at school. One was when she was in the 7th grade, she brought a knife to school. And she told me that it was a Swiss Army knife, and she brought it because another child had asked her to. And what she told me was that the other child had then told the principal about it. But at any rate, she was found out to have had the knife, and she ended up having to go to an alternative school for that semester. I reviewed records from a therapist that had met with Carly and her parents on, I think, at least 2 occasions around that time and about that incident. And the therapist indicated that she thought that this was, and her quote was, much ado about nothing. And the therapist implied in her records that she thought the school was being sort of overly reactive around it. But nevertheless, Carly went and spent a semester in an alternate school.
And based on your evaluation, the records you reviewed, what did Carly actually do when she got to that alternative school?
Well, what I understood was that Carly had taken some responsibility for helping to teach the class when she went there.
You said earlier that you found Carly to be more of a follower than a leader. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that it was something that I had read from some of her friends describing her in that way. I understand, for example, that there was an incident at school when Carly and perhaps other kids, I actually don't know, but Carly at least had drunk some hand sanitizer, kind of on a dare. So I took that to be an example of her not using terribly good judgment and kind of being a follower in that regard.
Based on your evaluation, when did Carly first begin to develop mental health issues?
Well, when Carly was young, ages, let's say 6 to 9 or so, what she reported to me was that she felt kind of depressed. I don't quite know. I'm reluctant to use kind of the psychiatric term of depression, and that for a child that young. But Carly reported that she was unhappy. She said that it was tough having to visit her father. The divorce was hard. The death of her little sister was hard. They were living in a small house, and I think somewhat financially strained. This is before Heath Smiley came into their life. She said that was a difficult time. She also reported, well, actually, I think 2 or 3 things. One is, I noted from the records that there were a few occasions when Carly was noted by her therapist to have had intrusive memories or bothersome memories of times with her father. And she was reported on one occasion to have just been minding her own business and kind of idly and having these memories coming back and were bothersome for her. She also reported that she began hearing voices relatively early in her life. Again, the ages 6 to 9, that she began hearing a voice. It was a male voice, unfamiliar to her, that would say things like, "You're better than them," things that were sort of elitist in a certain way. She reported that that became a constant, not necessarily bothersome, but kind of a constant thing for her. She also reported that, again, early on, that she began to have this experience of feeling distant from the world, as if she was in a dream. Things were sort of foggy for her in that regard. So that she said was kind of a regular, frequent thing that happened to her, again, in this sort of ages 6 to 9 period of time.
You just used the phrase intrusive thought. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say intrusive thoughts?
Yes, I'll try not to get into jargon too much, but intrusive thoughts is one symptom of post-traumatic stress. And I'm not diagnosing her with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, but people that have experienced trauma that haunts them afterwards sometimes have the experience of, especially when they're not paying much attention or when their guard is down, the memories will come back and in a bothersome way. All of a sudden, they'll just recall whatever it was, and it'll be upsetting for them. So, and for some people, they can be really bothered by it. It can be very problematic for some folks. But so it's considered to be a post-traumatic symptom, and that Carly seemed to have had in the aftermath of her difficult experiences with her biological father.
Based on your evaluation, was there a period of time in which Carly's mental health issues began to be more significant?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So beginning from around the age of 9 or so, what Carly reported was that she began to feel depressed, that the auditory hallucinations, meaning she was hearing voices, that those continued, that these experiences of feeling like the world wasn't real continued. And then somewhere between the ages of 9 and 11, the depression continued, and she then began to cut herself. And as I understand it, she'd been cutting herself for about 2 years, so starting around the age of 12, that she would, on a fairly regular basis, make superficial cuts on her thighs as a way to help manage her anxiety and distress. And
go ahead.
I'd be happy to talk about just cutting, right, which is a relatively common phenomena that typically teenagers engage in, not so much in a way to try to kill oneself or to injure oneself, but as a way to cope with feelings that are too much to handle. So it's kind of a maladaptive way of coping with feelings, and often it's a reflection of some level of either depression or anxiety or just mental health struggles.
And based on your evaluation, about when did Carly's parents learn that Carly had been engaging in cutting?
So I think it really wasn't until December of 2023. So just last December that Carly's parents learned. As I understand it, she had been cutting fairly regularly for about 2 years before her parents found out.
Were there any other behaviors that her parents learned around December of 2023?
So the other behaviors that the parents learned about at that time was that Carly had been using I think an old iPad or an old iPod perhaps, to text with friends, and I think with a boyfriend, quote unquote boyfriend, after hours. She'd be doing this, of course, without her parents' knowledge or consent, and Carly's parents found out about it.
What, if any, issues had Carly begun to experience with sleeping at this time?
So Carly began to develop sleep difficulties from the summer of 2023, and she reported, and Mr. Smiley confirmed to me as well, that she had trouble falling asleep and that she would often wake up in the middle of the night. And she began to take melatonin to try to help with that. And I think by the fall of 2023 found that the single 5 milligram dose of melatonin that she took wasn't enough. And so she would sometimes take a second melatonin tablet to make 10 milligrams.
And is that harmful to take 2 melatonin tablets?
You know, the dosing of melatonin is pretty broad. It's not uncommon for people to take 10 milligrams. Some people take 1 milligram. I'm not sure there's much data to support it, but it's not particularly harmful to do. But I know that her mother was concerned about it, and her mother began to hold the melatonin and give Carly just a single pill each night.
And just in case there's anyone who doesn't know, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is an over-the-counter sleep aid that that's widely used, thought to be helpful for sleep. Melatonin is a naturally occurring chemical that your body generates to try to put your body to sleep. And so again, it's widely used. It's generally considered to be safe and maybe somewhat effective.
Is it fair to say that melatonin is classified as a vitamin?
I don't think it's actually classified as a vitamin, but again, it's over the counter. And I think, as far as I understand it, no one is particularly concerned. No regulatory agencies are particularly concerned about the fact that so many people take melatonin.
And what happened beginning in January of 2024?
So after Carly's parents found out that she was cutting herself and staying up
Yes.
using this burner phone,
It's naturally occurring in the body.
Addition, the other thing that happened around that time was that Carly reported to them that she was feeling depressed and that she thought she needed help as well. So really those three things happened. And in response, Carly's mother sought out both therapy and a medication evaluation. Carly's mother contacted the pediatrician. The pediatrician made a referral. Carly had an evaluation initially at Precise Clinical with a prescriber. And then shortly after that, her first session with a new therapist, Rebecca Kirk.
What was the course of Carly's treatment between January of 2024 and March of 2024?
So there were two parallel treatments going on. One was the psychotherapy. And so Carly was seen every week by Rebecca Kirk. And Carly reported to me that she really liked Rebecca Kirk. She found her good to talk to, compassionate. She liked her. She had not liked her therapist when she was younger, but she liked Rebecca Kirk and felt that she could be open with her. And so they met every week. In addition to that, Carly met with a prescriber early in January and was begun on antidepressant medication. So the prescriber at Precise Clinical diagnosed Carly with major depressive disorder, which is the psychiatric term for depression, as well as adjustment disorder, and started the medication Zoloft.
What is an adjustment disorder?
So adjustment disorder simply means that an individual, I'll just bash it back up and say, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis. DSM-5 is sometimes called the Bible of psychiatry. All the official diagnoses are in DSM-5. And if you're going to bill the insurance company for a visit, if you're a clinician, you need to have a DSM-5 diagnosis to bill. And so adjustment disorder is a pretty broad category that really means someone is having a difficult time with something that's happened in their life. I tend to think of it as relatively meaningless. Like if you're not quite sure what else to say, call it an adjustment disorder, and that covers a lot of ground.
And what is major depressive disorder?
So major depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for depression. And in this case, depression, not just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric illness. And
how is depression different than feeling sad?
So we use the word depressed in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today. But in the world of psychiatry, depression really is an illness, and it tends to affect not just your emotional state, but it can affect your sleep, it can affect your energy, your ability to concentrate, sometimes your appetite, your ability just to enjoy things. People sometimes feel their whole body has slowed down. And then not uncommonly, people might become suicidal when the depression gets bad enough. So it's really considered to be a psychiatric illness. And it's often the case that individuals who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder then are prescribed psychiatric medication and antidepressants in particular to try to treat it.
You mentioned that Carly was first put on Zoloft. Do you recall the dosage that she started on?
I do. So Zoloft is also known as sertraline, which is the generic name.
Thank you, Bri. I don't know what is happening and why that doesn't work. It was working earlier for Bug Duggar. She was able to, so I'm not sure what's up with that. So I don't know. I would fix it for you if I knew how. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. So yes, thanks, Bri Sandwich. Also, this is interesting because now we're getting to hear her medications, and she didn't start them till January. And then March, this happened.
But
So
they're also saying it's depression and adjustment disorder. That doesn't include any kind of like psychotic episodes either. So
unless the medication did it. Medication mixed with whatever was in those vape pens. And I don't know that we're going to find that out, what was in those.
It's an SSRI, specific serotonin reuptake inhibitor medication. It's an antidepressant, and she was and it's widely used in teenagers. And she was given the dose of 25 milligrams initially.
And how did that medication seem to affect Carly?
It didn't seem to have much effect at all. I will say it's a low dose. It's a low dose. And so in that first month or so, Carly took it and reported that it didn't really make much difference one way or another.
What, if any, course of treatment was changed at that point?
So in February, Carly had a follow-up visit with the clinician from Precise Clinical and reported that the Zoloft wasn't doing very much at that dose. And so the clinician raised the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams. And I will say that's a perfectly standard dosing. It's a relatively low dose. The sort of the standard dose for Zoloft is 50 to 200 milligrams. That's usually the range where people end up. Folks will often start at 25 milligrams just to kind of go slowly and be gentle, but it's not at all uncommon for adolescents to end up at 50 milligrams fairly soon.
And how did that dosage of Zoloft affect Carly?
So Carly reported both to me and to the clinician that at the 50 milligram dose, she felt numb. She felt as if she wasn't able to really experience much pleasure or feel her emotions very much. She reported that it didn't really help that much with the depression, but it really left her kind of flat in a way that was unpleasant for her. And I will say that it's a very common reaction. I feel as if I see that quite frequently.
Do you remember the term Carly used for how it made her feel?
Zombied was the term.
And what, if any, medication was Carly changed to after Zoloft?
So at the follow-up visit on March 12th with Precise Clinical, she reported feeling numb. And the clinician then changed her medication to one called Lexapro or escitalopram. It's another SSRI medication. And I will say that it's actually quite common for someone to do poorly on one SSRI and better on another. We don't have the ability to identify up front ahead of time who's going to respond to which medication. And there can be a lot of individual variability. So one person might respond well to Prozac and badly to Zoloft. And the next person might respond well to Zoloft and badly to Prozac. And it's a fair amount of trial and error that's often involved. And so the clinician at that point in time on March 12th prescribed 5 milligrams of Lexapro. It's a relatively small dose, and instructed Carly to lower the Zoloft down to 25 milligrams for 10 days and then to stop it. In fact, Carly told me that she just stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, I guess, right?
No,
Not quite the right term because she didn't have withdrawal symptoms, but she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th because she didn't want to take it anymore.
Oops,
and maybe
1
she
week.
didn't quite understand the instructions. So starting either on March 12th or maybe the next day, Carly was on only the 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
And was there a point in time when a prescriber had mentioned trying to put Carly on Prozac?
I believe that at the initial visit with Precise Clinical, what they reported in their records was that Ashley, Miss.
Hey, AC's Wildflower. I think, Jody, was that one of the people they could not get in because they didn't get their list in time? The prescribing physician. Jody.
Sorry, what?
AC's Wildflower is asking why her prescribing physician isn't testifying. Was that one of the people they couldn't get in because they didn't get their witness list in time?
I don't know, but they said medical experts, so I'm assuming yes.
Okay. AC's Wildflower, they have not done great, the defense, on getting anything in turned in on time or even replying at all. So they are very limited on, I think he is it. He's the only expert that they were allowed to have in. So that's their fault. So yeah, like that's what he was saying. It'd have like these medications, the chances of you hitting the right dose and the right kind on the first try is slim. It takes a while sometimes to find the one that works for you. But then she just went off. You know, he wanted her to taper that one down to start the new one, and then she didn't. She just went off of it 7 days before this happened. And that can mess with your head. I've been trying to take notes, Kelly. I don't remember if he said she had OCD.
No, he said adjustment disorder and depression.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just heard those two. Yeah, you have to be careful how you come off of that stuff.
Absolutely.
And she wasn't. And you're welcome, AC's Wildflowers. Good to see you. Yeah, she was not. So I don't know. A week prior, maybe there's the cause. I'm not saying anything because I'm not a doctor or a lawyer.
Miley told them that when she was younger, she had been put on Prozac and she'd become suicidal quite immediately. And so really did not want Carly on Prozac.
Absolutely, Momo Shark. Oh, yes.
How did Carly's personality begin to change at school after her dosage changed?
After her dosage
After her medication changed?
No, I did.
There were a number of things going on March 12th. And I guess are you asking how she changed the school after that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that Carly managed to be very effective at doing well in school, showing up, looking engaged, and getting good marks. However, I also understand that beginning sometime in February of 2024, Carly began smoking marijuana at school.
What did you learn about Carly's use of marijuana?
What I learned was that sometime in February of 2024, so perhaps 6 weeks or so before the incident, Carly began smoking marijuana.
No, Puddletown, they're not actually. He hasn't said that at all. He's saying that she was on one antidepressant and she didn't like the way that it felt, so they upped her dose. And then she just didn't feel anything, so they changed it. They changed the medication, and she was supposed to taper off of that first one, and she didn't. She just quit it. She just cold turkey stopped taking it altogether. So, and that was the 12th, March 12th. So 7 days before this happened. And they have not said that that's what caused it. I'm saying, like, we are discussing it because of you don't just abruptly stop those types of medications. Like Kelly said, it can affect you.
Yeah.
Badly.
With a capital F.
With that F. No, yes. She started in January. They started the medication, the Zoloft, in January. And then this was March 12th that she went cold turkey on the Zoloft and was on the 5 milligrams of the Lexapro.
Yeah.
So she was on 50 milligrams of Zoloft, wanted to taper down to 25 milligrams of Zoloft and start her on 5 milligrams of Lexapro. And then she just quit the Zoloft cold turkey. But wouldn't that fall on our mom if she was the one who gave her meds? I think that's what the stepdad said. It could, but Did her mom make sure she was taking the pills, like swallowing them? There's lots of ways to. Have you ever watched 60 Days In? They get around swallowing those pills a lot, even when they have to show them, hey, I swallowed, and then they're like, yeah, they go in their cell and spit them out.
My cat's snoring.
I can hear it. So I don't know. I don't know. He just said 50, I would assume 50 milligrams once a day. He didn't say. I don't remember him saying more. So yeah, I don't know. OCD can absolutely be debilitating. Yeah. So yikes, Kelly. I hope that you are feeling okay, because that can absolutely get you. Yes, and then they hide them in their butt.
With sliced cheese.
Ew. Yes, they are trying her as an adult. Yeah, OCD is not anything to mess with at all. Yes, common, Adair. So why it would be kids and parents don't get along, and they have their times, especially, I think girls and moms and daughters probably have it worse, and sons and dads probably have it worse than like daughters and dads and sons and moms. But I only speak from my own experience. But did there have to be that history? That's the thing. If there wasn't a history of anything abnormal until that one day, then does that not go that she had a break? I don't know. I just throw all my opinions and thoughts out there. Thank you for the comedy break, Puddletown. There was no mention of that, of religion. I haven't heard any mention of anything like that, like they didn't give her anything because of religion, if that's where you're going for. I haven't heard any talk of religion at all in this trial. Well, you doing a good job. Keep it up. All right. Jody's going to sleep finally. I was just going to ask her.
Yep, I'm done. Night, night, peeps.
Good night.
I'll keep my computer on. Some other avatar will be on, but I'll be watching through my eyelids on my TV in bed.
Okie dokie.
Night, night.
See you later.
Mwah.
Bye. Hug your kitty. Okay. You're welcome for my motherly advice, Adair. At least you didn't make me use my mom voice. And neither did Jody. She went to bed at an okay time. So I don't know that she wasn't taking the new one or the first one correctly. She said 25 milligrams didn't do anything. 50 milligrams made her feel numb, and she just didn't feel anything. And then she just didn't come off of it. Definitely didn't come off of it correctly.
She told me that she smoked 2 or 3 times a week. I think she told the clinician at the correctional center she may have smoked up to 4 times a week, but not every day, but a number of times a week. She told me that she smoked both at night to kind of help her with her anxiety and to help her sleep, and sometimes during the day when she was in school.
was it that Carly turned to the marijuana usage?
So what I know is that Carly reported that she used marijuana to help her deal with anxiety and stress. So, which I think is it's a very common reason for adolescents with mental health difficulties to begin smoking marijuana.
Would that
Oh,
typically
I'm
be
sorry,
described as
Kelly. I don't like to hear that.
self-medicating?
Yes.
And in your experience, is that something people tend to do when they're experiencing symptoms of, any medical issue that's aggravating them?
I don't know about any medical issue, but in my experience, I mean, I think two things can happen. One is some adolescents start smoking marijuana because they enjoy smoking marijuana. But others who are struggling with mental health difficulties start smoking marijuana because it helps them feel better. I think especially, listen, my experience, adolescents who've been taking medication, when the medication just doesn't work very well, they get a little frustrated or a little discouraged. And it's like, and they smoke marijuana, and at least in the short run, they feel a little bit better.
Based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, how was the marijuana likely to have caused or affected her symptoms?
So I have a lot of patients that smoke marijuana, I will say. It's legal in Massachusetts, which may make a difference. And so typically with individuals who smoke marijuana, what I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned that she just wasn't doing as well academically. And if Carly had friends who had feelings against marijuana, it just puts her kind of at odds with some of her friends who are not smoking.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, did Carly's academic performance begin to suffer at this time?
As far as I can tell, not. The only thing is that Carly reported to me that on March 19th, the day of the incident, she woke up grumpy and irritable and couldn't pay attention in school. She said that was the first time that it ever happened. She'd always been able to really focus well in school, but on that particular day, she just could not pay attention.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you in regards to smoking marijuana on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had not smoked marijuana on March 19th, that she thought she had smoked on Monday, March 18th.
And do you recall why Carly said she didn't smoke marijuana on March 19th?
I actually don't.
Okay. What were your conclusions about Carly's mental health at that time between January to March 19th?
Yes, I have a few. I think one is that I think Carly was struggling with a significant mood disorder. She had reported to her clinician that she was depressed. They had diagnosed her with depression. They were treating her with depression. It wasn't very effective at that point in time. But in addition, I asked Carly about what is called hypomania. And hypomania is a condition where a person's mood is elevated. I'm going to give a little background. So in psychiatry, there's major depressive disorder, or what's sometimes called unipolar depression, where a person is either depressed or they're normal. But there's another condition called bipolar disorder. And classic bipolar disorder is one in which an individual often oscillates between being really depressed and then being manic. And when you're manic, your mood is very high, you're full of energy, your thoughts may be going fast, you feel often bigger than life, you can be more confident, and it can become a very unstable and dangerous state. People often have very poor judgment, they take a great deal of risk, they can spend a lot of money, and they can become really quite psychotic when they're manic. I don't think that happened with Carly, but there is a condition called hypomania, which is elevated mood, but not as severe as mania. Hypomania is where your mood is up, You're full of energy. You feel good. You're confident. You're funny. You're thinking fast. You're smart. You're on top of the world. It's actually, people actually often enjoy it. Like nobody comes to psychiatrists complaining that they've been hypomanic. But for people that have, and there's a condition called bipolar 2, in which an individual suffers from depressed mood, but also at times a hypomanic mood. And the hypomanic mood is not the problem. The depressed mood is the problem. But it makes a difference because when you treat bipolar 2 with an antidepressant medication, you often can make things worse. Either nothing gets better, or you can make someone worse because you can drive them into a manic state. And I think of it, I often say to patients, it's like having a boat without a keel. If you don't have a stable mood and you're cranking up the motor, you're going to be zigzagging all over the lake. And that's what often happens when you treat someone with bipolar disorder with an antidepressant medication. They can have significant problems. So I asked Carly very specifically about hypomania. And part of the reason I asked her was because my understanding is that her biological father has been diagnosed and treated with bipolar disorder. And bipolar disorder is a highly heritable condition, meaning if you have a parent that has it, you're at much increased risk of having it yourself. So a teenager with depressed mood with a parent with bipolar disorder is at a high risk of having bipolar as well. So I asked Carly, what she reported to me was that she has had for the last several years regular discrete periods of time when her mood is up, when she's more restless, she's more impulsive, she's more rude, she's more tactless, she's physically somewhat agitated, and she'll take risks. She told me that she got her nipple pierced when she was in that state. She told me that she had these clear-cut states and had been having them for a number of years. She told me that I asked her to estimate over the last 5 years, how much of your time have you spent in any state? What she said to me was, over the last 5 years, she thought about 60% of her time in a depressed state, about 20% of her time in a hypomanic state, and about 20% of her time in a normal mood state. So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder.
Your Honor, may I approach? Dr. Clark, did you also review Carly's medical records from Precise Medical Clinic?
I did.
Also, who pierced it? She's a minor.
Tell me what the exhibit number of that is.
Exhibit defendant's exhibit 19.
And what records are those?
These are the records from Precise Medical for Carly Gregg.
Okay. And if you'll see at the very bottom, there's a little red state versus Carly Gregg.
Yes.
And with numbers, if you could, will you turn to page 761 in those records?
Yes.
And will you tell me what we're looking at on this page?
Yes, what we're looking at is something that's called the modified mini screen, which appears to be a series of questions that were asked of Carly, I imagine, I would think, prior to her visit with the clinician.
And what would be the purpose of having her fill out this mini screen?
The purpose of these screens are to try to flag any possible problems. So it's also time saving. So you're asking a number of questions to try to identify what might be the problem areas. And then presumably when the clinician sees the individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
This is something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons?
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
And could you read that first question for me?
Question number 1 is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self, parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded, yes.
Could you read question number 7?
Question number 7 was, have you had one or more occasions when you felt intensely anxious, frightened, uncomfortable, or uneasy, even when most people would not feel that way? Did these intense feelings get to be their worst within 10 minutes? Parentheses, if the answer to both questions is yes, select yes, otherwise select no.
How did Carly answer that question?
Carly answered yes.
And will you read question number 8 for me?
Question number 8, do you feel anxious or uneasy in places or situations where you might have the panic-like symptoms we just spoke about? Or do you feel anxious or uneasy in situations where help might not be available or escape might be difficult? Examples, being in a crowd, standing in a line, being alone away from home or alone at home, crossing a bridge, traveling in a bus, train, or car.
How did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 9 for me?
Question number 9, have you worried excessively or been anxious about several things over the past 6 months?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
Could you read question number 12 for me?
In the past month, have you been bothered by thoughts, impulses, or images that you couldn't get rid of that were unwanted, distasteful, inappropriate, intrusive, or distressing?
And how did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 13 for me?
In the past month, did you do something repeatedly without being able to resist doing it?
And how did Carly respond to that question?
She answered yes.
And could you read question number 14?
Have you ever experienced, witnessed, or had to deal with an extremely traumatic event that included actual or threatened death or serious injury to you or someone else?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
And what stood out to you in your review of precise medical records?
What really stood out to me was their question about, have you ever been up or hyper? And I saw no indication, and this is, I understand this to be a question that really is screening for mania. You're looking to see whether bipolar disorder of some sort might be a problem. And Carly answered yes to that. And I saw no evidence in the records from Precise Clinical that they had followed up on that. And they ended up not asking her about mania, according to their records, and prescribing her antidepressant medication, which in retrospect might not have been the best choice.
How, based on your experience and expertise, how difficult is it to diagnose mental health issues in teenagers?
Well, it can be tricky for a couple of reasons. And one is that a lot of times teenagers are, if they have a mental health issue, it's just starting to come to fruition at this period of time. It can be a little hard to know. And there's a wide range of kind of normal teenage behavior, and teenagers aren't always terribly forthcoming to an adult. And so, you have to establish rapport, often get information from other places, and hopefully the teenager can open up to you. There's some things that are maybe easier to diagnose than others, but it's not always simple.
Based on your experience and expertise, when you are having sessions with teenagers, how confidential are those sessions?
It's mixed. What I always start out when I'm meeting with a teenager and talking about confidentiality. And I usually say to them, again, depending on the age, I say, I can give you some privacy. You deserve some privacy, but if issues come up that really affect your health or safety or significantly affect your welfare, we got to pull your parents in. We got to let them know. So I think every teenager kind of understands that the really serious stuff, the parent's going to get pulled in.
And what, if any, concerns did Carly already have about having bipolar disorder?
So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father, and that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, you might be something like you're going to end up just like your father. And Carly understood her father to have a serious psychiatric illness. So Carly reported to me that she really wasn't worried that she might have a serious psychiatric illness.
Did Carly see her father as a successful person?
No.
Based on your experience and expertise, what would motivate someone to not be forthcoming with their doctor?
So there are probably a number of reasons. I think many teenagers don't really want to go talk to a psychiatrist or even a therapist, but certainly shame is one. Shame and stigma are big. There are a lot of people that engage in denial, that they just don't want to believe that they have a condition, and they like to think that they can kind of soldier through, and they say to themselves that it's really not that bad. A lot of, I think, teenagers in particular, again, are worried that their parents are going to find out. And it's actually still fairly common for people to be worried that they're going to end up in a psychiatric hospital, if they're especially around things like suicide. I'm talking about suicidal thoughts, but just in general, they worry that you're going to lock me up in a hospital.
Based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to be afraid of receiving a mental health diagnosis?
I think it can be very difficult for people. I think especially, depression doesn't quite have that same punch, but bipolar disorder, for example, or certainly anytime you talk about psychosis, I think it's a very big deal for most people to try to come to terms with that, because they worry, understandably, about what it means, what the future might hold for them.
Based on your evaluation of Carly and your interview with her and the records you reviewed, how could Carly be experiencing these significant symptoms of mental illness, but her parents not know when they live with her and see her every day?
So I'll say maybe two things. I think one is, I think many teenagers are pretty good at hiding things from their parents. And it's a skill that most teenagers develop. And especially, if a teenager spends a lot of time in their bedroom, for example, they may not see a lot of their parents. And the second thing is, I think Carly has said to me, and she has said to others, that she's really pretty good at putting on a face, that she's able to put on a good face even when things are quite difficult. And I think I saw evidence of that in reviewing the records.
And what do you attribute that to, Carly's ability to put on a good face?
I think I attribute it, in part to her. Well, actually, I understand Carly to have, from an early age, had this idea, this feeling that she needed to be aware of her mother's emotional state, that she needed to make sure her mother was doing okay. She needed to kind of help her mother not worry so much. And so that she did lots of things like watch a movie together with her mother that her mother wanted to watch, or read a book that her mother wanted her to read. She did lots of things to help kind of calm her mother. So I think that's a big reason. I think the fact that Carly's bright maybe allowed her to get away a little better. But I think she really has a personality where she's very good at putting a smile on her face and functioning reasonably well.
During your interview with Carly, how, would you say that she minimized her symptoms, or did she overplay them?
Oh, I'm sorry.
During your interview with Carly, did you find that she minimized her symptoms, or did she have a tendency to overplay them?
In my interview with Carly, I did find that she minimized her symptoms. I thought she really led with this idea that she was doing just fine. And I had to work to get her to answer certain questions. I worked harder with her than I usually do with adolescents in terms of asking specific questions around things that were not going well. So certainly through the interview and then through other documents as well, I thought I saw significant evidence of denial and minimization.
Now, are auditory hallucinations or hearing voices typically what someone with bipolar 2 disorder is going to be experiencing?
No. The short answer is no. It's not usual for someone with bipolar 2 disorder to hear voices. Sometimes people that get very depressed very depressed can experience auditory hallucinations, hear voices along with that. People that are manic can absolutely experience auditory hallucinations. They can become very psychotic, but otherwise it's really not at all common.
And based on what you reviewed in preparing for your evaluation of Carly, were there any indications in any documents where Carly had reported hearing voices prior to March 19th?
Yes.
Okay. Where?
So the document in particular was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach? We put Carly's journal into evidence. We'll just hand you that copy of it. Now, you mentioned a journal entry from March 12th.
Correct.
Okay. And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal entry that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaging in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th, Tuesday, she writes, "I think I had a psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming, bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy." And then she goes on to say, "I need to get back into the habit of journaling. That think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I can't decide!" Exclamation mark.
Your Honor, may I approach? Did you also have an opportunity to review a sketchbook that Carly had?
Yes.
And that sketchbook's been placed into evidence by stipulation. What, if anything, in Carly's sketchbook that you reviewed in preparing for her interview and evaluation stood out to you?
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say I don't quite know what to make of it, but I find it raises disturbing questions.
What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions to you?
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident, that was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting. And it's written almost like a piece of creative writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, "Anywho, I don't think I'll make it any longer." And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and sort of scrawling. And it says, please help me, I don't something, I'm sorry." And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph. And I think it signed something like Germa. And when I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask anybody else about that writing?
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smiley about some of the writings, and he told me that he and Ashley, Miss Smiley, had found several writings in a journal in Carly's room that had been hidden away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes. And they were worried about it, and they asked Carly about it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smiley also told me that some of the writing seemed to be in a different handwriting, but that Carly disavowed having written it.
And could you look at the second page that I gave you there, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the sketchbook that you reviewed?
I actually don't recall whether it's in a sketchbook or in a different journal. It's the one titled April 7th.
And what about that entry concerns you?
So I'll just say, Mr. Smiley told me that this, he believed, was from 2023, so April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here, I'm a schizophrenic person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just want to find true love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy. My thoughts envelop me. I'm scared. I need help. And I'm happy to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I don't know whether this is just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping a journal. It could be, right? So I don't take this as evidence that she had a thought disorder. I do think it's reasonable to think that she's worried. She was worried about her mental health at this point in time.
What, if anything, did Carly disclose to you about her father having schizophrenia?
So Carly told me that her father had bipolar disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had or had been evaluated for schizophrenia, but really was the bipolar diagnosis that she was most clear about.
So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were two things that Carly was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in April of 2023.
Yes.
Can you tell the court a little bit about what schizophrenia is?
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis that's considered to be chronic and typically has a kind of worsening course over time. It most frequently manifests in sort of late adolescence, early adulthood, and it's characterized by psychosis, so delusions and hallucinations, also disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and there's a whole range of what are called negative symptoms of just having less interest, less engagement. It can be treated with antipsychotic medication typically, but the medications we have are not great. Frequently, people need to be hospitalized, often several times in their lifetime. It can be very disabling. It really is, perhaps, I think, fair to say, the most catastrophic of all psychiatric diagnoses.
You talked about psychosis just a moment ago. Can you explain for us what psychosis is?
Yes. So psychosis is a psychiatric condition. I think I define it as a substantial disorder of thought form or thought content. And thought content really means delusions and hallucinations. If you're hearing voices, if you think the CIA has implanted a receiver in your molar, right? If you think the police are following you everywhere you go, those are considered to be delusions. If you're hearing voices or seeing things, those are hallucinations. But people can also have disorder of thought form where they just are not logical and coherent. Their thoughts just don't fit together very well, and they can become quite illogical, quite irrational, and quite disorganized.
And what do you mean by disorganized thinking?
So disorganized thinking is where, normally our thoughts go from one thing to another, and they're reasonably well connected, and there's an element of a degree of coherence. Disorganized thinking is when often people can jump from one thing to the other. Things don't connect. They'll start talking about one thing, and then they'll make a jump to another thing, they'll make a jump to another thing, and it can become a jumble.
What, if anything, did Carly inform you of with regard to an eating disorder?
So Carly told me that for at least the last few years, she had at times restricted her food intake, at times had binged and then purged by making herself throw up. She told me that she had never taken laxatives or diuretics, but that she had been engaging in these eating disorder behaviors for, on a somewhat regular basis. She told me that she had never actually lost a substantial amount of weight, but she'd been doing these things for at least a couple of years. And so she was having, if I may, mood issues, eating disorder issues, cutting herself, hearing voices, and sleeping difficulty, all, I guess, leading up to January of 2024.
Can you tell the court what disassociation means?
Dissociation is a psychiatric term that is somewhat broad, but the definition is a disruption of the normal integrity of identity, awareness, memory, body sensation, and connection with the world, which may not mean a lot. Dissociation can be both very mild and quite severe. Mild dissociation, which I think almost all of us have experienced, can include things like just spacing out, right? If you're like driving down the road, you're thinking about something else, you miss your exit, or you get home and you have no idea how you got there, right? That's a mild form of dissociation. Dissociation can include something called derealization, depersonalization, where people feel as if they're just apart from the world, that the world is somehow distant or gauzy, or that they're just not engaged. They can feel they're just emotionally flat. Some people have that on a chronic basis, and it can be quite distressing for them. Dissociation is a part of sometimes post-traumatic stress disorder, where people, for example, let's say someone who's had a serious trauma, such as a combat veteran, has something might trigger them, and they'll just go off. They'll just go away. It's kind of like the lights are on and no one's home. They'll be back wherever in Iraq or wherever it might be, and that can be very, very distressing for them. Some people have dissociation where they wander. There's a condition called dissociative fugues, where people will just start wandering. It's a rare condition, but people can wander. They'll take the train, they'll take the bus, and they have no recollection of who they are or where they're from. So you get these rare cases where people are sort of found to be just wandering aimlessly, and you ask them who they are, they're like, I have no idea. And then for many of them, their sort of sense of themselves will come back. Dissociation is also seen in what's called dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, which is a somewhat controversial diagnosis, but there are certainly people who experience, I think on a regular basis, these dissociative states that can be very impairing. These individuals I think, really do struggle from a psychiatric point of view. Dissociation is most typically thought of as the result of trauma, right? So either childhood trauma, and one way that people think about it is that it's a protective mechanism. So that let's say a child that's being sexually abused, right, during the abuse might just go away. Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through at that point in time. So that's one of the, I guess, models for how dissociation occurs. Dissociation is also closely related to psychosis. Many people with psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to really quite mild.
And can you explain the significance of bipolar II disorder and dissociation and the auditory hallucinations?
Oh, so in the period of time up until March 12th, Carly reported that her mood was flat, that she was zombie, that she was still quite depressed, she was still cutting. She also reported that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more prominent, and she was beginning to worry that they were taking over for her. Now, she told me that the only thing the voices said to her were things that were kind of elitist, like you're better than those people. Like that's the only thing she told me they said. So her mood is poor, the voices are getting worse. Her sleep continues to be bad, and she's smoking marijuana on 2 or 3 times a week. She also reported that she had a fair amount of anxiety during this time as well.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Dr. Clark, when did you first receive the vital core records?
So I received the vital core records, or the records from the Rankin County Correctional Facility for her psychiatric treatment and medication. And I didn't receive them until I had already interviewed Carly. I had returned to Boston and got the records afterwards, so I wasn't able to ask Carly questions about the records.
And that's because we had not yet received the records from Vital Core from the subpoena. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Y'all are cracking me up watching chat. Dagnabbit. Throttle bottom. That's hilarious. I've never heard that. And yes, Adair threw a fiddlesticks out there the other day, which was gold. Stop joshing around. Oh, they're talking to her. Ooh, interesting. Well, he was. Grandma looks like she's sleeping. Also, Pedaltown, sometime we'll have to tell you the story about Honey Nut Cheerios, but not today.
Copy of the Vital Core records for Carly, beginning, I think, March 28th, 2024.
Okay. And are those the
Pedaltown
same
and
records you
Udahef would
reviewed?
arrest her.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what stood out to you in those records?
There were at least a couple of things. There were several things that stood out, actually. One is, and I think I was quite surprised to see, Carly reported to the clinicians at Vital Core on March 28th, and then again a month later, that she'd been having command auditory hallucinations.
What are command auditory hallucinations?
So auditory hallucinations are hearing voices, and they can be of different content. They're often critical, for example. But command auditory hallucinations is when you hear a voice that tells you to do something. It's fairly common. The voices will often, when a person has this, the voices often tell you to either hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. They're very concerning as a psychiatrist. If someone says they're having command auditory hallucinations, it's very concerning because some people act on them. I had asked Carly several different times whether she had had command auditory hallucinations when I interviewed her. She said no, very definitively each time. So I was surprised to see that she had told the Vital Core clinicians that in fact she'd been having command auditory hallucinations, including ones that were telling her to hurt her mother.
And based on the records you reviewed, when did the auditory hallucinations stop for Carly?
So Carly reported these command auditory hallucinations in March, and then again in April, and then I think by May they had stopped. And two things had happened. One is that Carly had been taken off the Lexapro. So Carly, we haven't really talked about Lexapro. Carly had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, 1 week before the incident. She was continued on Lexapro when she came to the correctional facility. They increased the dose of Lexapro 10 days after she had arrived there. She continued to report auditory hallucinations. And a month later, they took her off the Lexapro. And it was after that, she said the hallucinations stopped. But the other thing that happened at the same time, Carly was put on an antipsychotic medication.
What medication was she put on?
She was put on Abilify, also known as aripiprazole. So on March 28th, she reported these auditory hallucinations. She was diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features and treated with an antipsychotic medication, Abilify. And then in April, the dose of Abilify was increased from 5 to 7.5 milligrams. And the Lexapro was stopped. So those two medication changes occurred, and Carly reported subsequently that the voices had gone away.
What dosage, was her dosage of Abilify raised at any point again?
Yes, at the time that I saw Carly in the end of August, she reported being on 10 milligrams a day of Abilify, and that's what the records would reflect starting in July.
And what stood out to you about that dosage?
So when I met with Carly, she told me she was on Abilify. I didn't know what dose she was on, and she didn't know. She told me the Abilify had been really helpful for her. Typically, in my experience with adolescents who've never been on an antipsychotic before, I'll use 1 or 2 milligrams of Abilify. Can be a very potent medication. It can be very sedating. And typically what I see with adolescents, especially those that have not been on antipsychotics before, is they might be on 2 milligrams, maybe 4, maybe 5. Carly told me, or I found out, that she was on 10 milligrams a day, which surprised me. It is rare for me to see a teenager on that high a dose unless they've either have really significant behavioral problems and been on a lot of antipsychotics before, or they have a serious mental illness like schizophrenia.
And what is the highest dose of Abilify?
So typically 10 to 15 milligrams a day is considered the maximum dose. Abilify is an antipsychotic medication used to treat conditions like schizophrenia. Most typically, again, 10 to 15 milligrams a day. It's also used for many other things, right? It's used to help with depression. It's used to help with kind of emotional overload. It's used to help, it's a mood stabilizer. But 10 to 15 milligrams a day is kind of the typical upper limit.
What, if any, issues, when you spoke with Mr. Smiley, what, if any, issues did he note for you in regards to Carly having time loss or memory loss issues?
Can I apologize for just a moment? I actually had not finished answering your last
I'm sorry,
question.
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. If I may, you had asked me about the significance of the records.
Yes.
In addition to Carly reporting these command auditory hallucinations, including those that hurt her mother, and the fact that she denied it to me and had denied it to the other investigator, the other expert, I thought was really quite striking. I thought it was quite striking. And so what I took from that is that it was most likely that Carly was denying and minimizing the auditory hallucinations. I thought, I have to think, is she malingering here, right? Isn't this convenient that she's coming up with this story now after she's been arrested, right? That's like probably the central question. I would think if she was malingering, she'd be leading with this. The voices told me to do it. She denied it up and down with me. So the fact that she had it and now was saying no, I thought was really fit with the pattern that she was denying and minimizing what had happened.
What do you mean by malingering?
Sure. So malingering is when an individual fakes it, I guess, or comes up with symptoms or exaggerates symptoms for some secondary gain, like to get something. And so, for example, if someone who's, let's say, has an opioid addiction might come into the emergency room complaining of some sort of pain in order to get, they'll make it up in order to get opioid. In this situation, Carly has a lot of incentive to say it wasn't my fault, right? Obviously she has a lot of incentive. And so the question is she telling us these things now because she wants to try to get out of it?
And
I'm still giving a long-winded answer to your
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
question. So her being on Abilify, I think is very important. And the fact that Carly reports, and she's been very consistent about this, once she got on Abilify and once the Lexapro was stopped, she's felt good. She has felt like her mood is really pretty good and the mood swings have stopped. So she's very consistent in saying, this works for me. So I think that's striking. The auditory hallucinations, or the disappearing auditory hallucinations, are striking. And then the third thing is, Carly was reported by the clinicians to have been crying every day for months, to be have been quite distraught, quite depressed, quite hopeless, very sad, just tearful. From April through May and then June. And then since July or August, her mood was much better. She still, I think, misses her mother tremendously, she said to me, but she says her mood is better. I realized I was actually, preparing for this yesterday, and I was reading this, and I realized the pattern that this represents, I think, is a pattern of what's called bipolar depression, a pattern of depression that occurs after a manic or a mixed state. So that typically when someone with bipolar disorder has mood elevation or a mixed state, a lot of agitation, it's followed by a crash, that they will frequently, for some people, really quite predictably, they'll have a terrible bout of depression, which is deeper and longer lasting than most depressions. It really can be quite awful. And then they can feel much better. So for me, looking at how awful Carly felt for those probably 3 month period of time, and then how much better she felt after that, to me, that's very consistent with a pattern of, again, bipolar depression that comes in after having had a manic or a hypomanic episode.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that one of the reasons Carly might have been, having these daily long crying spells was because of her circumstances?
I think that's very fair to say. I think absolutely. I was struck by how distraught she was throughout, really for a long period of time, and then how much better she felt relatively quickly by the end of the summer, where she's still in the same circumstances as she was before. What I take from that is there's likely a biological component to that. I'm not saying she didn't miss her mother. I'm not saying this is anything but a terrible position for her to be in, but I think there's a biological component.
And is Abilify the first time, based on your interview of Carly and the records you reviewed, that she was put on an antipsychotic medication?
Yes. And as I mentioned, Abilify can have significant mood stabilizing properties. So in the treatment of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2, the first order of business is to stabilize someone's mood. That's sometimes done with a mood stabilizer like lithium, but also medications like Abilify are frequently used to help stabilize someone's mood.
And what, if any, other medications was Carly also on after she arrived to the Rankin County Correctional Facility?
So she was kept on the Lexapro medication after she arrived. And then, as I mentioned, on March 28th, the dose was increased from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams. And then she was on the Lexapro 10 milligrams for approximately a month.
And was she switched from Lexapro to another medication?
So in April, she was switched from Lexapro to a medication called Celexa.
And can you tell us a little bit about Celexa?
So Celexa is another of the SSRI antidepressant medications commonly used in both teenagers and adults.
Okay. And how is Celexa related to Lexapro?
So Celexa and Lexapro are similar medications. I think of them, if you think of all the SSRIs, there are like 5 or 6 SSRIs, think of them as cousins. They have similarities, but real differences. I think of maybe Lexapro and Celexa as siblings. They have more similarities, but they still have differences. So they are different medications. They have different Food and Drug Administration approvals. They have different responses. People can respond differently one to the other, can have different side effects one to the other.
And before you diagnose a person or diagnose traits, what methodology do you typically adhere to?
Are you speaking of traits or psychiatric diagnosis? I'm not sure I understand.
Traits.
So there's something called personality traits. And I guess I should back up and say there's also something called personality disorders. So personality disorders, we've probably heard many of them, like for example, narcissistic personality disorder, are conditions in psychiatry that are supposed to represent an enduring maladaptive pattern of behavior. So for someone it's like bred in the bone, right? For someone who acts in a certain way on a regular basis in a way that doesn't work for them or the people around them, they can be given the diagnosis of a personality disorder. For people that want to kind of point in that direction, but maybe not go as far as, say, a personality disorder, they can talk about personality traits. Maybe someone has narcissistic traits, for example, rather than the full disorder. And so in answer to your question, how do you diagnose? I'll say maybe 2 things. One is they're hardly ever, in actual clinical practice, it's hardly ever done. I almost never see someone who's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. You read about it a lot of books on the shelf about it, but it's just not very terribly helpful in practice, and it can be really stigmatizing. I mean, if you say, and what are you going to say to your patient? Oh, I'm diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and they will never come back. And you really need to know someone well to do it, right? It's not just how they are in this particular interview with them, but it's about how they are over time in many different settings. So you have to know a person really quite well if indeed you choose to do it.
And what, if any, signs of personality traits did you observe in Carly?
So I've really testified already. I think I observed her to be somewhat dutiful, to want to be a good kid, to want to please her mother, to be a good student. She you know, she had a degree of confidence about being a good student and being like one of the smartest kids in the school. And beyond that, I really saw her as kind of falling within the normal range of kind of adolescent girl, aside from her mental health conditions.
And based on your observations and interview with Carly and the documents you reviewed and her family members that you spoke to, would you characterize Carly as callous?
Really, on the contrary. So callous referring to, I guess, not having feelings, not having empathy. There is a term in psychology of callous unemotional traits, typically referring to individuals, many of whom go on to become have serious problems with the law. Individuals who just don't care, don't have real attachments, don't have real empathy, who are just, I guess, cold and often cruel and limited ability to experience remorse. And I don't see that with Carly at all.
Based on your interview and observation of Carly and also your discussions with her family members, would you describe Carly as diabolical?
No.
Would you ever describe someone as diabolical that you're evaluating?
I can't imagine that I would, no.
And so what, if anything, did Carly tell you occurred on the Sunday prior to the incident of March 19th, which was a Tuesday?
So Carly told me that she had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, and that she found that almost immediately, very quickly, her mood swings were worse, that she was having lower lows and higher highs in that week leading up to March 19th. She told me that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more insistent, more of a problem for her. And then she told me that on that Sunday, March 17th, that she had smoked marijuana that morning, that her mother and stepfather had gone to the store. She was alone in the house. She'd smoked some marijuana, and that she had about a 20-minute experience where her thoughts were racing, her thoughts were jumbled. She was really frightened, and she kind of fell to the floor because she wasn't sure that she was going to be able to control her body. She said it was a very scary experience for her, unlike anything she'd had before, and that after about 20 minutes had passed, and then she was sort of back to herself.
And how can we make sense of the fact that a low dose of a widely used antidepressant could have such an impact on Carly's symptoms so quickly?
So the SSRI medications are widely used, generally considered safe, approved by the Food and Drug Administration, and most adolescents do just fine with them. They don't always work all that well. Sometimes they do, but there are a small number of individuals that have dramatically bad responses to these medications, most particularly in terms of suicidality, right? So there's a small number of individuals, it's thought to be maybe 1 or 2% of people that take the medication, where fairly quickly they can become quite suicidal, just kind of out of the blue. They had not been suicidal before. They're given a medication like Prozac, and all of a sudden they get suicidal. So the Food and Drug Administration has mandated what's called a black box warning, which is that when you get your package insert from the medication, there's a thick, heavy black box that says, warning, you need to be worried about, for individuals, for adolescents from the ages of 16 to 24, you need to worry about the risk of suicidal ideation caused by this medication. For a long time, the Food and Drug Administration recommended weekly meetings with your prescriber just to check in. So, and I will say, in my experience, I've had many patients who have reported going on an SSRI medication and just having an awful response. They say, I just felt terrible and I had to stop it immediately. So it's not common, but it happens. And if I may, yes, for an individual, as I testified to earlier, with bipolar disorder, there's a risk that an antidepressant medication is going to make them worse, going to make their mood swings worse. It's going to aggravate their mood difficulties.
Would that be especially true if they are not already taking a mood stabilizing drug?
Yes. And I think it's often the case that an individual, once their mood is stabilized by a mood stabilizing medication like Abilify, once their mood is stabilized, they're able to tolerate an antidepressant. Sometimes it really can be really helpful for them. So it's not surprising to me that Carly now is on a mood stabilizer medication, Abilify, and is able to tolerate Celexa, and the combination seems to work for her.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you about the events on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had woken up that morning groggy and irritable. She had not smoked marijuana. She had a hard time paying attention in class the first time that had happened. That she went to, she typically got a ride home from her mother, who was a math teacher at the school. And so that she went to the mother's classroom at the end of that day, and that the mother, I guess, informed her that she knew that Carly had been smoking marijuana. Carly told me that she said that her mother had a sixth sense about it. I don't think that Carly knew that someone else, a friend of hers, had told the mother. But Carly told me that the mother knew that she'd been smoking marijuana, that they drove home as usual, that when they got home, Carly went to the backyard to let the dogs out, and that her memory went blank at that point. And that her memory came back as she was standing by the side of the road, having crawled out of a drainage pipe, wet, and the police officer came by and picked her up. So she said that for that period of time, she had no memory whatsoever of what had happened.
Now, Dr. Clark, were you in the courtroom earlier today?
I was.
And what, if anything, did you hear about Carly having disclosed to a friend about her auditory delusions?
So what I heard this morning was that Carly's friend SK reported or testified that Carly had told her before the incident that she was hearing voices. We also have her journal entry.
And were you also in the courtroom when some body camera footage was played?
Yes.
What, if anything, stood out to you about that?
I think the only thing that stood out was that it sounded to me as if Carly was concerned about the welfare of her stepfather.
And were you able to hear anything on the body camera footage in regards to Carly's answer when they asked her, when they were doing the gunpowder residue test, and they asked her, which hand she used to shoot a gun? Do you recall what her response was?
I actually didn't hear that particular response.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe about Carly's grief?
So what I observed was that Carly, even though she said her mood was stable for the first time in years, that she continued to miss her mother very much. She missed her mother very much, and that she had been really having a very difficult time in the time since the incident.
What, if any, diagnostic impressions did you come to based on the records you reviewed, your experience, your expertise, your evaluation of Carly, and the family members that you spoke to?
Yeah, so I think I have maybe four. So just to say, number one, her mood disorder, right? So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2, and I saw her as having suffered from some significant depression, and then some hypomanic episodes, and then worsening a mood disorder that was worsened by the Lexapro medication from March 12th onward. I also gave her the diagnosis of, and it's a terrible name, other specified schizophrenia, spectrum, and related psychotic disorders, really referring to the auditory hallucinations. So I think that I understood the voices she was hearing when she was younger as being notable, but not necessarily psychosis. I mean, they were there, but didn't really seem to affect her. But I also understood that certainly in the week or weeks leading up to the incident, the voices were becoming more prominent, more urgent, more of a problem. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that the voices were likely not just saying to her, oh, you're better than that guy. I think that, at least in my experience and my understanding, is that when the voices become really urgent like that, they typically say something much more concerning than oh, you're better than that guy. I give weight to the records from Vital Core where Carly was reporting command auditory hallucination.
1, Jody, go to bed. I thought you were asleep a long time ago. 2, Puddletown, you can't see some of the comments because they're on Jody's stream. You're in my stream. You're in my chat. Those are on Jody's chat. That's why I try to put everybody's up. Some of your guys' are just funny, and I've just been letting them go. You know, like when she raises her eyebrows. You do not have to go to a corner. It was hilarious. And Adair, don't answer the question about if she can stretch. Jody can't sleep now because she's mad. Yeah. She's not. She's not asleep. She should be asleep. But she is not.
Shortly after she was arrested. I think, and I give weight to SK's testimony this morning, and I give weight to Carly's journal entry from March 12th. I'm not even sure that we've talked about. All to indicate that the voices, I think, were becoming a really significant problem for her, and likely really had crossed over into the domain of what I would call psychosis. I think that I don't know whether the Lexapro was making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro. I can say, I think with some confidence, I think Lexapro was making the mood disorder worse. I'm not sure that was responsible for the voices getting worse.
Dr. Clark, is it fair to say that if someone is experiencing bulimia while they're also taking prescription medication, it can be hard to know how much of the dosage they're actually retaining in their system?
It can be hard to know, I think, depending on how frequent the bulimia is and when the self-induced vomiting occurs.
And is it fair to say that transitioning off of Zoloft could have contributed to the worsening of the symptoms Carly was experiencing?
I don't think so. And the reason I say that is that typically when people stop a medication like Zoloft abruptly, and she wasn't on a very big dose, what they can experience are these withdrawal effects that are almost the flu-like illness, headache, achiness, brain zaps, but it doesn't typically worsen a mood disorder, for example, or worsen a thought disorder. So I don't think coming off the Zoloft likely had much of an impact one way or the other. Carly told me that she did not experience withdrawal symptoms coming off.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you associate to Carly in the form of disassociation?
So what I understood was that Carly had this really kind of low-grade dissociative experiences for a number of years where she felt distant from, the world was dreamy, a sort of sense of unreality that had been persistent, but hadn't necessarily been a significant problem, but enough to, I think, give her the diagnosis. So I think it was other specified dissociative disorder. She didn't meet criteria, kind of the full criteria for major league dissociative disorder, but I think it had been there.
And does a person are they always aware of when they're dissociating?
No. I mean, some people are, and at other times people dissociate and just.
No, she was just in here and she got in trouble. I told her to go to bed because she was just in here saying that this guy, she was pulling the everything that guy just said is bullshit line off of, I can't think of the movie. Do you all know what I'm talking about? I can't think of that movie. My Cousin Vinny. She was pulling, she could have just said that line and we would have known that she doesn't like this guy. Nobody likes this guy. I'm ready for Cross. Momo Shark, that is completely up to you. if you want to, you can. I can't. So I pull your comments up so I can comment back so you can see mine. Jody can't handle the truth. But that's completely up to you. So, yeah, but no, Jody should be sleeping. She should go to sleep. Jody. But she was not a second ago. I just muted myself. What an idiot. 2 Utes. That's right. I was ready for cross-examination because I really want to see what they ask him, and then I'll give you my opinion. See what I kind of like to use my hands because Gabby likes it so much when people use their hands. I'm like this. I can't balance him out because there's some things I agree with him on. And then like the whole thing about her not remembering anything until she came out of the woods. I don't know. You're not calling into my show. We did that once, remember? If you want on, just jump on. You've got the link. Is that Step Brothers? All right. I mean, is this guy going to go the rest of the day?
Just for example, lose track of time. Like 10 minutes will have gone by, and all of a sudden they'll just like, what have I been doing? So I think for many people with dissociative disorders, it's just confusing for them. They don't quite know what to make of it, but they know that somehow their life doesn't quite fit together very well.
And can you explain acute dissociative reaction to a stressful event?
So yes. So what I think happened on March 19th is the following, that Carly was at that point really in a mental health crisis, that she was having significant mood swings made worse by the Lexapro, that the voices were getting more and more of a problem for her, that she had documented in a journal entry on March 12th that the voices were very problematic for her, that she was having these dissociative episodes, and that day in particular, she wasn't able to pay attention in school. I take that as a reflection of her worsening psychiatric state. So I really see her as having been in a psychiatric crisis. And then her mother finds out that she's been smoking marijuana. And for Carly, I think for any teenager, it can feel like the end of the world. I think for Carly in particular, she's so cared about her mother's approval. She's so worried about her mother being worried about her, that for her, this was a crisis. And so an acute dissociative reaction is something that it's a DSM-5 diagnosis that occurs when an individual is triggered by some significant stress and they dissociate, meaning that they go off in some way, they're not fully there, even though they might on the surface act like they're kind of there. And they often suffer a period of amnesia throughout this period of time. The amnesia can last from a few hours to a few days, and then they will kind of come to.
So can a person be experiencing this state but still seem functional to others?
Yes, they can. And I think about, for example, people who have these dissociative fugues where they travel, and people don't. I mean, they manage to travel, they manage to get themselves across the country or whatever it is, but they don't necessarily look as if they're terribly impaired.
And can a person be in a dissociative state and say, send a text message?
Yes.
Can they call a friend?
Yes.
Can they go to school and sit at their desk?
Yes.
And how long do these dissociative states typically last?
I don't think there's a typical to it. Dissociative states can be very brief, or they can be quite prolonged. It can be 2 minutes, or it could be hours, or it could be days, or it could be years.
And what any association is there between acute dissociative reactions to stressful events and violence?
So many people that engage in violent acts report that they were dissociating at the time and have no recollection of it. It's actually fairly common. And one of the hard questions is, how many of these people are really dissociating and how many are just saying it because it helps them to escape blame, or how many just can't stand to think about what awful thing they just did. So that's the hard question. But the answer is that it's not at all uncommon. It is known that people do this, that people engage in violence while in a dissociative state. And there are certain characteristics that are thought to be more likely to make this the real deal dissociation rather than malingering. And those characteristics include a past history of dissociation, a sudden stress, sudden significant stress, often a close relationship with the individual whom you are violent, toward whom you are violent, strong emotional reaction, and no prior planning, no prior threats, and the absence of history of, I guess, criminal or antisocial behavior. So those things are all thought to be consistent with or suggestive of a real dissociative reaction rather than someone just making it up.
And how closely does Carly fit into those risk factors?
I think Carly really fits all of them. The one caveat, I guess, the one thing I'd say is one other risk factor, or people that engage in dissociation where it's thought to be the real deal, it's said to be more likely to have patchy amnesia, where they remember some things, not remember other things. And for Carly, it seems more like a total amnesia. So that's the one thing that doesn't fit, but the other factors all tend to fit.
And what is your process for arriving at your opinions?
So my process is to try to gather as much information as I can in as neutral and objective way as possible without coming to any conclusions. So I just want to take the information in. I do my interviews, I ask the questions, I look at the records, I try to get as much as I can, and then I sort of sit down, and it's almost as if I have the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, right? I got the pieces in place, and then what I try to do is come up with a hypothesis that fits the pieces. And what I try to do is look at alternative hypotheses. Like, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. Let's look at what fits the information that I have.
What, if any, other hypothesis did you rule out?
So I think two other ones that I ruled out in particular. One is that Carly may have just panicked, right? That she's emotionally fragile. This is a big deal that her mother finding out, that in the moment, and she's a teenager, right? In the moment, she just panicked and did something heedless. The problem I have with that, one problem is, when I saw the video of the kitchen at 4:10 in the afternoon, you hear the shot, she comes in, she looks to me to be cool and collected and unemotional. I would have expected, had she panicked, that she would be quite agitated and emotionally aroused. I didn't see that at all. And then I see her engaged in this plan to shoot her stepfather, which makes no sense to me. If she had panicked and done this with her mother, why in the world? I mean, even that is, somewhat incomprehensible. But why in the world would she then plan an hour later to shoot her stepfather? That makes no sense to me. Why would she invite friends over to the house? So to me, her emotional flatness in particular, and the sort of the continuation of the plan just didn't make any sense. The other hypothesis that I considered is that she's callous, right? That's for some reason she had it in for her mother and thought her mother deserved it, right? She just decided she was going to do this. The problem I have with that is that so much of what she did seems senseless. That both, like taking down the video camera and putting it in the refrigerator makes no sense to me. That planning to shoot her father I'm sorry, her stepfather makes no sense. That having friends come over makes no sense. So to me, and that goes against everything that I know about who Carly is, right? There's nothing in her past history that would indicate that she has the capability of doing something like that in such a callous way. So those are the two other hypotheses. And so I put this together, acknowledging that it's not perfect, right? It's a hard situation, and not everything lines up. But I'll say that I mean, the whole situation is sort of perplexing and difficult. For me, this is the hypothesis that best fits the information that I have. And I think Carly has a much more severe psychiatric illness than anybody realized, and that she was able to acknowledge, or even that she's able to acknowledge today. And that combined with her history of dissociation sort of created this terrible situation.
And Dr. Clark, based on your interviews and evaluation of Carly, your review of her medical and school records, your conversations with her that you've heard from friends in the courtroom, and also seeing her right after she's been picked up by law enforcement on March 19th, and in her conversations with her stepfather, and you've already stated that Carly's a very intelligent child. How do you make sense of someone with Carly's intelligence, if she had planned to do this, not taking the video camera down early on before texting her stepfather or engaging in any other activities?
So I will say, I don't make too much of Carly's intelligence. I think she's bright, but she's also a teenager. But it seemed, well, I think it's pretty clear this is not some well planned out scheme that she had put together. Nothing about this looks like a well planned out scheme.
And what is Carly's understanding of what she had done?
I think Carly's understanding is that she doesn't remember, but she thinks that she must have done it. I think that's her understanding. I don't think she has any more insight than that.
And on one hand, Carly appeared calm and cheerful with the dogs when she got home, and then kind of engaged in this senseless plan and hid the video camera in the refrigerator. Does that fit a psychopathic model?
So I guess that psychopaths, if we'll use that phrase, are capable of having a really poorly thought out plan. For me, what doesn't fit the psychopathic model is what we know about her emotional and psychological. What we know about her emotionally and psychologically. We know that she cared for her mother. We know that she cared for her stepfather. We know that she cared for her friends. We know that she wanted to do well. We know that she had not engaged in criminal behavior of really insignificant sort. That's what doesn't fit the psychopathic model.
And
I guess the judge just had to approach. Must be time for a break. Jurors must be nodding off.
Dr. Clark, are you aware of, based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, do you believe that Carly was able to understand the nature of her conduct and appreciate the difference between right and wrong at the time this incident occurred on March 19th?
I don't think so.
And based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly Gregg, do you believe that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
And do you believe she understood the nature and quality of this act on March 19th at that time?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Clark's mental health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
Sustained.
I have no further, we tender the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take our afternoon break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
We just went through all of that, and the state had an objection to his report being admitted as evidence, and the judge sustained it. Why? I guess they've heard it. You can't unring the bell. Oh my gosh.
All right, record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Todd, I was not cutting you off. I want to make that clear. Are you sure you rested with this witness?
We actually, the witness, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I apologize. I had a juror signaling me pretty heavily. He needed to go to the restroom. So I was just trying to make that happen. Dr. Clark, you're going to be free to move about. You can go to the restroom. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. It is 2:30. We will be in recess till at least 2:45.
And no judge ever comes back on freaking time. See? This is 2:47 there. They're not back. Oh my gosh. I know. Don't know. My husband would I've never understood this one, but he would say he was pushing toast. Like, I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what it means, but you had to tell me. First time I ever heard it, he had to tell me what it meant. It's like pushing toast. What the hell? Oh, chat was fun. Chat was fun. I just can't believe we went through all of that for nothing. Big bladders. Do you like big bladders and you cannot lie, Bri? Sorry. That was really bad. I'm getting really slap happy, I think. Wow, yeah. I knew I'd starred one from you. I do think you are correct. I do believe there is a divide, a generational divide on how just mental health issues in general are perceived by people. Puddletown, good to see you. Drive safely, please. Because just talking to my dad, like my dad's 83. I can talk to him, he's a healthy 83. I always tell everybody he's 83, he looks like 63. He's not on any medications at all. He's healthy. I have had a conversation after conversation after conversation with a family member that I was talking about earlier to him, and he does not think the way that I think about it, even though the evidence is there. Clearly there. I do think he finally understands he cannot discipline it out of this person. Also, this person's an adult, so. But it took a long time and a lot of conversations to get him to be there's an issue here. It's not a discipline issue. It's a mental health issue. I'm not saying that about her, because this guy, I don't know. Right. I don't know. I'm so waiting for cross, but they didn't even let us report it, and so who cares? I mean, the jurors heard it, so I guess they still got to come up and cross him. But at the end of the day, now can they consider it since it wasn't admitted as evidence? I mean, I don't even understand why he let him. Was he just being nice and letting him go through all that stuff since they didn't get any other expert witnesses in because they suck? Well, I have a feeling it's howling time at my house in just a minute because they've not been fed. My dogs are very on the clock when it comes to feeding time, and it's late. Okay, so they can consider his testimony, but they won't be able to look at the report he was testifying about. All right. Huh.
Dr. Clarkson, resume. All right, stay ready for cross.
Your Honor, before we bring the jury back in, the state would make a motion at this time to exclude Mr. Clark's testimony as stricken from the record because he never rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. He never stated those words in his direct exam. He was never asked if his opinions were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. And so the state would make that motion at this time. The state's also in a predicament at this point because if we ask any questions this time, Your Honor, then obviously they're going to be allowed to come back and redirect him. So at this point, pursuant to Catchings versus State and many other cases in Mississippi, we would make a motion to exclude and stricken Dr. Clark's testimony from the record at this point because none of his opinions were rendered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Response. Does anybody have a copy of Catchings for me?
No, sir, Your Honor, I don't have a copy of it.
Do you have a site?
Yes, sir. One second.
I apologize.
Man, if they win that means we did lose an hour and a half of our lives.
It's 684 Southern 2nd, 591, Your Honor.
Any further argument in the way of the motion?
Your Honor, the only thing he gave an opinion to was to best hypothesis, and I would also state that ask Ms. Eaton to just search certain terms during the break and such as reasonable medical certainty, and there are no references to that in the record.
Response. In particular, it's head note 5, correct? Is that what you were looking at?
I think so, Your Honor.
They're horrible.
111 Southern 3rd.
No, 684 Southern 2nd, 591.
But they can't consider it if it's stricken from the record, Bri. Even though, like I said, you can't unring the bell. Oh, they're horrible. Horrible. It may save her in the end. She may get a new.
May the defense have a short break to read this case as it's not been provided to us?
Sure.
Sure. We don't have anything better to do. Oh my goodness. Why is he reading it and not her? Isn't she the one that has to make the argument? She's the one that did the questioning. You would hope after this. Your phone doesn't know. There, and there. Don't worry, most people don't either. Yeah. And then they may feel sorry for her because she served 10 years. unless they get it expedited somehow because she's so young. He's like, oh, I don't think we stand a chance. All right, I have to mute for a minute until they're done. And I'm back. Actually, only one dog can howl, and that's the German Shepherd. The Great Dane dudes, he can't howl. Yeah. Not either one of them.
The case that they cited specifically states that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty is a useful shorthand expression that is helpful in forestalling challenges
I will
to
in just a
the validity
second.
of expert testimony. Care must be taken, however, to see that the incantation does not become a semantic trap and the failure to voice it is not used as a basis for the exclusion without analysis of the testimony itself.
Any further argument?
We would argue that based on the case they cited yourself, Your Honor, that their motion must be denied because the basis of the medical testimony itself went to the certainty that he went through in making his hypothesis, what he ruled out, his method of evaluation, how he comes to his conclusions. We went over who he talked to, what he reviewed, and at this point in time, Your Honor, that in and of itself, that statement is just being used as an incantation to exclude.
Reply.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. To my recollection, Dr. Clark simply testified that his best hypothesis was basically the opinion that he stated. While the state admits that the case states that you don't have to use the specific terms to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you have to render an opinion somewhat in that line. And he hasn't stated that his opinion to any reasonable degree of medical certainty at all, using any kind of terms. He just simply talked about his training and education that he used in arriving at his conclusion. Not that his conclusion itself was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or anything even close to that. And so, Your Honor, as we argued yesterday, and as the court, deliberated back and forth with itself yesterday over whether or not to allow this testimony in, this is the exact type of diminished capacity testimony that we were bringing up yesterday, and now it's here and the jury's heard it, and the state would argue that it doesn't meet the standard under Rule 7.
Hang on, I gotta answer my phone.
Or under the case law of the state.
This is going to be the court's ruling. In this state, we have a long tortured history with procedure. It seems that procedure changes from case to case based on who the parties are, what type of case it is. And every time a case gets reversed for exclusion, it comes down to this overarching appellate court favor towards the defendant being allowed to put forth the theory of their defense. As a practical matter, this trial judge, maybe wrongly, believes that we can't unring the bell. I think the jury's already heard the evidence. I think even though they could say that they put it aside, we would presume that to be true. However, although very imperfectly stated,
he did at the very end give an opinion in line with McNaughton. He, of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude.
He doesn't want to.
Of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude. All right. Anything further from the state? Bring him in.
He looked like that pained him. I don't think he wanted to do that. Look at his face. He's like, I'm regretting becoming a judge right now. I'd rather be anywhere but here.
All right, before we get started, I apologize. I did have a juror reach out like, hey, I need to use the restroom, and I may have wait a few minutes. I apologize. I try to take breaks at logical places so y'all can hear all the evidence in blocks. If it becomes a dire emergency, you give me, I don't know, maybe the universal hand signal. Yeah. You feel free to extend the middle finger or something when I say, can you wait 5 minutes? All right. If it's an emergency, it's an emergency. Okay. But I do my best to take the breaks where they logically fall. But I do want y'all to know, if you have an emergency, let me know, okay? Let me know. All right, with that being said, cross-examination.
No, wow, he did not. He did not exclude it. But boy, he looked pained. He looked like he wanted to so bad. Even after he'd said he wasn't going, it took him like pulling teeth to even get him to say he was going to exclude it, or that he wasn't going to exclude it, and that he was going to allow it in. Even after he allowed it in while they were waiting for the jury to come in, he looked very deep in thought about FML, basically. Like Nidowow said, testimony's in. Just the report is not. And apparently the feed is over. What's happened?
Gregg here, correct?
Correct.
All right.
That's weird.
And then 4 days later,
That's not on me. I don't know. Just like Court TV or Law and Crime or whoever decided to end the day. Let me L through here.
Must be denied.
yes, sir. Or under the case law.
Basically, it's reverse for exclusion. It comes down to this overarching appellate court favor towards the defendant being allowed to put forth the theory of their defense. As a practical matter, this trial judge, maybe wrongly, believes that we can't unring the bell.
Sorry.
I think the jury's already heard the evidence. I think even though they could say that they'd put it aside, we would presume that to be true. However, although very imperfectly stated, he did at the very end give an opinion in line with McNaughton.
Told you no to wow. He didn't want to say it.
Overrule the motion to exclude.
Yeah, I'm going. I just was giving no to wow a chance to see that. I thought maybe you wanted to hear if the jurors could still give him the middle finger.
Places so y'all can hear all the. Feel free to extend the middle finger. Fault, but
I guess everybody just got tired.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Clark. How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. Well, thank you.
As you can imagine, I have a few questions for you. Couldn't let you get out of Mississippi without asking you a few.
You know, that one time you've been here.
So you talked a lot about your opinion that you rendered in this case with Ms. Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I just want to ask you a few questions about that opinion. So as I understand it, you stated that you were retained towards the end of August. Is that correct?
Middle of August, I believe, was my first phone call with Attorney Camp.
Okay. Does it sound about right that you were retained around August 24th?
It's quite possible, yes.
Okay. And then 5 days later, on August 29th, you evaluated, you flew down here and you evaluated Ms. Gregg here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then 4 days later, on September 3rd, you rendered what was ultimately your report in this case, right? Your opinion.
Correct.
All right. And Doctor, whenever you're retained on a case, and how many times you say you testified as an expert witness?
I think I said over 150.
Okay. So, but you said this is the first time that you've testified in Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
All right. Whenever you're retained on a case, what do you do to familiarize yourself with what the standard is that you're going to be testifying about in whatever state it is you're retained?
What I usually do is, do an internet search and try to find either the statute or the case law or whatever is relevant. Right. And I'll also talk to the attorney about what they feel the legal requirements are.
Did you have a conversation like that with Mr. Camp?
I did.
Okay. Did he provide you with what the legal standard was in Mississippi?
He did, yes.
Okay. And I believe that whenever we talked the other day, you told me that you looked up the statute in Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you I was wrong, but I told you that, yes.
Okay. Okay. Because in fact, there's no statute, is there?
I don't believe there is. So I looked up the standard, but they're not the statute.
Right. Right. Now, you've obviously talked about it. You evaluated Carly back here, right?
Yes.
And approximately how long did that evaluation take?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And you stated that Ms. Todd was present during that evaluation, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's the same Ms. Todd that's present with Ms. Gregg here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the only time you've evaluated Carly ever?
Yes.
All right. You never treated Carly before August 29th of 2024?
No.
All right. You've never reviewed any of her records until presumably you received them sometime after August 24th, correct?
I think that's correct. The records, I may have gotten records a few days before then, okay. But that's generally correct, yes.
All right. Dr. Clark, whenever you evaluated the defendant, Ms. Gregg here, did she know who she was herself?
Yes.
All right. Did she appear to be dissociating the day that you evaluated her?
She didn't appear that way. She reported that she was to some extent, but not that I could tell.
Okay. So what exactly did she report, or who did she report to that she was dissociating that day?
Well, she told me that in a somewhat chronic way, she'd been feeling this sense of being separate from the world and that things were sort of dreamlike still. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened when she was having evaluations or when she would go to court, more than other times.
But the fact that she was dissociating based off her own terms, whenever you evaluated her, that didn't affect your opinion as to the things she told you, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did she know at the time that you evaluated her why she was there being evaluated?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did she know why or in what role that you were there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her about that?
I did. I explained who I was at the outset.
And you actually told her that you're there, and I believe in your report, Stacey, that you're actually there on behalf of her attorneys, correct?
Correct.
The attorneys who are representing her in her murder trial, right?
Well, I told her that I was there. I'd been retained by the attorneys to do an evaluation that the attorneys might choose to use, and they might choose to have me testify as well.
Right. You also stated that you conducted a Zoom interview with Miss Gregg's stepdad, Mr. Heath Smiley, on August 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that lasted about 90 minutes, right?
Yes.
But neither the evaluation that you conducted with Miss Gregg nor the evaluation for 90 minutes that you conducted with Mr. Smiley, you didn't video record or any other way record those, did you?
I only took notes, but I did not record them in any other way.
Okay. Did you ever provide those notes to Mr. Camp or Ms. Todd?
I have not provided them, nor I have not been asked for them, nor have I provided them.
Great, thank you. So in forming your opinion in this case, you relied basically on your memory from when you evaluated Ms. Gregg, along with the notes that you took as it relates to the evaluation, right?
Yes,
And then the other documents and things that you looked at as well, that you already testified about.
that's correct. Yes.
I have tried to type this 3 times and YouTube will not let it through. I will be right back. I'm going to go feed my dogs. I don't know what is bad about that message, but it is. I've tried to type it 3 different ways. So I will be right back.
You talk about in your report some of the documents and things that that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I see some counseling records from when Carly was younger. Did you review those?
I did.
All right. I see some what appear to be, I guess, medical records from, I guess, her pediatrician. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then you go on down there and you say that you review some home videos. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that's number 9 on your report. Which videos did you review?
There were 2 videos that I reviewed. One was a video from the kitchen around 4:10 p.m. on Tuesday, March 19th.
Okay.
And the second was a video that was taken, I believe, from the garage that occurred at the time of the shooting of Mr. Heath Smiley.
Were you provided or did you review the videos from when Miss Gregg and Miss Smiley came home from school? Was that depicted on the videos that you watched?
It was not depicted on the videos that I watched. I'm not sure whether it may have been provided to me, but I did not see it.
Okay. So was the only video that you saw from inside the house the video where you can actually hear the shooting?
Yes.
And then how long after that in the video sequence did you watch?
I watched for several minutes before then and for several minutes after then. But to my best of my estimate, it was no more than 20 minutes total and probably somewhat less.
And then you also mentioned some sheriff office reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you say that you reviewed some police reports regarding texts sent by Carly on 3/19/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever actually see the actual text messages, the printout of the text, or were you just relying on the police officer's reports?
I never actually saw the printout of the texts.
Okay.
So I had to rely on just the police officer's report.
Okay. And would it be helpful in rendering an opinion to have the actual text where you can look at kind of the context and how they were texting back and forth? Would that be helpful?
I think it likely would have been helpful, yes.
Okay. And these friends that it's talking about that Miss Gregg was texting back and forth with, did you reach out to any of these friends to interview them?
I did interview one of them, yes.
Okay. And who was that?
That was a juvenile called BG.
Okay. All right. And what did your interview, did you rely on that interview with BG?
No.
Okay. Did you actually talk to BG?
I did.
You did? Okay. What did BG tell you?
What BG told me was that he was good friends with Carly, that they had been friends for at least a few years, that she was very bright and that she tended to hang out with the academically successful kids, and he wasn't necessarily one of those. He told me that she was outgoing and bubbly and friendly, had good energy. He told me that somewhere around February of this year that they began to text or communicate somewhat less with one another. He wasn't quite sure why. He told me that he became aware around early March that she was smoking marijuana and that he was concerned about it and talked to her about it. And he told me that he had decided to tell Carly's mother about that, and in fact did so on the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19th.
Right. Did he also tell you that Miss Gregg reached out to him and asked him to come over after she shot and killed her mom?
He did. He told me that she had FaceTimed him and that she had asked him to come over and that he asked for the address and that he was actually heading over, but I think at that point it was too late.
Did he say anything about whether or not Carly told him why she was asking him to come over?
He did not say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
But Carly knew and recognized him at the time, correct?
I think it's a reasonable supposition, yes.
And she reached out to him between whenever she shot and killed her mom and whenever she shot her dad, correct, or her stepdad?
I believe so, yes.
In your report, Dr. Clark, you talk about present circumstances. Do you recall that? I think it's down at the bottom of page 2. Do you recall writing that section in your report?
I do.
All right. And in there, what are you talking about present circumstances? Is that like as we sit here today?
I was talking about how Carly was doing, how she reported how she was doing at the time of my interview with her on August 29th.
Right. And you state that she chooses not to meet with mental health, both because it requires submitting a request and because she does not find it helpful, correct?
Correct.
And that's what she told you?
Yes.
All right. You go on down there. You go on to say in the beginning of the next paragraph that she's cried a lot as the reality began to sink in. Do you say that? Do you see where she told you that?
I do.
All right. And the reality that she's talking about is the fact that she killed her mom, correct?
I think it's probably, that's certainly a piece of, well, no, actually, I take it, no, I don't know that that's correct. I think that the reality that my understanding that she was referring to was that her mother was dead and that she was incarcerated.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent she believed or knew that she had actually killed her mother and to what extent that meant something to her. I just don't know because she didn't say that.
Right. And you talked about it on your direct with Ms. Todd, and you sat in here with Deputy Shack this morning and you watched the video, correct?
Correct.
And you heard her say whenever they asked her which hand did she shoot with, and she identified her right hand, correct?
I didn't hear that piece. I testified with Attorney Todd. I didn't actually catch that one piece.
That is what you said on direct. And you also heard Deputy Shack say that she was asking about her stepdad, correct?
Correct.
And that she apologized to Deputy Shack. She said, "I'm sorry," right?
Yes.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that you don't think that she knows that she killed her mom.
Do you mean at that point in time, or do you mean right now? As we sit here today?
Well, at that point in time, do you think she knew she killed her mom?
I think that I don't know what she knew at that point in time.
And that's because we can't get inside people's head, correct?
I do my best, but
right, I understand. But in general, we can't get inside someone's head and see exactly what they're thinking, can we?
No.
We can only look at what they tell us. Is that right?
Not only that, other things as well.
Their actions.
Their actions, their demeanor, their mannerisms, what other people tell us, the records that we can review.
Right.
Sometimes we can do brain scans and psychological testing, not in this case, but we don't know for sure.
Right. Thank you. Now, you go on in your report and you talk about early history. And I assume that you're talking about prior to age 9, because then you have a separate section where you're talking about ages 9 to 14, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And down at the bottom of page 3, I think it's the next to the last paragraph down there, you state in general, and again, this was prior to age 9, according to what you just said. In general, she did not, she was going to therapy at a young age, correct?
Correct.
All right. But in general, she did not find it helpful. Again, we see that. So that's kind of been a common theme, right? She didn't find therapy helpful back here, and she didn't find it helpful whenever she was younger, correct?
Correct.
All right. She didn't like or trust some of the therapists, and she found that some seemed to be simply trying to get information to be used against her father. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what she told you.
Yes.
And you mentioned her father a couple times earlier, and you said that maybe you reviewed some records or something that he had bipolar. Did you ever reach out to Mr. Gregg?
I did not.
Okay, you never talked to Mr. Gregg.
No.
So other than a couple pages off of a medical record, did you ever see any medical record where he was diagnosed with bipolar?
I did.
You did?
I saw Dr. Hardy's record.
Right.
I think on 2 occasions where he was diagnosed and treated for bipolar disorder.
And you're aware that was just, he was sent there due to some court order or something in their chancery case.
I'm actually not sure why he was there.
Okay. And then if you turn the page in your report over there to the top of page 4, and we're still talking about prior to age 9, in the first full paragraph, about midway down, she said, Carly says she tried to act happy in front of others, although she was aware that she was putting on a show. And you talked about that earlier, isn't that correct?
I did.
That she's good at putting on a show.
Yes, she's good at putting a good face forward in spite of whatever difficulties she may be having.
Right. And I just want to be clear, Doctor. So kind of we'll jump forward just a little bit, just to, as we talk about this, we kind of have a mutual understanding. So your opinion ultimately is that from the time that she got home and she took out the dogs, that she blacked out at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she doesn't come to until the police pick her up, correct?
Correct.
But she remembers everything else that day.
Yes.
She remembers waking up and being irritable that morning.
Yes.
But that one hour or so period, an hour and a half period, that's the period that she doesn't remember.
Correct.
And depending on which side you sit over here, that could be fairly convenient, right?
Yes. Yes, it certainly could.
Seems like a convenient time period, doesn't it?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about accurate information. Is it important in your evaluation to receive accurate information?
Yes.
All right. Is it important to receive complete information?
As much as possible. Yes. It's never completely complete, but yes.
Right. And I believe you stated that all of the documents that you received in this trial, or in this case, that you only received those documents from Mr. Camp or someone on the defense side. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So the only documents that you were able to review were the documents that they sent you.
Correct. No one else sent me documents.
Right. And then your other, the other things that you relied on was your interview with Miss Gregg, correct?
Yes.
And your interview with her stepdad, correct?
Yes. And as I testified, my training, education, experience, and knowledge of the literature.
If you don't have proper facts, can you render a proper opinion?
No.
Isn't it true that, and you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, isn't it true that someone can fake a mental illness or insanity?
Yes.
Is it true that someone in Carly's position who's been charged with a crime such as murder might have a motive to try to fake insanity or a mental illness?
Yes.
All right. So I want to keep moving forward in your report a little bit, where the next section you go down to ages 9 through 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're talking age 9 until the age up until when this event happened earlier this year in March, correct?
Actually, there's a subsequent section that starts January of 2024.
Gotcha.
So I'm talking about age 9 up through December of 2023.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the top of page 5 there, you talk about that there were 2 incidents of Carly getting in trouble prior to January of 2024. And you mentioned that one time is when she snuck out of the house, and another time is whenever she shared some test answers with the entire class. So those the 2 incidents that you were aware of her getting in trouble.
Yes, I think I had already referred to the knife in school incident at some
Okay.
other point in time.
Okay. Do you know where that is in your report?
Oof. As I sit here, I don't know.
I think actually, I don't have it right here in front of me either, but I think actually on direct exam with Ms. Todd, you stated that she told the school, well, first of all, did you review any records from the school?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so because I didn't see those listed here, but you say, you told Ms. Todd that she supposedly took that to school because a friend either asked her or told her to, correct?
That's what she had told me, yes.
Okay. I think in your report, you actually say that it was left in some pants from hunting or something along those lines. Is that correct?
No.
That's not, okay.
No.
All right. Do you, again, we'll keep going through and we'll find it here in a second. All right. Are you aware that whenever she was confronted by the school for bringing the knife to school, she originally told them that she brought it because somebody asked her or told her to? Is that what she told you?
No. She told me that's the reason why she did not talk to me about what she had said originally to the school.
Okay. So she originally told the school that she brought it because somebody told her.
Well, I was going to type a response to your comment in a while. So I, after a few trials, became very anti-prosecutor because I saw what they were doing and it just drove me nuts. They were dirty and investigators were bad and they were trying to put clearly people in jail that did not belong there. But I'm very much more middle of the road now. And I really try very hard to just let the trial play out and not come in one side or the other. So it's been a journey for me, but I'm better now. I'm fixed. I'm not so broken.
If I'm not mistaken, it'll be D15.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I don't like this guy. He's very arrogant, and I don't like that.
right, Dr. Clark. Sorry about that. I handed you a document that's already been produced in evidence as D15, and I'll give you a second to read that if you would like.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, and when Carly was first asked, and this is by the assistant principal at Northwest Rankin Middle School, when she was first asked why she brought the knife to school.
Objection, Your Honor.
Whenever she first was asked why she brought the knife to school, Your Honor, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, she said it was for her protection, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then she was talking about a high school student who was supposedly threatening her, correct?
I don't see that in there. I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school students.
Okay. Then the last paragraph there says, meeting with Carly's mother occurred that day. She was notified she would have to follow protocol. Let's see.
That's awesome. Wish we could have seen that.
And that's the next bait stamp number document in that.
These both have bait stamps of 475.
Okay. And down there on the bottom of that 475, you see that indeed Carly changed her story, didn't she?
Yes.
And she stated that the first reason that she said for protection just seemed more logical, correct?
Correct.
Right. So in essence, she lied.
Yes.
And back in your report, we were talking about the two things, and you stated that she snuck out of the house and that she shared test answers. And then you said you'd already mentioned the knife, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you that she was operating on a burner phone, texting other people, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes. And so in December of 2023, and then later in the winter of 2024, she told me she was using either an old iPad or a burner phone.
Right. Now, proceeding down in your report there, you talk about, you say that Carly was asked about her mood for the last 5 years, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's up from, when is that time period covering that 5 years?
I think age 9 to 14.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. And you listed some stuff there that you said that she was doing that were kind of out of characteristics for Carly. You said that she got a piercing, she got a tattoo, correct?
Yes.
That was also at school.
Yes.
But then in the bottom of that paragraph, you state that she told you she never became paranoid or lost touch with reality, correct?
Correct.
So at least until January of 2024, she had never lost touch with reality, correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And if you continue coming down there in the next paragraph, you see where she talks about that she started or that she reported experiencing a voice in her head for as long as she can remember. Is that what she told you?
It is, yes.
Okay. And she told you basically that it was simply telling her elitist things. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Stuff such as you're better than them.
Correct.
But at that time, it was certainly not telling her any, I guess what you would call auditory or command hallucinations, correct?
Yes, I mean, it does qualify as an auditory hallucination,
Right.
but not a command hallucination.
Exactly. Thank you. So, and the first time that she ever reported any command hallucinations was whenever she was actually already in the jail back here, correct? Or after she had been arrested.
I think that's true. I don't know the specifics of what she reported to her friend SK before the incident. I just don't know.
Right.
But as far as I know, in the jail was the first time, yes.
But she certainly never reported any command hallucinations to any healthcare providers that she was seeing, correct?
That's correct.
And that kind of takes us up to January of 2024, whenever Miss Smiley, Ashley, her mom, started taking her to see a couple of different therapists and nurse practitioners, correct?
Yes, I think one therapist and one nurse practitioner.
Right.
Yes.
Doctor, you also talk about at the top of page 6 in your report, it says that, and again, this is between the ages of 9 to 14, so up at least until July of 2024, Carly denied ever losing large chunks of memory and denied others suggesting that her behavior had been unusual in ways she could not recall. So at least up until January 2024, she had never lost any large chunks of memory, correct?
That's correct. She reported that she had not.
And again, all this is just based off what she told you.
That is based on what she told me, yes.
After she's been charged with murder, correct?
Yes.
And that leads us up to the kind of subsections you have here where you talk about January to March of 2024. Right?
Correct.
And that's kind of the time period that you focused on in your report, because that's whenever she begins getting prescribed Zoloft, correct?
Correct.
And she's going to see some different therapists and things like that, or going to see a therapist.
Correct.
And you talk about the fact that Carly's mom found out that she had a burner phone or an iPod Touch, right?
Yes.
And you put in there that her mom accused her of living a double life, in quotes. And I assume that that's in quotes because I assume that's what Ms. Gregg told you, was that that her mom thought she was living a double life, right?
Correct.
And at that point, Ms. Gregg thought it was necessary, or Ms. Smiley thought it was necessary to get Carly into therapy and to get her some kind of medical treatment, right?
I mean, I think fair to say that she thought it was a good idea and called for.
And there at the bottom of your report, you say that Carly liked her therapist a lot and found it helpful to speak with her. She reported that she was forthcoming with the clinicians who prescribed the medication, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Carly told you.
It is.
That she was forthcoming, told them everything, right?
Yep.
Did you review the notes from Carly's therapist, Ms. Rebecca Kirk?
I did.
All right. Is that Magnolia Counseling?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that not one single time in her therapy notes with Ms. Kirk, does she ever report to Ms. Kirk that she dissociated or heard any voices, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, she answered a questionnaire from Ms. Kirk's office where she stated she did not hear voices, right?
I actually think the questionnaire was from Precise Clinical.
You're right.
But indeed she answered that she did not hear voices.
Right. And that was a document that we looked at earlier, D19, with Ms. Todd. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she had you go through and do you still have that document in front of you?
Well, I'm actually not sure. I think I have it here. Yeah, yes.
And she had you read through several questions. If you'll turn to date stamp 763, question number 21 states that, have you ever heard things other people couldn't hear, such as voices? And Carly states no. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And this is the therapist that she was seeing up until actually the day before March 19th, right?
This is the nurse practitioner.
You're right. You're right.
That she had seen, I think, 1 week before the incident.
Yes, but even the day before, whenever she saw her therapist, Miss Kurt, she didn't report to her that she was hearing any voices, did she?
She did not.
Right. And I want to talk to you about, you talked about the event that happened on Sunday, March 17th, so basically 2 days before, right?
Yes.
And let's see, I think that is at the top of page 8 of your report, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you also talked about a journal entry that Carly wrote, is that correct?
Yes.
And she said some things in there about either feeling like she was schizophrenic or something along that line, right?
So there had been that journal entry from, I think, April of 2023.
Okay.
But I'd also talked about a journal entry that she had made on March 12th, 2024.
Okay. That was on March 12th?
She made a journal entry that day, yes.
Okay. And then you talk about an event that she had at the top of your report on the Sunday before, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the one where she says she actually smoked some marijuana and then she had this event, right?
Yes.
So she would do what she voluntarily intoxicated, right?
She was.
Right. Because she smoked the marijuana.
Yes.
Do you know whether marijuana's recreational marijuana is legal in Mississippi or not?
I actually don't know.
Okay. We just got medical marijuana last year, so
I'm going to guess no.
It's not.
Who cares? He's testifying.
Actually, it's a stay.
And she states that that she felt in a way that she had never felt before in that event on March 17th, right?
Yes.
And that was after she smoked marijuana.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, doctor. So we've talked about nurse practitioner. Well, we might not have, but we've talked about precise neuroscience, right?
Yes.
And that's the nurse practitioner that she was going to see.
Correct.
And that her name is Miss Olivia Lieber, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then we've got her therapist over here. So she went to see nurse practitioner Lieber, and then nurse practitioner Lieber referred her to therapy, and that's Miss Rebecca Kirk, right?
Correct.
And she stated she liked Miss Kirk.
Yes.
All right. And she was forthcoming with her.
Yes.
And then you agree with me that she never told either Miss Kirk or nurse practitioner Lieber that she ever heard any voices.
I would agree with that. Yes.
All right. And from January the 22nd of 2004 all the way up until the day before this event happened, she was seeing Miss Kirk basically every week, right?
Yes.
And sometimes twice a week.
Yes, I think that's right.
Right. And she never said anything to her about voices.
Correct.
She never said anything to her about dissociating.
Correct.
Did she ever say anything to nurse practitioner Lieber about that she was zoning out?
I don't believe so, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, who did you get that information from that she was zoning out, or that she had ever told anyone she was zoning out? Where did that come from in your report? Did Mr. Smiley tell you that she would zone out from time to time?
Mr. Smiley did tell me that, yes.
All right. Her stepdad, correct?
Her stepdad, yes.
On page 7 of your report, you talk about that the primary source of Carly's anxiety was her will to want to please her mother, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
So her main source of anxiety is basically an overprotecting mother who wants her to do well, right?
I'm not sure I'd say overprotective, although I think Carly probably would.
Right.
In fact.
And Carly's obviously worried about pleasing her.
Yes.
And specifically, what was Carly worried about? Her mom finding out.
I think that it was important for Carly that she do well in school, that she really excel, because she thought her mother would be proud of her for that. And then later, of course, and then she was cutting, as I understand it, for about 2 years before the incident. So I'm sure that and it's reasonable to think that she was worried that her mother would find out about the cutting. She was using this iPod Touch in the fall of 2023, and then later a burner phone in 2024. And then, of course, she was smoking marijuana in March and February of 2024. So those were all things that she would reasonably have worried that her mother would find out about and be upset.
In other words, that Ashley was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
I wouldn't use that phrase. I know that Carly said that her mother had used that phrase. I wouldn't use it. I don't think that's an accurate portrayal.
Well, Carly was worried that she was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
No, Carly told me that her mother had used that phrase with her.
Right. And when did Carly say that she started smoking marijuana?
Carly told me, I think she told me around February of 2024.
And I think earlier you said maybe that that Carly had told you 2 to 3 times a week. I think in your report you say 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Oh, it's possible. I think I testified either 2 to 3, or I had also seen 3 to 4 somewhere in there.
And she did that all the way up until at least the day before this happened, correct?
Correct.
So all the way up until March 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Hello, Grandma.
Now, we've heard testimony about some of the medications that Carly was on, and I'm talking about specifically between January and March of 2024. Specifically, we've heard Lexapro and Zoloft, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any proof that Carly actually ever took those medications other than what Carly told you?
No.
Okay, so you don't know whether she actually took them or not, do you?
I don't know for sure. Of course, I don't know anything for sure.
Right.
But what I know is that the medications were filled, and Carly reported to me that she took them regularly, and I imagine she reported to the nurse practitioner that she was taking them.
Okay, and you have no proof that she actually took them as they were prescribed, right?
I have no absolute proof of that, or.
And in fact, she didn't take them as prescribed, because whenever she was being weaned off of the Zoloft, she just said she quit cold turkey, as you testified earlier, right?
I did testify that she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th, rather than follow what was the recommendation of going down to 25 milligrams.
Right, but you said that she had no withdrawal symptoms from that, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
Right. Now, again, when did Carly begin taking Lexapro?
She began taking Lexapro on March. It was prescribed on March 12th, 2024. It was picked up on March 12th, 2024. I don't know whether she took it that day or the following day.
Okay. And so your opinion is based off the fact that she either started taking the Lexapro on either March 12th or March 13th, right?
Yes, that's one of the bases of my opinion. Yes.
Okay. But again, you don't know which day she started taking it on.
I don't.
All right. And hypothetically speaking, if she told someone that she did not start taking it until March 18th, would that affect your opinion here today?
Not substantially.
Okay. And you said that she was prescribed basically 5 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And that's essentially half of what the recommended dosage is for a pediatric patient, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a range of recommended dosages, but it's a low. I'll say it's a low dose.
So the general dose is typically 10, is that right?
Typically 10.
Okay. And of course, 5 would be half of that, right?
Yes.
But even still, after taking that, at least as of the day before, whenever Carly saw Miss Kirk, she didn't say anything about any voices that she was hearing, right? To therapist Kirk.
That's correct.
They weren't commanding her to do anything, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. She didn't tell Miss Kirk about it.
Right. She didn't tell Miss Kirk. And the first time she ever said anything to anybody about it was after she was already detained, correct?
Although we heard SK testify this morning that she had told her before the incident.
Okay. Her friend that she still stays in contact with today, right?
SK is a friend that she still stays in contact with, yes.
Right. And I think in your report, as of 2 days before, that you say that that what she told you or the voices would simply just still tell her elitist things, right?
Yes.
And that's what she told you, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Isn't it a little bit inconsistent what she was telling her practitioners and her healthcare providers before she was arrested, and then what she was told them after she was arrested? Isn't that inconsistent?
It is inconsistent.
Right.
Yes.
You go on to say that even after she started the Lexapro, that she did not demonstrate poor judgment or impulsivity, urges for suicide or aggression, and she was still able to focus on her schoolwork. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And supposedly this is the week leading up to March 19th, 2024, right?
Correct.
And all that, you're assuming that she took the medication as it was prescribed.
Yes.
But you can't confirm that, correct?
I can't prove it.
And I think you actually asked Carly about whether she took the medication as prescribed, right?
I did.
And she told you that she was generally adherent, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I used that. I think even more strongly than that. Carly told me, as I recall, that she was quite adherent with medication. But I could be wrong. Page 10, third line down. I did say, and I think she then told me that she was generally adherent with what was prescribed.
Thank you. All right. And again, as to page 8, looking at page 8 on your report, you're talking about the day of March 19th, right?
Yes.
All right. And you said she remembered waking up, correct? She told you she remembered waking up that day.
Yes.
And she said she was irritable. She didn't sleep much, right?
Correct.
And she remembers after school going to her mother's classroom, right?
Yes.
And she said that that her mom actually was clearly upset, right?
Yes.
And at some point, Miss Smiley asked her if she was doing drugs, and she searched Carly's bag, right?
Yes.
And this was either at school or sometime between when they left school and got home, right?
Yes.
Miss Smiley asked her if she was lying or hiding anything, right?
Yes.
And like you said earlier, Carly told you that it seemed like that her mom had a sixth sense, right?
Yes.
But now we know that out of concern for their friend, some of her friends devised a plan to go talk to Miss Smiley and tell her basically that they were concerned for Carly because she was smoking weed and had a burner phone, right?
Correct.
And you said you watched the video from inside the house. And so whenever you see Miss Smiley and Carly get home, you can see Miss Smiley go directly to Carly's room and start searching. Is that right? Or, well, you don't see what she's doing, but you see her go directly into the direction of Carly's room.
I believe so, yes.
And then Carly kind of goes, listens to her mom to see what she's doing. And then Carly at some point takes the dogs out, right?
Yes.
And then that's whenever Carly supposedly blacks out.
Correct.
And then comes back to right whenever the deputy picks her up, correct?
That's what she reported, yes.
All right. And then I believe you say in your report there that she had an awareness that she had done something wrong because she found herself in a sewer, right?
Yes.
All right. Why would she have an awareness that she did something wrong if she doesn't remember what she just did?
I don't know the answer.
He tried to lay that out, and this guy's picking it apart. This guy's actually the state cross-examining him. If you didn't see his direct by the defense at the end of it, they don't allow his report in. And the state actually asked for all his testimony to be excluded. And I think they almost got it, because he did not give medical facts or something. I don't know. They didn't ask questions they were supposed to ask, but he's actually he's trying to pick this guy's stuff apart. And it's really hard to sit and listen to it now, knowing his report was excluded. So all they have is this doctor's testimony. So I understand. Yeah, I get it. It's like I was super interested in the direct. It's just been harder for me to stay interested in the cross because the report's not allowed in. So everything they're looking at, it's not allowed in. Just what the doctor says. Yeah. Yeah. And if you've not ever been around anybody that's been through it, it's really hard to explain, as you guys saw me trying to do earlier. And he walked her right up to when she started the Lexapro, the Zoloft, which was in January of 24. Then she went to Lexapro, but she supposedly went off the Zoloft cold turkey, didn't taper it down. And then she went on Abilify in July, I think. But she went on the Lexapro 7 days before the incident happened. I don't know. I'm really hoping he gets to a stopping point here pretty soon because I need to stop. I've been going almost 9 hours.
Answer. I know this is what she told me.
Right.
And what I took from that was that at that point she did have some awareness, because there's no particular logical connection between coming out of a storm drain and then having actually done something wrong.
There's that.
And the officer, and you saw the video this morning, the officer, or you saw his testimony, and he stated that he asked her if she was the girl that shot or was involved in the incident, and she said yes, right?
Yes.
And she said because it seemed like it was the logical thing to do, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Which is the same thing that she told the people at the school whenever she brought the knife to school, right? That it seemed like the logical thing to do, or it seemed like the logical thing to say.
She did say that, yes.
Would it also be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about, to the officer?
That could be logical as well.
Well, if he asks you if an officer stops you and asks you if you just shot someone and you have no recollection of it, wouldn't it be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about?
It would.
Not to say that yes, because I just thought it was logical, right?
Correct.
And you described Carly right after being arrested or detained. She stated that her mind was shut off, right?
Yes.
But she said she was aware of everything that was happening, correct?
She did, yes.
All right. And so that's after the officer picks her up.
Yes.
Now, you also talk about in your report after March 19th, you state that Carly reports hearing gunshots in her dreams and feels terrified and paranoid, correct?
Yes.
Did she say why she heard gunshots in her dream?
No.
That she just said she heard gunshots in her dream.
Right? She said there were times that she has, I think she used the word nightmares, but that she heard gunshots and they were scary for her. No, actually, she did not use the word nightmares, as I report, but she said in her dreams, and she felt terrified and paranoid.
And those are the gunshots that she remembers from when she killed her mom?
I think that's a reasonable presumption. She didn't say that specifically.
Right. But she supposedly doesn't remember killing her mom, right?
Correct.
Now I want to talk about, you talked about a couple of the, I guess, diagnoses or opinions that you rendered. And I think kind of one of the first ones where you talked about bipolar 2, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the DSM, correct? And remind us what that is.
The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th condition, the DSM-5, which is the compilation of all the official psychiatric diagnoses.
And you're familiar with that document, obviously, because you've been doing it for a long time, right?
Yes.
All right. And so, and you talked about hypomania, right?
Yes.
And is bipolar and 2 and hypomania, are those terms kind of used interchangeably, or is one different from the other?
One is a little bit different. Bipolar 2 is the medical condition, or it's a psychiatric condition where a person has either depression or hypomania. So hypomania is a component of the bipolar 2 illness.
Right. And you, I believe you have diagnosed or evaluated, your opinion is that at some point during this time period between March 12th and March 19th that Carly was suffering from hypomania. Is that correct?
I think I actually had not testified to that, but I think I would likely refer to it as a mixed state. Okay. You can have a mixture actually of elevated mood and depressed mood, and you can have mood swings that go on as well. I think of it sometimes as stepping on the gas and the brake at the same time, because it wasn't clear to me that Carly was purely hypomanic in that time.
Okay. And I'm just gonna read just here real briefly from the DSM as far as the criteria for bipolar 2. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the DSM states that a hypomanic episode is defined as a distinct period of persistently elevated or irritable mood with increased activity or energy lasting for at least 4 consecutive days. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any point in your evaluation, were you able to identify a consecutive 4-day period where Carly was in an elevated or irritable mood?
So Carly reported to me that she was in an elevated or irritable mood for up to 7 days at a time. I don't have the specific dates. I didn't ask her for it. I'm not sure she has it, but I don't have the specific dates on the calendar for it. Right. But that's what she reported.
But that's what she reported to you. And was it in a persistently elevated mood, or was it up and down like you just testified?
She reported persistently elevated mood. Looking back over the preceding 5 years, what she reported to me was that she had these periods, persistently elevated mood, where she was more active. Her thought, she was more irritable. She was more impatient. She was more impulsive. She did some more impulsive things. She could be more tactless. She could be more rude. She was more restless.
Right. But at least as it relates to between January and whenever this event happened in March of 2024, certainly no healthcare provider diagnosed her with bipolar 2, correct?
That's correct.
And they were seeing her on a regular basis, correct?
They were, yes.
Her therapist sometimes as much as twice a week, right?
Yes.
And I believe she was seeing Nurse Practitioner Lieber at least once a month, right?
That's right.
She saw her in January, and then she saw her in February, and then she saw her in March, right?
Correct.
And none of those healthcare providers identified a consecutive 4-day period where she was in a hypomanic or elevated state, right?
They did not.
Okay. But after talking to Carly, now she's told you that she was in an elevated or hypomanic state, right?
Yes.
And that's 6 months after she's been charged with murder, right?
Yes.
All right. You talked about some of your, I guess, alternative hypothesis, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was that she just simply panicked and out of fear, I guess, of her mom discovering her burner phone and her marijuana or her vapes, that she basically cold-blooded murdered her mom, right?
I'm not sure I would agree with that phrase, cold blooded.
Well, she panicked and she killed her mom.
She panicked and she killed her. Yes, that was a hypothesis or possibility that I considered. Yes.
Okay. So that's one thing that certainly could have happened, right?
Yes.
All right. And the second thing that you hypothesized was that she was simply a psychopath and callous and she killed her mom, right?
Yes.
All right. But they could certainly both apply to Miss Gregg, right? I know your opinion is that they don't, but they certainly could, right?
They could potentially, yes.
Yeah. Now, I guess your opinion here, as we sit here today, is that on March 19th, whenever Carly shot her mom, that she did not, in your word, appreciate the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched the videos from the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong whenever she hid the gun behind her back?
It's my opinion that in general, at that period of time, she fundamentally didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong. Although I will also acknowledge that she acted in ways like that would seem to indicate that she had some appreciation.
Okay. So I guess, again, I would just simply ask, is it your opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong when she hid the gun behind her back?
It is my opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time or at any point in time in that period.
Okay. And in that video, when she peeks around the kitchen wall after going to retrieve the gun, I assume it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time too, correct?
That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. Whenever she.
All right, you guys, can I dump you onto Baker? I need to get off of here. I really, really need to get off of here. Evil Queen, can you, if you jump over to my channel, I can dump I can dump you guys off on Baker. He's still covering this. I can put you guys in there. But I hate to but he's getting ready to go to another thing, and I really have to go. So, are you guys good with that? If I redirect you, come over. If you click on the top of Jody's chat, there'll be a link for my channel, Alternate Juror, and it'll bring you over here. And then I can redirect you to Baker. And I can go eat dinner because I'm starving. But yes, let me know when you get here, Evil Queen. And anybody else. Anybody else is hanging out at Jody's channel. Swing over here and I will put you with Baker. Yeah, I need to. I need to. Kelly, I figured you were long gone. There you are. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me get your guys' redirect set up. You're going to be just a little, he'll be a little bit ahead because I paused, obviously. But let me make sure you tell him you came from my channel. And tell him hello. Yes, please say that you came from here. All right, you guys are set up. I will tell Jody that we shouldn't have much to do from today. So I'm hoping maybe 9:30 start time. How about that? How about that? That'd be great. But keep your notifications on and we will let you know when we start it. And hello. I see you over here. Yay. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. I'm just going to roll away. Right. I'm going to play the outro and then it will send you guys on to Baker. And you guys can finish this long day up. So thank you guys, everybody, again for being here. See you guys all tomorrow and have another fun day. Everybody have a great night and I'll see you then.
Jody and Debbie here. Fill your screen with cheer. Hit like and tap subscribe. Join our